Parasaurs. Richard Levine gripped the railing of the high hide and watched tensely. Directly ahead, coming into view over a low rise, he saw the magnificent head of a Parasaurolophus walkeri. The duck-billed hadrosaur's skull was 3 feet long, but it was made larger by a long horned crest that extended backward high in the air. As the animal approached, Levine could see the green mottling on the head. He saw the long, powerful neck, the heavy body with its light green underbelly. The Parasaurolophus was 12 feet tall and roughly the size of a large elephant. Its head was almost as high as the floor of the high hide. The animal moved steadily toward him, its footsteps thumping on the ground. Moments later, he saw a second head appear over the rise, then a third and a fourth. The animals trumpeted and walked in single file directly toward him. Within moments, the lead animal was abreast of the hide. Levine held his breath as it passed. The animal stared at him, its large brown eye rolling to watch him. It licked its lips with a dark purple tongue. The hide shook with its footsteps. And then it had passed, continuing on toward the jungle behind. Soon after, the second animal passed. The third animal brushed against the structure, rocking it slightly. But the dinosaur did not seem to notice. It continued steadily on. So did the others. One by one they disappeared into the dense foliage behind the high hide. The earth ceased to vibrate. It was then that he saw the game trail running past the high hide and into the jungle. Levine sighed. His body relaxed slowly. He picked up his binoculars and took a deep breath, calming himself. His panic faded. He began to feel better. And then he thought, what are they doing? Where are they going? Because, as he considered it, the behavior of the parasaurs seemed extremely strange. They had been in a defensive cluster while they fed, but in movement they had shifted to single file, which broke the usual clumped herd pattern and made every animal vulnerable to predation. Yet the behavior was clearly organized. Moving in single file must serve some purpose. But what? Now that they were within the jungle, the animals had begun making low trumpeting sounds of short duration. Again, he had the sense that this was some sort of vocalization to convey position. Perhaps for members to keep track of each other while they moved through the jungle, while they changed locations. But why were they changing locations? Where were they going? What were they doing? He certainly couldn't tell here, standing up in the high hide. He hesitated, listening to them. Then, in a decisive moment, he swung his leg over the railing and climbed quickly down the scaffolding. Heat. She felt heat and wet. Something rough scraped along her face, like sandpaper. It happened again, this roughness on her cheek. Sarah Harding coughed. Something dripped on her neck. She smelled an odd, sweetish odor, like fermenting African beer. There was a deep hissing sound. Then the rough scraping again, starting at her neck, moving up her cheek. Slowly she opened her eyes and stared up into the face of a horse. The big, dull eye of the horse peered down at her with soft eyelashes. The horse was licking her with its tongue. It was almost pleasant, she thought, almost reassuring. Lying on her back in the mud, with a horse. It wasn't a horse. The head was too narrow, she suddenly saw, the snout too tapered, the proportions all wrong. She turned to look and saw that it was a small head, leading to a surprisingly thick neck and a heavy body. She jumped up, scrambling to her knees. Oh, my God! Her sudden movement startled the big animal, which snorted in alarm and moved slowly away. It walked a few steps down the muddy shore and then turned back, looking at her reproachfully. But she could see it now. Small head, thick neck, huge lumbering body with a double row of pentagonal plates running along the crest of the back. A dragging tail with spikes in it. Harding blinked. It couldn't be. Confused and dazed, her brain fumbled for the name of this creature, and it came back to her, all the way from childhood. Stegosaurus. It was a goddamn Stegosaurus. In her astonishment, her mind went back to the glaring white hospital room when she had visited Ian Malcolm in his delirium, when he mumbled the names of several dinosaurs. She had always had her suspicions. But even now, confronted by a living stegosaur, her immediate reaction was that it must be some kind of a trick. Sarah squinted at the animal, looking for the seam in the costume, the mechanical joints beneath the skin. But the skin was seamless, and the animal moved in an integrated, organic way. The eyes blinked again, slowly. Then the Stegosaurus turned away from her, moved to the water's edge, and lapped it with its large, rough tongue. The tongue was dark blue. How could that be? Dark blue from venous blood? Was it cold-blooded? No. This animal moved much too smoothly. It had the assurance and indifference of a warm-blooded creature. Lizards and reptiles always seem to be paying attention to the temperature of their surroundings. This creature didn't behave that way at all. It stood in the shade and lapped up the cold water, indifferent to it all. She looked down at her shirt, saw the foamy spittle running down from her neck. It had drooled on her. She touched it with her fingers. It was warm. It was warm-blooded, all right. A Stegosaurus. She stared. The Stegosaurus's skin had a pebbled texture, but it was not scaly like a reptile's. It was more like the skin of a rhino, she thought, or of a warthog, except it was entirely hairless, without the bristles of a pig. The Stegosaurus moved slowly. It had a peaceful, rather stupid air. And it probably was stupid, she thought, looking again at the head. The brain case was much smaller than that of a horse. Very small for the body weight. She got to her feet and groaned. Her body ached. Every limb and muscle was sore. Her legs trembled. She took a breath. A few yards away, the Stegosaurus paused, glanced at her, taking in her new upright appearance. When she did not move, it became indifferent once again and returned to drinking from the river. "I'll be damned," she said. She looked at her watch. It was 1:30 in the afternoon, the sun still high overhead. She couldn't use the sun to navigate, and the afternoon was very hot. She decided she had better start walking and try and find Malcolm and Thorne. Barefooted, moving stiffly, her muscles aching, she headed into the jungle, away from the river. After walking half an hour, she was very thirsty, but she had trained herself to go without water for long periods in the African savanna. She continued on, indifferent to her own discomfort. As she approached the top of a ridge, she came to a game trail, a wide, muddy track through the jungle. It was easier walking along the trail, and she had been following it for about 15 minutes when she heard an excited yelping from somewhere ahead. It reminded her of dogs, and she proceeded cautiously. Moments later, there was a crashing sound in the underbrush, coming from several directions at once, and suddenly a dark green, lizard-like animal about 4 feet high burst through the foliage at terrific speed, shrieked, and leapt over her. She ducked instinctively and hardly had time to recover before a second animal appeared and raced past her. Within instants, a whole herd of animals was running past her on all sides, yelping in fear, and then the next one brushed against her and knocked her over. She fell in the mud as other animals leapt and crashed around her. A few feet ahead on the trail, she saw a large tree with low-hanging branches. She acted without thinking, jumping to her feet, grabbing the branch and swinging up. She reached safety just as a new dinosaur, with sharp clawed feet, rushed through the mud beneath her and chased after the fleeing green creatures. As this animal went away from her, she glimpsed a dark body, 6 feet tall, with reddish stripes like a tiger. Soon after, a second striped animal appeared, then a third. A pack of predators, hissing and snarling as they pursued the green dinosaurs. From her years in the field, she found herself automatically counting the animals that rushed past her. By her count, there were 10 striped predators, and that immediately piqued her interest. It made no sense, she thought. As soon as the last of the predators was gone, she dropped down to the ground and hurried to follow them. It occurred to her that it might be foolish to do so, but her curiosity overcame her. She chased the tiger dinosaurs up a hill, but even before she reached the crest, she could tell from the snarls and growls that they had already brought an animal down. At the crest, she looked down on their kill. But it was like no kill she had ever seen in Africa. On the Serenera Plain, a kill site had its own organization, which was quite predictable, and in a way was almost stately. The biggest predators, lions or hyenas, were closest to the carcass, feeding with their young. Farther out, waiting their turn, were the vultures and marabou storks, and still farther out, the jackals and other small scavengers circled warily. After the big predators finished, the smaller animals moved in. Different animals ate different parts of the bodies. The hyenas and vultures ate bones. The jackals nibbled the carcass clean. This was the pattern at any kill, and as a result there was very little squabbling or fighting around the food. But here she saw pandemonium, a feeding frenzy. The fallen animal was thickly covered with striped predators, all furiously ripping the flesh of the carcass, with frequent pauses to snarl and fight with each other. Their fights were openly vicious. One predator bit the adjacent animal, inflicting a deep flank wound. Immediately, several other predators snapped at the same animal, which limped away, hissing and bleeding, badly wounded. Once at the periphery, the wounded animal retaliated by biting the tail of another creature, again causing a serious wound. A young juvenile, about half the size of the others, kept pushing forward, trying to get at a bit of the carcass, but the adults did not make room for it. Instead, they snarled and snapped in fury. The youngster was frequently obliged to hop back nimbly, keeping its distance from the razor-sharp fangs of the grown-ups. Harding saw no infants at all. This was a society of vicious adults. As she watched the big predators, their heads and bodies smeared in blood, she noticed the crisscross pattern of healed scars on their flanks and necks. These were obviously quick, intelligent animals, yet they fought continually. Was that the way their social organization had evolved? If so, it was a rare event. Animals of many species fought for food, territory, and sex, but these fights most often involved display and ritual aggression. Serious injuries seldom occurred. There were exceptions, of course. When male hippos fought to take over a harem, they often severely wounded other males. But in any case, nothing matched what she saw now. As she watched, the wounded animal at the edge of the kill slunk forward and bit another adult, which snarled and leapt at it, slashing with its long toe claw. In a flash, the injured predator was eviscerated, coils of pale intestines slipping out through a wide gash. The animal fell howling to the ground, and immediately 3 adults turned away from the kill and jumped onto its newly fallen body, and began to tear the animal's flesh with rapacious intensity. Harding closed her eyes and turned away. This was a different world, and one she did not understand at all. In a daze, she headed back down the hill, moving quietly, carefully away from the kill. Noise. The Ford Explorer glided quietly forward along the jungle path. They were following a game trail on the ridge above the valley, heading down toward the high hide in the valley below. Thorne drove. He said to Malcolm, "You were saying earlier that you knew why the dinosaurs became extinct." "Well, I'm pretty sure I do," Malcolm said. "The basic situation is simple enough." He shifted in his seat. Dinosaurs arose in the Triassic about 228 million years ago. They proliferated throughout the Jurassic and the Cretaceous periods that followed. They were the dominant life form on this planet for about 150 million years, which is a very long time. "Considering we've been here for only 3 million, Eddie said. "Let's not put on airs," Malcolm said. "Some puny apes have been here for 3 million years. We haven't. Recognizable human beings have only been on this planet for 35,000 years, he said. That's how long it's been since our ancestors painted caves in France and Spain, drawing pictures of game to invoke success in the hunt. 35,000 years. In the history of the Earth, that's nothing at all. We've just arrived." "Okay. And of course, even 35,000 years ago, we were already making species extinct. Cavemen killed so much game that animals became extinct on several continents. There used to be lions and tigers in Europe. There used to be giraffes and rhinos in Los Angeles. Hell, 10,000 years ago, the ancestors of Native Americans hunted the woolly mammoth to extinction. This is nothing new, this human tendency. Ian? Well, it's a fact, although your modern airheads think it's all so brand new. Ian, you were talking about dinosaurs. Right. Dinosaurs. Anyway, during 150 million years on this planet, dinosaurs were so successful that by the Cretaceous there were 21 major groups of them. A few groups, like the Camarasaurs and Fabrasaurs, had died out. But the overwhelming majority of dinosaur groups were still active throughout the Cretaceous. And then suddenly, about 65 million years ago, every single group became extinct. And only the birds remained. So, the question is, what was that? I thought you knew, Thorne said. No, I mean, what was that sound? Did you hear something? No, Thorne said. Stop the car, Malcolm said. Thorne stopped the car and clicked off the engine. They rolled down the windows and felt the still midday heat. There was almost no breeze. They listened for a while. Thorne shrugged. I don't hear anything. What did you think you... Shh, Malcolm said. He cupped his hand to his ear and put his head out the window, listening intently. After a moment, he came back in. I could have sworn I heard an engine. An engine? You mean an internal combustion engine? Right. He pointed to the east. It sounded like it was coming from over there. They listened again and heard nothing. Thorne shook his head. I can't imagine a gas engine here, Ian. There's no gas to run one. The radio clicked. Dr. Malcolm? It was Arby in the trailer. Yes, Arby. Who else is here? On the island? What do you mean? Turn on your monitor. Thorne flicked on the dashboard monitor. They saw a view from one of the security cameras. The view looked down into the narrow, steep east valley. They saw the slope of a hillside, dark beneath the trees. A tree branch blocked much of the frame, but the view was still, silent. There was no sign of activity. What did you see, Arby? Just watch. Through the leaves, Thorne saw a flash of khaki, then another. He realized it was a person, half walking, half sliding down the steep jungle slope toward the floor below. Small, compact frame, short, dark hair. "I'll be damned," Malcolm said, smiling. "You know who that is?" "Yes, of course. It's Sarah." "Well, we better go get her." Thorne reached for the radio, pressed the button. "Richard," he said. There was no answer. "Richard? Are you reading?" There was no answer. Malcolm sighed. Great. He's not answering. Probably decided to go for a walk. Pursuing his research. "That's what I'm afraid of," Thorne said. "Eddie, unhook the motorcycle and go see what Levine's doing now. Take a lens strap with you. We'll go pick up Sarah." Trail. Levine followed the game trail, moving deeper into the darkness of the jungle. The parasaurs were somewhere up ahead, making a lot of noise as they crashed through the ferns and palms on the jungle floor. At least now he understood why they had formed into a single file. There was no other practical way to move through the dense growth of the rainforest. Their vocalizations had never stopped, but Levine noticed they were taking on a different character. More high-pitched, more excited. He hurried forward, pushing past wet palm fronds taller than he was, following the beaten trail. As he listened to the cries of the animals ahead, he also began to notice a distinctive odor, pungent and sweet-sour. He had the feeling the odor was growing stronger. But up ahead, something was happening. There was no doubt about it. The parasaur vocalizations were now clipped, almost barking sounds. He sensed in them an agitated quality. But what could agitate an animal 12 feet high and 30 feet long? His curiosity overwhelmed him. Levine began to run through the jungle, shoving aside palms, leaping over fallen trees. In the foliage ahead, he heard a hissing sound, a sort of spattering, and then one of the parasaurs gave a long, low, trumpeting cry. Eddie Carr drove the motorcycle up to the high hide and stopped. Levine was gone. He looked at the ground around the hide and saw many deep animal footprints in the ground. The prints were large, about 2 feet in diameter, and they seemed to be going off into the jungle behind the hide. He scanned the ground and saw fresh boot marks as well. They had an Asolo tread. He recognized them as Levine's. In some places, the boot marks disrupted the edge of the animal footprints, which meant that they had been made afterward. The boot marks also led into the forest. Eddie Carr swore. The last thing he wanted to do was to go into that jungle. The very idea gave him the creeps. But what choice was there? He had to get Levine back. That guy, he thought, was getting to be a real problem. Eddie unshouldered the rifle and set it laterally across the handlebars of the motorcycle. Then he twisted the grips, and silently the bike moved forward into darkness. Heart pounding with excitement, Levine pushed past the last of the big palms. He stopped abruptly. Directly ahead of him, the tail of a parasaur swung back and forth above his head. The animal's hindquarters were turned toward him, and a thick stream of urine gushed from the posterior pubis, spattering on the ground below. Levine jumped back, avoiding the stream. Beyond the nearest animal, he saw a clearing in the jungle, trampled flat by countless animal feet. The parasaurs had located themselves at various positions within this clearing, and they were all urinating together. So they were latrine animals, he thought. That was fascinating, and totally unexpected. Many contemporary animals, including rhinos and deer, preferred to relieve themselves at particular spots. And many times the behavior of herds was coordinated. Latrine behavior was generally considered to be a method of marking territory. But whatever the reason, no one had ever suspected that dinosaurs acted in this way. As Levine watched, the parasaurs finished urinating, and each moved a few feet to the side. Then they defecated, again in unison. Each parasaur produced a large mound of straw-colored spore. This was accompanied by low trumpeting from each animal in the herd, along with an enormous quantity of expelled flatus, redolent of methane. Behind him, a voice whispered, "Very nice." He turned and saw Eddie Carr sitting on the motorcycle. He was waving his hand in front of his face. "Dino farts," he said. "Better not light a match around here. You'll blow the place up." "Shh," Levine hissed angrily, shaking his head. He turned back to the parasaurs. This was no time to be interrupted by a vulgar young fool. Several of the animals bent their heads down and began to lick the puddles of urine. No doubt they wanted to recover lost nutrients, he thought. Perhaps salt. Or perhaps hormones. Or perhaps it was something seasonal. Or perhaps... Levine edged forward. They knew so little about these creatures. They didn't even know the most basic facts about their lives. How they ate, how they eliminated, how they slept and bred. A whole world of intricate, interlocking behaviors had evolved in these long-vanished animals. Understanding them now could be the work of a lifetime for dozens of scientists. But that would probably never happen. All he could hope to do was make a few conjectures, a few simple deductions that skimmed the surface of the complexity of their lives. The parasaurs trumpeted and headed deeper into the forest. Levine moved forward to follow them. "Dr. Levine," Eddie said quietly, "get on the bike. Now." Levine ignored him, but as the big animals departed, he saw dozens of tiny green dinosaurs leap chittering out into the clearing. He realized at once what they were. Procompsognathus triassicus. Small scavenger, found by Frass in 1913 in Bavaria. Levine stared, fascinated. Of course he knew the animal well, but only from reconstructions, because there were no complete skeletons of Procompsognathus anywhere in the world. Ostrom had done the most complete studies, but he had to work with a skeleton that was badly crushed and fragmentary. The tail, neck, and arms were all missing from the animals Ostrom described. Yet here the Procompsognathids were, fully formed and active, hopping around like so many chickens. As he watched, the compies began to eat the fresh dung and drink what was left of the urine. Levine frowned. Was that part of ordinary scavenger behavior? Levine wasn't sure. He edged forward to look at them more closely. "Dr. Levine," Eddie whispered. It was interesting that the compies only ate fresh dung, not the dried remnants that were everywhere in the clearing. Whatever nutrients they were obtaining from the dung, it must only be present in fresh specimens. That suggested a protein or hormone that would degrade over time. Probably he should obtain a fresh sample for analysis. He reached into his shirt pocket and withdrew a plastic baggie. He moved among the compies, which seemed indifferent to his presence. He crouched down by the nearest dung pile and reached slowly forward. "Dr. Levine!" He glanced back, annoyed, and in that moment one of the compies leapt forward and bit his hand. Another jumped onto his shoulder and bit his ear. Levine yelled and stood up. The compies hopped onto the ground and scampered away. "Damn it," he said. Eddie drove up on the motorcycle. "That's enough," he said. "Get on the damn bike. We're getting out of here." Nest. The red Jeep Wrangler came to a stop. Directly ahead, the game trail they had been following continued through the foliage to a clearing beyond. The game trail was wide and muddy, trampled flat by large animals. They could see large, deep footprints in the mud. From the clearing, they heard a low honking noise, like the sound of very large geese. Dodgson said, "Okay. Give me the box." King didn't answer. Basilton said, "What box?" Without taking his eyes off the clearing, Dodgson said, "There's a black box on the seat beside you and a battery pack. Give them to me." Basilton grunted. "It's heavy." "That's because of the cone magnets." Dodgson reached back, took the box, which was made of black anodized metal. It was the size of a shoebox, except it ended in a flaring cone. Underneath was mounted a pistol grip. Dodgson clipped a battery pack to his belt and plugged it into the box. Then he picked the box up by the pistol grip. There was a knob at the back, facing him, and a graduated dial. Dodgson said, "Batteries charged?" "They're charged," King said. "Okay," Dodgson said. "I'll go first, into the nest area. I'll adjust the box and get rid of the animals. You two follow behind me, and once the animals are gone, you each take an egg from the nest. Then you leave and bring them back to the car. I'll come back last. Then we all drive off. Got it?" "Right," Basilton said. "Okay," King said. "What kind of dinosaurs are these?" "I have no fucking idea," Dodgson said, climbing out of the car. "And it doesn't make any difference. Just follow the procedure." He closed the door softly. The others got out quietly, and they started forward, down the wet trail. Their feet squished in the mud. The sound from the clearing continued. To Dodgson, it sounded like a lot of animals. He pushed aside the last of the ferns and saw them. It was a large nesting site with perhaps 4 or 5 low earthen mounds covered in grasses. The mounds were about 7 feet wide and 3 feet deep. There were 20 beige-colored adults around the mounds, a whole herd of dinosaurs surrounding the nesting site. And the adults were big, 30 feet long and 10 feet high, all honking and snorting. "Oh my God," Basilton said, staring. Dodgson shook his head. "They're myosaurs," he whispered. "This is going to be a piece of cake." Myosaurs had been named by paleontologist Jack Horner. Before Horner, scientists assumed that dinosaurs abandoned their eggs, as most reptiles did. Those assumptions fitted the old picture of dinosaurs as cold-blooded, reptilian creatures. Like reptiles, they were thought to be solitary. Murals on museum walls rarely showed more than one example from each species. A brontosaurus here, a stegosaurus or a triceratops there, wading through the swamps. But Horner's excavations in the Badlands of Montana provided clear, unambiguous evidence that at least one species of hadrosaurs had engaged in complex nesting and parenting behavior. Horner incorporated that behavior in the name he gave these creatures. Myosaur meant good mother lizard. Watching them now, Dodgson could see the myosaurs were indeed attentive parents, the big adults circling the nests, moving carefully to step outside the shallow earthen mounds. The beige myosaurs were duck-billed dinosaurs. They had large heads that ended in a broad, flattened snout, rather like the bill of a duck. They were taking mouthfuls of grass and dropping it on the eggs in the mounds. This was, he knew, a way to regulate the temperature of the eggs. If the huge animals sat on the eggs, they would crush them. So instead they put a layer of grass over the eggs, which trapped heat and kept the eggs at a more constant temperature. The animals worked steadily. "They're huge," Basilton said. "They're nothing but oversized cows," Dodgson said. Although the myosaurs were large, they were plant eaters, and they had the docile, slightly stupid manner of cows. "Ready? Here we go." He lifted the box like a gun and stepped forward into view. Dodgson expected a big reaction when the myosaurs saw him, but there was none at all. They hardly seemed to notice him. 1 or 2 adults looked over, stared with dumb eyes, and then looked away. The animals continued to drop grass on the eggs, which were pale white, spherical, and nearly 2 feet long. Each was about twice the size of an ostrich egg, about the size of a small beach ball. No animals had hatched yet. King and Basilton stepped out and stood beside him in the clearing. Still, the myosaurs ignored them. "Amazing," Basilton said. "Fine for us," Dodgson said, and he turned on the box. A continuous, high-pitched shriek filled the clearing. The myosaurs immediately turned toward the sound, honking and lifting their heads. They seemed agitated, confused. Dodgson twisted the dial, and the shriek became higher, ear-splitting. The myosaurs bobbed their heads and moved away from the painful sound. They clustered at the far end of the clearing. Several of the animals urinated in alarm. A few of them moved away into the foliage, abandoning the nest. They were agitated, but they stayed away. "Go now," Dodgson said. King stepped into the nearest nest and grunted as he picked up an egg. His arms hardly reached around the huge oval. The myosaurs honked at him, but none of the adults moved forward. Then Basilton went into the nest, took an egg, and followed King back to the car. Dodgson walked backward, holding the box on the adults. At the edge of the clearing, he turned the sound off. At once the myosaurs came back, honking loudly and repeatedly. But as they returned to the nests, it seemed as if the adults forgot what had just happened. Within a few moments, they ceased honking and went back to dropping grass over the eggs. They ignored Dodgson as he left and headed back along the game trail. Stupid animals, Dodgson thought as he went to the car. Basilton and King were setting the eggs into big styrofoam containers in the back and fitting the foam packing around them carefully. Both men were grinning like kids. That was amazing. Great. Fantastic. What did I tell you? Dodgson said. Nothing to it. He glanced at his watch. At this rate, we'll finish in less than 4 hours. He climbed behind the steering wheel and turned on the engine. Basilton got into the back seat. King got in the passenger seat and took out the map. Next, Dodgson said. The high hide. I tell you, it's fine, Levine said irritably. He was sweating in the stifling heat beneath the aluminum roof of the high hide. Look, it didn't even break the skin. He held out his hand. There was a red semicircle where the compy had pressed its teeth into the skin, but that was all. Beside him, Eddie said, Yeah, well, your ear is bleeding a little. I don't feel anything. It can't be bad. No, it's not bad, Eddie said, opening the first aid kit. But I better clean it up. I prefer, Levine said, to get on with my observations. The dinosaurs were barely a quarter mile away from him, and he could see them well. In the still midday air, he could hear them breathe. He could hear them breathe. Or at least he could if this young man would leave him alone. Look, Levine said, I know what I'm doing here. You came in at the end of a very interesting and successful experiment. I actually called the dinosaurs to me by imitating their cry. You did? Eddie said. Yes, I did. That was what led them into the forest in the first place. So I hardly think that I need your assistance. The thing is, Eddie said, you got some of that dino shit on your ear, and there's a couple of little punctures. I'll just clean it off for you. He soaked a gauze pad with disinfectant. May sting a little. I don't care. I have other... Ow! Stop moving, Eddie said. It'll only take a second. It's absolutely unnecessary. If you just stand still, it'll be done. There. He took the gauze away. Levine saw brown and a faint streak of red. Just as he suspected, the injury was trivial. He reached up and touched his ear. It didn't hurt at all. Levine squinted out at the plane as Eddie packed up the first aid case. Geez, it's hot up here, Eddie said. Yes, Levine said, shrugging. Sarah Harding arrived, and I think they took her back to the trailer. You want to go back now? I can't imagine why, Levine said. I just thought you might want to say hello or something, Eddie said. My work is here, Levine said. He turned away, raised his binoculars to his eyes. So, Eddie said, you don't want to come back? Wouldn't dream of it, Levine said, staring through binoculars. Not in a million years. Not in 65 million years. Trailer. Kelly Curtis listened to the sound of the shower. She couldn't believe it. She stared at the muddy clothes tossed casually on the bed. Shorts and a khaki short-sleeved shirt. Sarah Harding's actual clothes. She couldn't help it. Kelly reached out and touched them. She noticed how the fabric was worn and frayed. Buttons sewn back on. They didn't match. And there were some reddish streaks near the pocket that she thought must be old bloodstains. She reached down and touched the fabric. Kelly? Sarah was calling to her from the shower. She remembered my name. Yes, Kelly said, her voice betraying her nervousness. Is there any shampoo? Look, Dr. Harding, Kelly said, opening drawers hastily. The men had all gone into the next compartment, leaving her alone with Sarah while she washed. Kelly searched desperately, opening the drawers, slamming them shut again. Listen, Sarah called. It's okay if you can't find any. I'm looking. Is there any dishwashing liquid? Kelly paused. There was a green plastic bottle by the sink. Yes, Dr. Harding, but give it to me. It's all the same stuff. I don't care. The hand reached out past the shower curtain. Kelly handed it to her. And my name is Sarah. Okay, Dr. Harding. Sarah. Okay, Sarah. Sarah Harding was a regular person. Very informal and normal. Entranced, Kelly sat on the seat in the kitchen and waited, swinging her feet in case Dr. Harding, Sarah, needed anything else. She listened to Sarah humming, I'm gonna wash that man right out of my hair. After a few moments, the shower turned off, and her hand reached out and took the towel on the hook. And then she came out, wrapped in the towel. Sarah ran her fingers through her short hair, which seemed to be all the attention she gave to her appearance. That feels better. Boy, this is a plush field trailer. Doc really did a great job. Yes, she said. It's nice. She smiled at Kelly. How old are you, Kelly? 13. What is that, 8th grade? 7th. 7th grade, Sarah said thoughtfully. Kelly said, Dr. Malcolm left some clothes for you. He said he thought they'd fit. She pointed to a clean pair of shorts and a t-shirt. Whose are these? I think they're Eddie's. Sarah held them up. Might work. She took them around the corner, into the sleeping area, and started getting dressed. She said, What are you going to do when you grow up? I don't know, Kelly said. That's a very good answer. It is? Kelly's mother was always pushing her to get a part-time job, to decide what she wanted to do with her life. Yes, Sarah said. Nobody smart knows what they want to do until they get into their 20s or 30s. Oh. What do you like to study? Actually, I like math, she said in a sort of guilty voice. Sarah must have heard her tone because she said, What's wrong with math? Well, girls aren't good at it. I mean, you know. No, I don't know. Sarah's voice was flat. Kelly felt panic. She had been experiencing this warm feeling with Sarah Harding, but now she sensed it was dissolving away, as if she had given a wrong answer to a disapproving teacher. She decided not to say anything else. She waited in silence. After a moment, Sarah came out again, wearing Eddie's baggy clothes. She sat down and started putting on a pair of boots. She moved in a very normal, matter-of-fact way. "What did you mean, girls aren't good at mathematics?" "Well, that's what everybody says." "Everybody like who?" "My teachers." Sarah sighed. "Great," she said, shaking her head. "Your teachers. And the other kids call me a brainer. Stuff like that. You know." Kelly just blurted it out. She couldn't believe that she was saying all this to Sarah Harding, whom she hardly knew at all except from articles and pictures. But here she was, telling her all this personal stuff, all these things that upset her. Sarah just smiled cheerfully. "Well, if they say that, you must be pretty good at math, huh?" "I guess." She smiled. "That's wonderful, Kelly. But the thing is, boys don't like girls who are too smart." Sarah's eyebrows went up. "Is that so?" "Well, that's what everybody says." "Like who?" "Like my mom." "Uh-huh. And she probably knows what she's talking about." "I don't know," Kelly admitted. "My mom only dates jerks, actually." "So she could be wrong?" Sarah asked, glancing up at Kelly as she tied her laces. "I guess." "Well, in my experience, some men like smart women and some don't. It's like everything else in the world." She stood up. "You know about George Schaller?" "Sure. He studied pandas." "Right, pandas. And before that, snow leopards and lions and gorillas. He's the most important animal researcher in the 20th century. And you know how he works?" Kelly shook her head. "Before he goes into the field, George reads everything that's ever been written about the animal he's going to study. Popular books, newspaper accounts, scientific papers, everything. Then he goes out and observes the animal for himself. And you know what he usually finds?" She shook her head, not trusting herself to speak. "That nearly everything that's been written or said is wrong. Like the gorilla. George studied mountain gorillas 10 years before Dian Fossey ever thought of it. And he found that what was believed about gorillas was exaggerated, or misunderstood, or just plain fantasy. Like the idea that you couldn't take women on gorilla expeditions because the gorillas would rape them. Wrong. Everything. Just wrong." Sarah finished tying her boots and stood. "So, Kelly, even at your young age, there's something you might as well learn now. All your life, people will tell you things. And most of the time, probably 95% of the time, what they'll tell you will be wrong." Kelly said nothing. She felt oddly disheartened to hear this. "It's a fact of life," Sarah said. "Human beings are just stuffed full of misinformation. So it's hard to know who to believe. I know how you feel." "You do?" "Sure. My mom used to tell me I'd never amount to anything." She smiled. "So did some of my professors." "Really?" It didn't seem possible. "Oh, yes," Sarah said. "As a matter of fact." From the other section of the trailer, they heard Malcolm say, "No. No. Those idiots. They could ruin everything." Sarah immediately turned and went into the other section. Kelly jumped off the seat and hurried after her. The men were all clustered around the monitor. Everyone was talking at once, and they seemed to be upset. "This is terrible," Malcolm was saying. "Terrible." Thorne said, "Is that a jeep?" "They had a red jeep," Harding said, coming up to look. "Then it's Dodgson," Malcolm said. "Damn!" "What's he doing here?" "I can guess." Kelly pushed through to get a look. On the screen, she saw foliage and intermittent flashes of a red and black vehicle. "Where are they now?" Malcolm said to Arby. "I think they're in the East Valley," Arby said. "Near where we found Dr. Levine." The radio clicked. Levine's voice said, "Do you mean there are now other people on the island?" "Yes, Richard." "Well, you better go stop them before they mess everything up." "I know. Do you want to come back?" "Not without a compelling reason. Inform me if one arises." And his radio clicked off. Harding stared at the screen, watching the jeep. "That's them, all right," she said. "That's your friend Dodgson." "He's not my friend," Malcolm said. He got up, wincing in pain from his leg. "Let's go," he said. "We have to stop these bastards. There's no time to waste." Nest. The red Jeep Wrangler rolled softly to a stop. Directly ahead was a wall of dense foliage, but through it they could see sunlight from the clearing beyond. Dodgson sat quietly in the car, listening. King turned to him, about to speak, but Dodgson held up his hand, gesturing to him to be silent. Then he heard it clearly. A low rumbling growl, almost a purr. It was coming from beyond the foliage ahead. It sounded like the biggest jungle cat he had ever heard, and intermittently he felt a slight vibration, hardly anything, but enough to make the car keys clink against the steering column. As he felt that vibration, it slowly dawned on him. It's walking. Something very big. Walking. Beside him, King was staring forward in astonishment. His mouth hung open. Dodgson glanced back at Basilton. The professor was gripping the seat with white fingers as he listened to the sound. A shadow moved across the ferns directly ahead. Judging by the shadow, the animal was 20 feet high and 40 feet long. It walked on its hind legs and had a large body, a short neck, a very big head. A tyrannosaur. Dodgson hesitated, staring at the shadow. His heart was pounding in his chest. He considered going on to the next nest, but he was confident that the box would work here too. He said, "Let's get this over with. Give me the box." Basilton handed him the box, just as he had done before. Dodgson said, "Charged?" "Batteries are charged," King said. "Okay," he said. "Here we go. Exactly the same as before. I'll go first, you two follow, and bring the eggs back to the car. Ready?" "Ready," Basilton said. King did not answer. He was still staring at the shadow. "What kind of a dinosaur is that?" "That's a Tyrannosaurus." "Oh, Jesus," King said. "A Tyrannosaurus," Basilton said. "It doesn't matter what it is," Dodgson said irritably. "Just follow the plan like before. Everybody ready?" "Just a minute," Basilton said. King said, "What if it doesn't work?" "We already know it works," Dodgson said. "There's a rather curious fact about tyrannosaurs that was recently reported," Basilton said. "A paleontologist named Roxton did a study of the tyrannosaur brain case and concluded that they have a brain not much different from a frog's, although of course much bigger. The implication was their nervous systems were adapted to motion only. They can't see you if you stand still. Stationary objects become invisible to them." "Are you sure about that?" King said. Basilton said, "That was the report. And it makes perfect sense. One can't forget that dinosaurs, for all their intimidating size, were actually rather primitive intellects. It's quite logical that a tyrannosaur would have the mental equipment of a frog. "I don't see why we're rushing into this," King said nervously. He stared forward. "It's much bigger than the other ones." "So what?" Dodgson said. "You heard what George said. It's just a big frog. Let's get it done. Get out of the fucking car. And don't slam the doors." George Basilton had felt quite good and authoritative, recalling that obscure article from the journals. He had been in his accustomed role, dispensing information to people who lacked it. Now that he approached the nest, he was astonished to notice that his knees had begun to tremble. His legs felt like rubber. He had always thought that was a figure of speech. He was alarmed to realize it could be literally true. He bit his lip and forced himself under control. He was not, he told himself, going to show fear. He was the master of this situation. Dodgson was already moving ahead, holding the black box like a gun in his hand. Basilton glanced over at King, who was deathly pale and sweating. He looked on the verge of collapse. He moved forward slowly. Basilton walked alongside him, making sure he was all right. Up ahead, Dodgson gave a final glance back, waved to Basilton and King to catch up. He glared at both of them, and then he stepped through the foliage into the clearing. Basilton saw the tyrannosaur. No, there were two. They stood on both sides of a mud mound, two adults, 20 feet high on their hind legs, powerful, dark red, with big, vicious jaws. Like the myosaurs, the animals stared at Dodgson for a moment, a dumb stare, as if amazed to see an intruder. And then the tyrannosaurs roared in fury, an incredible, bellowing, air-shaking roar. Dodgson lifted the box, pointed it at the animals. Immediately, a continuous, high-pitched shriek filled the clearing. The tyrannosaurs roared in response and lowered their heads, extending their necks forward, snapping their jaws, preparing to attack. They were huge, and they were unaffected by the sound. They started to come around the mound toward Dodgson. The earth shook as they moved. "Oh, fuck," King said. But Dodgson stayed cool. He twisted the dial. Basilton clapped his hands over his ears. The shriek became higher, louder, ear-splitting, incredibly painful. The response was immediate. The tyrannosaurs stepped back as if they had received a physical blow. They ducked their heads. They blinked their eyes rapidly. The sound seemed to vibrate in the air. They roared again, but weakly now, without conviction. A terrible screaming came from inside the mud nest. Dodgson moved forward, pointing the box in the air directly at the animals. The tyrannosaurs backed away, looking into the nest, then to Dodgson. They swung their heads back and forth rapidly, as if trying to clear their ears. Dodgson calmly adjusted the dial. The sound went higher. It was now excruciating. Dodgson began to climb the mud mound of the nest. Basilton and King scrambled up, following him. Basilton found himself looking down into a nest with 4 mottled white eggs and 2 young babies that looked for all the world like scrawny, oversized turkeys. Anyway, some kind of gigantic baby birds. The 2 tyrannosaurs were at the far end of the clearing, held away by the sound. Like the myosaurs, they urinated in agitation. They stomped their feet, but they did not come closer. Over the ear-splitting shriek of the box, Dodgson shouted, "Get the eggs!" In a daze, King stumbled down into the nest, grabbing the nearest egg. He fumbled it in his shaking hands. The egg flew into the air. He caught it again and lurched back. He stepped on the leg of one of the babies, which screamed in fear and pain. At this, the parents tried to come forward again, drawn by the infant's cries. King hastily clambered out of the nest, ducked away through the foliage. Basilton watched him go. "George!" Dodgson shouted, still aiming the box at the tyrannosaurs. "Get the other egg!" Basilton turned to look at the adult tyrannosaurs, seeing their agitation and their anger, watching their jaws snap open and closed, and he had the sudden feeling that, sound or no sound, these animals would not allow anyone to enter the nest again. King had been lucky, but Basilton would not be lucky. He could feel it, and... "George! Now!" Basilton said, "I can't." "You dumb fuck." Holding the gun high, Dodgson began to climb down into the nest himself. But as he started, he twisted his body, and the battery plug pulled out of the box. The sound abruptly died. In the clearing, there was silence. Basilton moaned. The tyrannosaurs shook their heads a final time and roared. Basilton saw Dodgson go rigidly still, his body frozen. Basilton also stood still. Somehow he forced his body to stay where he was. He forced his knees to stop trembling. He held his breath, and he waited. On the far side of the clearing, the tyrannosaurs began to move toward him. "What are they doing?" Arby cried in the trailer. He was so close to the monitor his nose almost touched the screen. "Are they crazy? They're just standing there." Beside him, Kelly said nothing. She watched the screen silently. "Want to be out there now, Kel?" Arby said. "Shut up," Kelly said. "No, they're not crazy," Malcolm said over the radio as he stared at the dashboard monitor. The explorer lurched down the trail, heading toward the eastern sector of the island. Thorne was driving. Sarah and Malcolm were in the back seat. Sarah said, "He should be trying to put his sound machine together again. Are they really just going to stand there?" "Yes," Malcolm said. "Why?" "They are misinformed," Malcolm said. Dodgson. Dodgson watched the lead tyrannosaur come toward him. For such big animals, they were cautious. Only one of the two parents approached them, and although it paused to roar fiercely every few paces, it seemed oddly tentative, as if it was perplexed by the fact that the men were staying there. Or perhaps it could not see them. Perhaps he and Basilton had vanished from their view. The other parent hung back, remaining toward the other side of the nest, bobbing and ducking its head, agitated. Agitated, but not attacking. Of course, the roars of the approaching dinosaur were terrifying, blood-chilling. Dodgson didn't dare glance at Basilton, just a few yards away. Basilton was probably peeing in his pants right now. Just so he didn't turn and run, Dodgson thought. If he ran, he was a dead man. If he stayed perfectly still, everything would be all right. Standing stiffly, keeping his body rigid, Dodgson held the anodized box at waist level in his left hand, near his belt buckle. With his right hand, he slowly, ever so slowly, pulled up the disconnected power cord. In a few moments, he would feel the end plug in his hands, and then he would slip it back into the box. Meanwhile, he never took his eyes off the approaching tyrannosaur. He felt the ground shake beneath his feet. He heard the cries of the infant that King had stepped on. Those cries seemed to bother the parents, to arouse them. No matter. Just a few seconds more, and he would have the plug back in the power pack. And then... The tyrannosaur was very close now. Dodgson could smell the rotten odor of the carnivore. The animal roared, and he felt hot breath. It was standing right by Basilton. Dodgson turned his head fractionally to watch. Basilton stood entirely still. The Tyrannosaur came close and lowered his big head. He snorted at Basilton. He raised his head again as if perplexed. He really can't see him, Dodgson thought. The Tyrannosaur bellowed, a ferocious sound. Somehow Basilton stayed unmoving. The Tyrannosaur bent over, bringing his huge head down again. The jaws opened and closed. Basilton stared straight forward, not blinking. With huge flaring nostrils, the Tyrannosaur smelled him, a long snuffling inhalation that fluttered Basilton's trouser legs. Then the Tyrannosaur nudged Basilton tentatively with his snout. And in that moment, Dodgson realized that the animal could see him after all. And then the Tyrannosaur swung his head laterally, striking Basilton in the side and easily knocking him to the earth. Basilton yelled as the Tyrannosaur's big foot came down, pinning him to the ground. Basilton raised his arms and shouted, "You son of a bitch!" just as the head came down, jaws wide, and closed on him. The movement was gentle, almost delicate, but in the next instant the head snapped high, tearing the body, and Dodgson heard a scream and saw something small and floppy hanging from the jaws, and realized it was Basilton's arm. Basilton's hand swung freely, the metal band of his wristwatch glinting beneath the Tyrannosaur's huge eye. Basilton was screaming, a continuous, undifferentiated sound, and hearing it, Dodgson broke into a dizzying sweat. Then he turned and ran, back toward the car, back toward safety, back toward anything. He ran. Kelly and Arby turned away from the monitor at the same moment. Kelly felt sick. She couldn't watch. But through the radio they could still hear the tinny screams of the man lying on his back while the Tyrannosaur tore him apart. "Turn it off," Kelly said. A moment later, the sound stopped. Kelly sighed, let her shoulders drop. "Thank you," she said. "I didn't do anything," Arby said. She glanced back at the screen and quickly looked away again. The Tyrannosaur was tearing at something red. She shivered. It was silent in the trailer. Kelly heard the tick of electronic counters and the thumping of the water pumps under the floor. Outside there was the faint sound of wind rustling the tall grass. Kelly suddenly felt very alone, very isolated on this island. "Arby," she said, "what are we going to do?" Arby didn't answer her. He bolted for the bathroom. "I knew it," Malcolm said, staring at the dashboard monitor. "I knew that would happen. They tried to steal eggs. Now look, the Tyrannosaurs are leaving. Both of them." He pushed the radio transmitter. "Arby, Kelly, are you there?" "We can't talk," Kelly said. The explorer continued down the hillside, toward the area of the Tyrannosaur nest. Thorne gripped the wheel grimly as he drove. "What a damn mess." "Kelly, are you listening? We can't see what's happening down there. The Tyrannosaurs have left the nest. Kelly, what's happening?" Dodgson sprinted for the Jeep. The battery pack fell off his belt as he ran, but he didn't care. Up ahead in the Jeep, he saw King waiting, tense and pale. Dodgson got behind the wheel, started the engine. The Tyrannosaurs roared. "Where's Basilton?" King asked. "Didn't make it," Dodgson said. "What do you mean?" "I mean he fucking didn't make it," Dodgson yelled and slammed the car into gear. The Jeep took off, bouncing up the hill. They heard the Tyrannosaurs bellowing behind them. King was holding the egg, looking back down the road. "Maybe we should get rid of this," he said. "Don't you fucking dare," Dodgson said. King was rolling down the window. Maybe he just wants the egg back. No, Dodgson said. No! He reached across the passenger seat, struggling with King as he drove. The trail was narrow, with deep ruts. The Jeep lurched forward. Suddenly, one of the tyrannosaurs burst from the trees in the road ahead. The animal stood there, snarling, blocking the road. Oh, Christ, Dodgson said, slamming on the brakes. The car slid sickeningly in the muddy track, came to a stop. The tyrannosaur lumbered toward them, bellowing. "Turn around!" King screamed. "Turn around!" But Dodgson didn't turn around. He slammed the car into reverse and started backing down the trail. He was driving fast, and the road was narrow. "You're crazy," King said. "You're gonna kill us." Dodgson swung his arm, smacked King with his hand. "Shut the fuck up," he shouted. It took all his attention to maneuver the car back down the winding trail. Even going as fast as he could, he was sure the tyrannosaur would be faster. It wasn't going to work. They were in a fucking Jeep with a fucking cloth top, and they were going to get killed and... "No!" King shouted. Behind them, Dodgson saw the second tyrannosaur charging up the road toward them. He looked forward, saw the first tyrannosaur bearing down on them. They were trapped. He twisted the wheel in panic and the car ran off the road, crashing backward into dense underbrush and surrounding trees, and he felt a jolting impact. Then the rear of the car dropped sickeningly, and he realized the back wheels were hanging over the edge of a hill. He gunned the engine frantically, but the wheels just spun in the air. It was hopeless. And slowly, the car sank backward, deeper into foliage so dense he could not see through it. But they were over the edge. Beside him, King was sobbing. He heard the tyrannosaurs roaring, very near now. Dodgson flung open the car door and jumped out into space. He plunged through the foliage, fell, hit a tree trunk, and tumbled down a steep jungle hill. Somewhere along the way he felt a sharp pain in his forehead and saw stars for the brief moment before blackness enveloped him and he lost consciousness. Decision. They sat in the Explorer on top of the ridge overlooking the jungle-covered East Valley. The windows were down. They listened to the bellowing of the tyrannosaurs as the huge animals crashed through the underbrush. "They both left the nest," Thorne said. "Yeah. Those guys must have taken something." Malcolm sighed. They were silent a while, listening. They heard a soft buzzing, and then Eddie pulled up alongside them in the motorcycle. "I thought you might need help. Are you going to go down?" Malcolm shook his head. "No, absolutely not. It's too dangerous. We don't know where they are." Sarah Harding said, "Why did Dodgson just stand there like that? That's not the way to act around predators. You get caught around lions, you make a lot of noise, wave your hands, throw things at them. Try to scare them off. You don't just stand there." "He probably read the wrong research paper," Malcolm said, shaking his head. "There's been a theory going around that tyrannosaurs can only see movement. A guy named Roxton made casts of Rex brain cases and concluded that tyrannosaurs had the brain of a frog." The radio clicked. Levine said, "Roxton is an idiot. He doesn't know enough anatomy to have sex with his wife. His paper was a joke." "What paper?" Thorne said. The radio clicked again. Roxton, Levine said, believed that tyrannosaurs had a visual system like an amphibian. Like a frog. A frog sees motion but doesn't see stillness. But it is quite impossible that a predator such as a tyrannosaur would have a visual system that worked that way. Quite impossible. Because the most common defense of prey animals is to freeze. A deer or something like that, it senses danger and it freezes. A predator has to be able to see them anyway. And of course a tyrannosaur could. Over the radio, Levine snorted with disgust. It's just like the other idiotic theory put forth by Grant a few years back that a tyrannosaur could be confused by a driving rainstorm because it was not adapted to wet climates. That's equally absurd. The Cretaceous wasn't particularly dry. And in any case, tyrannosaurs are North American animals. They've only been found in the U.S. or Canada. Tyrannosaurus rex lived on the shores of the Great Inland Sea, east of the Rocky Mountains. There are lots of thunderstorms on mountain slopes. I'm quite sure tyrannosaurs saw plenty of rain, and they evolved to deal with it. So is there any reason why a tyrannosaur might not attack somebody? Malcolm said. Yes, of course. The most obvious one, Levine said. Which is? If it wasn't hungry. If it had just eaten another animal. Anything larger than a goat would take care of its hunger for hours to come. No. The tyrannosaur sees fine, moving or still. They listened to the roaring coming up from the valley below. They saw thrashing in the underbrush about half a mile away to the north. More bellowing. The two Rexes seemed to be answering each other. Sarah Harding said, "What are we carrying?" Thorne said, 3 Lindstrats, fully loaded. "Okay," she said. "Let's go." The radio crackled. "I'm not there," Levine said over the radio, "but I'd certainly advise waiting." "The hell with waiting," Malcolm said. "Sarah's right. Let's go down there and see how bad it is." "Your funeral," Levine said. Arby came back to the monitor, wiping his chin. He still looked a little green. "What are they doing now?" "Dr. Malcolm and the others are going to the nest." "Are you kidding?" he said, alarmed. "Don't worry," Kelly said. "Sarah can handle it." "You hope," Arby said. Nest. Just beyond the clearing, they parked the Explorer. Eddie pulled up in the motorcycle and leaned it against the trunk of a tree and waited while the others climbed out of the Explorer. Sarah Harding smelled the familiar sour odor of rotting flesh and excrement that always marked a carnivore nesting site. In the afternoon heat, it was faintly nauseating. Flies buzzed in the still air. Harding took one of the rifles, slung it over her shoulder. She looked at the 3 men. They were all standing very still, tense, not moving. Malcolm's face was pale, particularly around the lips. It reminded her of the time that Kaufman, her old professor, had visited her in Africa. Kaufman was one of those hard-drinking Hemingway types, with lots of affairs at home, and lots of tales of his adventures with the orangs in Sumatra, the ring-tailed lemurs in Madagascar. So she took him with her to a kill site in the savannah, and he promptly passed out. He weighed more than 200 pounds, and she had to drag him out by the collar while the lions circled and snarled at her. It had been a good lesson for her. Now she leaned close to the 3 men and whispered, "If you've got any qualms about this, don't go. Just wait here. I don't want to worry about you. I can do this myself." She started off. "Are you sure?" "Yes. Now keep quiet." She moved directly toward the clearing. Malcolm and the others hurried to catch up with her. She pushed aside the palm fronds and stepped out into the open. The tyrannosaurs were gone, and the mud cone was deserted. Over to the right, she saw a shoe with a bit of torn flesh sticking out above the ragged sock. That was all there was left of Basilton. From within the nest, she heard a plaintive, high-pitched squeal. Harding climbed up the mud bank, with Malcolm struggling to follow. She saw 2 infant tyrannosaurs there, mewling. Nearby were 3 large eggs. They saw heavy footprints all around in the mud. "They took one of the eggs," Malcolm said. "Damn." You didn't want anything to disrupt your little ecosystem? Malcolm smiled crookedly. Yeah, I was hoping. Too bad, she said, and moved quickly around the edge of the pit. She bent over, looking at the baby tyrannosaurs. One of the babies was cowering, its downy neck pulled into its body. But the second one behaved very differently. It did not move as they approached, but remained lying sprawled on its side, breathing shallowly, eyes glazed. This one's been hurt, she said. Levine was standing in the high hide. He pressed the headset to his ear and spoke into the microphone near his cheek. I need a description, he said. Thorne said, There's 2 of them, roughly 2 feet long, weighing maybe 40 pounds. About the size of small cassowary birds. Large eyes, short snouts, pale brown color, and there's a ring of down around the necks. Can they stand? If they can, not very well. They're kind of flopping around, squeaking a lot. Then they're infants, Levine said, nodding. Probably only a few days old. Never been out of the nest. I'd be very careful. Why is that? With offspring that young, Levine said, the parents won't leave them for long. Harding moved closer to the injured infant. Still mewling, the baby tried to crawl toward her, dragging its body awkwardly. One leg was bent at an odd angle. I think the left leg's hurt. Eddie came closer, standing alongside her to see. Is it broken? Yeah, probably, but... Hey, Eddie said. The baby lunged forward and clamped its jaws around the ankle of his boot. He pulled his foot away, dragging the baby, which held its grip tightly. Hey! Let go! Eddie lifted his leg up, shook it back and forth, but the baby refused to let go. He pulled for a moment longer, then stopped. Now the baby just lay there on the ground, breathing shallowly, jaws still locked around Eddie's boot. Geez, Eddie said. Aggressive little guy, isn't he? Sarah said. Right from birth. Eddie looked down at the tiny, razor-sharp jaws. They hadn't penetrated the leather. The baby held on firmly. With the butt of his rifle, he poked the infant's head a couple of times. It had no effect at all. The baby lay on the ground, breathing shallowly. Its big eyes blinked slowly as they stared up at Eddie, but it did not release its grip. They heard the distant roars of the parents somewhere to the north. Let's get out of here, Malcolm said. We've seen what we came here to see. We've got to find where Dodgson went. Thorne said, I think I saw a track up the trail. It might have gone off there. We better have a look. They all started back to the car. Wait a minute, Eddie said, looking down at his foot. What am I going to do about the baby? Shoot it, Malcolm said, over his shoulder. You mean kill it? Sarah said, It's got a broken leg, Eddie. It's going to die anyway. Yeah, but, Thorne called, we're going back up the trail, Eddie, and if we don't find Dodgson, we'll take the ridge road going toward the laboratory. Then down to the trailer again. Okay, Doc. I'm right behind you. Eddie lifted his rifle, turned it in his hands. Do it now, Sarah said, climbing into the Explorer. Because you don't want to be here when Mama and Papa get back. Gambler's Ruin. Driving up the trail, Malcolm stared at the dashboard monitor as the image flicked from one camera view to another. He was looking for Dodgson and the rest of his party. Over the radio, Levine said, How bad was it? They took 1 egg, Malcolm said, and we had to shoot one of the babies. So, a loss of 2. Out of a total hatching brood of what, 6? That's right. Frankly, I'd say it's a minor matter, Levine said, as long as you stop those people from doing anything more. We're looking for them now, Malcolm said morosely. Harding said, it was bound to happen, Ian. You know you can't expect to observe the animals without changing anything. It's a scientific impossibility." "Of course it is," Malcolm said. "That's the greatest single scientific discovery of the 20th century. You can't study anything without changing it." Since Galileo, scientists had adopted the view that they were objective observers of the natural world. That was implicit in every aspect of their behavior, even the way they wrote scientific papers, saying things like, "It was observed," as if nobody had observed it. For 300 years, that impersonal quality was the hallmark of science. Science was objective, and the observer had no influence on the results he or she described. This objectivity made science different from the humanities, or from religion, fields where the observer's point of view was integral, where the observer was inextricably mixed up in the results observed. But in the 20th century, that difference had vanished. Scientific objectivity was gone, even at the most fundamental levels. Physicists now knew you couldn't even measure a single subatomic particle without affecting it totally. If you stuck your instruments in to measure a particle's position, you changed its velocity. If you measured its velocity, you changed its position. That basic truth became the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, that whatever you studied, you also changed. In the end, it became clear that all scientists were participants in a participatory universe which did not allow anyone to be a mere observer. "I know objectivity is impossible," Malcolm said impatiently. "I'm not concerned about that." "Then what are you concerned about?" "I'm concerned about the gambler's ruin," Malcolm said, staring at the monitor. Gambler's ruin was a notorious and much debated statistical phenomenon that had major consequences both for evolution and for everyday life. "Let's say you're a gambler," he said, "and you're playing a coin toss game. Every time the coin comes up heads, you win $1. Every time it comes up tails, you lose $1. Okay. What happens over time?" Harding shrugged. "The chances of getting either heads or tails is even. So maybe you win, maybe you lose. But in the end, you'll come out at 0. "Unfortunately, you don't," Malcolm said. "If you gamble long enough, you'll always lose. The gambler is always ruined. That's why casinos stay in business. But the question is, what happens over time? What happens in the period before the gambler is finally ruined?" "Okay," she said. "What happens?" "If you chart the gambler's fortunes over time, what you find is the gambler wins for a period or loses for a period. In other words, everything in the world goes in streaks. It's a real phenomenon, and you see it everywhere. In weather, in river flooding, in baseball, in heart rhythms, in stock markets. Once things go bad, they tend to stay bad. Like the old folks saying that bad things come in threes. Complexity theory tells us the folk wisdom is right. Bad things cluster. Things go to hell together. That's the real world." "So what are you saying? That things are going to hell now?" "They could be, thanks to Dodgson," Malcolm said, frowning at the monitor. "What happened to those bastards anyway?" King. There was a buzzing, like the sound of a distant bee. Howard King was dimly aware of it as he came slowly back to consciousness. He opened his eyes and saw the windshield of a car and the branches of trees beyond. The buzzing was louder. King didn't know where he was. He couldn't remember how he got here, what had happened. He felt pain in his shoulders and at his hips. His forehead throbbed. He tried to remember, but the pain distracted him, prevented him from thinking clearly. The last thing he remembered was the tyrannosaur in front of him on the road. That was the last thing. Then Dodgson had looked back and— King turned his head and cried out as sudden, sharp pain ran up his neck to his skull. The pain made him gasp, took his breath away. He closed his eyes, wincing. Then he slowly opened them again. Dodgson was not in the car. The driver's door hung wide open, a dappled shadow across the door panel. The keys were still in the ignition. Dodgson was gone. There was a streak of blood across the top of the steering wheel. The black box was on the floor by the gear shift. The open driver's door creaked a little, moved a little. In the distance, King heard the buzzing again, like a giant bee. It was a mechanical sound, he now realized. Something mechanical. It made him think of the boat. How long would the boat wait at the river? What time was it anyway? He looked at his watch. The crystal was smashed, the hands fixed at 1:54. He heard the buzzing again. It was coming closer. With an effort, King pushed himself away from the seat, toward the dashboard. Streaks of electric pain shot up his spine, but quickly subsided. He took a deep breath. "I'm all right," he thought. "At least, I'm still here." King looked at the open driver's door in the sunlight. The sun was still high. It must still be sometime in the afternoon. When was the boat leaving? 4 o'clock? 5 o'clock? He couldn't remember anymore. But he was certain that those Spanish fishermen wouldn't hang around once it started to get dark. They'd leave the island. And Howard King wanted to be on the boat when they did. It was the only thing he wanted in the world. Wincing, he raised himself up and painfully slid over to the driver's seat. He settled himself in, took a deep breath, and then leaned over and looked out the open door. The car was hanging over empty space, supported by trees. He saw a steep jungle hillside falling away beneath him. It was dark beneath the canopy of trees. He felt dizzy just looking down. The ground must be 20 or 30 feet below him. He saw scattered green ferns and a few dark boulders. He twisted his body to look more. And then he saw him. Dodgson lay on his back, head downward on the slope of the hill. His body was crumpled, arms and legs thrown out in awkward positions. He was not moving. King couldn't see him very well in the dense foliage on the hillside, but Dodgson looked dead. The buzzing was suddenly very loud, building rapidly, and King looked forward and saw, through the foliage that blocked the windshield, a car driving by, not 10 yards away. A car. And then the car was gone. From the sound of it, he thought, it was an electric car. So it must be Malcolm. Howard King was somehow encouraged by the thought that other people were on this island. He felt new strength despite the pain in his body. He reached forward and turned the key in the ignition. The engine rumbled. He put the car in gear and gently stepped on the accelerator. The rear wheels spun. He engaged the front wheel drive. At once the Jeep rumbled forward, lurching through the branches. A moment later, he was out on the road. He remembered this road now. To the right, it led down to the Tyrannosaurus nest. Malcolm's car had gone to the left. King turned left and headed up the road. He was trying to remember how to get back to the river, back to the boat. He vaguely recalled that there was a Y fork in the road at the top of the hill. He would take that fork, he decided, drive down the hill, and get the hell off this island. That was his only goal. To get off this island before it was too late. Bad news. The explorer came to the top of the hill, and Thorne drove onto the ridge road. The road curved back and forth, cut into the rock face of the cliff. In many places the drop-off was precipitous, but they had views over the entire island. Eventually they came to a place where they could look over the valley. They could see the high hide off to the left, and closer by, the clearing with the 2 trailers. Off to the right was the laboratory complex, and the worker complex beyond. "I don't see Dodgson anywhere," Malcolm said unhappily. "Where could he have gone?" Thorne pushed the radio button. "Arby?" "Yes, Doc." "Do you see them?" "No, but—" He hesitated. "What?" "Don't you want to come back here now? It's pretty amazing." "What is?" Thorne said. "Eddie," Arby said. "He just got back. And he brought the baby with him." Malcolm leaned forward. "He did what?" Fifth configuration. At the edge of chaos, unexpected outcomes occur. The risk to survival is severe. Ian Malcolm. Baby. In the trailer, they were clustered around the table where the baby Tyrannosaurus Rex now lay unconscious on a stainless steel pan, his large eyes closed, his snout pushed into the clear plastic oval of an oxygen mask. The mask almost fitted the baby's blunt snout. The oxygen hissed softly. "I couldn't just leave him," Eddie said. "And I figured we can fix his leg." "But Eddie," Malcolm said, shaking his head. "So I shot him full of morphine from the first aid kit and brought him back. You see? The oxygen mask almost fits him." "Eddie," Malcolm said, "this was the wrong thing to do." "Why? He's okay. We just fix him and take him back." "But you're interfering with the system," Malcolm said. The radio clicked. "This is extremely unwise," Levine said over the radio. "Extremely." "Thank you, Richard," Thorne said. "I am entirely opposed to bringing any animal back to the trailer." "Too late to worry about that now," Sarah Harding said. She had moved forward alongside the baby and began strapping cardiac leads to the animal's chest. They heard the thump of the heartbeat. It was very fast, over 150 beats a minute. "How much morphine did you give him?" "Gee," Eddie said. "I just, the whole syringe." "What is that? 10 cc's? "I think. Maybe 20. Malcolm looked at Harding. "How long before it wears off?" "I have no idea," she said. "I've sedated lions and jackals in the field when I tagged them. With those animals, there's a rough correlation between dose and body weight. But with young animals, it's unpredictable. Maybe a few minutes, maybe a few hours. And I don't know a thing about baby tyrannosaurs. Basically, it's a function of metabolism, and this one seems to be rapid, bird-like. The heart's pumping very fast. All I can say is, let's get him out of here as quickly as possible." Harding picked up the small ultrasound transducer and held it to the baby's leg. She looked over her shoulder at the monitor. Kelly and Arby were blocking the view. "Please, give us a little room here," she said, and they moved away. "We don't have much time. Please." As they moved away, Sarah saw the green and white outlines of the leg and its bones. Surprisingly like a large bird, she thought. A vulture or a stork. She moved the transducer. Okay. There's the metatarsals. And there's the tibia and fibula, the 2 bones of the lower leg. Arby said, "Why are the bones different shades like that?" The legs had some dense white sections within paler green outlines. "Because it's an infant," Harding said. "His legs are still mostly cartilage, with very little calcified bone. I'd guess this baby probably can't walk yet. At least, not very well. There. Look at the patella. You can see the blood supply to the joint capsule. How come you know all this anatomy? Kelly said. I have to. I spent a lot of time looking through the scat of predators, she said, examining pieces of bones that are left behind and figuring out which animals have been eaten. To do that, you have to know comparative anatomy very well. She moved the transducer along the baby's leg. And my father was a vet. Malcolm looked up sharply. Your father was a vet? Yes, at the San Diego Zoo. He was a bird specialist. But I don't see... Can you magnify this? Arby flicked a switch. The image doubled in size. Ah, okay. All right, there it is. You see it? No. It's mid-fibula. See it? A thin black line. That's a fracture, just above the epiphysis. That little black line there? Arby said. That little black line means death for this infant, Sarah said. The fibula won't heal straight, so the ankle joint can't pivot when he stands on his hind feet. The baby won't be able to run and probably can't even walk. It'll be crippled, and a predator will pick it off before it gets more than a few weeks old. Eddie said, but we can set it. Okay, Sarah said. What were you going to use for a cast? Diesterase, Eddie said. I brought 1 kilo of it in 100 cc tubes. I packed lots for glue. The stuff's polymer resin. It solidifies hard as steel. Great, Harding said. That'll kill him too. It will? He's growing, Eddie. In a few weeks he'll be much larger. We need something that's rigid but biodegradable, she said. Something that will wear off or break off in 3 to 5 weeks when his leg's healed. What have you got? Eddie frowned. I don't know. Well, we haven't got much time, Harding said. Eddie said, Doc, this is like one of your famous test questions. How to make a dinosaur cast with only Q-tips and superglue. I know, Thorne said. The irony of the situation was not lost on him. He had given problems such as these to his engineering students for 3 decades. Now he was faced with one himself. Eddie said, maybe we could degrade the resin. Mix it with something like table sugar. Thorne shook his head. Hydroxy groups in the sucrose will make the resin friable. It'll harden okay, but it'll shatter like glass as soon as the animal moves. What if we mix it with cloth that's been soaked in sugar? You mean to get bacteria to decay the cloth? Yeah. And then the cast breaks? Yeah. Thorne shrugged. That might work, he said. But without testing, we can't know how long the cast will last. Might be a few days, it might be a few months. That's too long, Sarah said. This animal is growing rapidly. If growth is constricted, it'll end up being crippled by the cast. What we need, Eddie said, is an organic resin that will form a decaying binder. Like a gum of some kind. Chewing gum? Arby said. Because I have plenty of... No, I was thinking of a different kind of gum. Chemically speaking, the diesterase resin... We'll never solve it chemically, Thorne said. We don't have the supplies. What else can we do? There's no choice, but... What if you make something that's different in different directions, Arby said. Strong one way and weak in another. You can't, Eddie said. It's a homogeneous resin. It's all the same stuff. Goopy glue that turns rock hard when it dries and... No. Wait a minute, Thorne said, turning to the boy. What do you mean, Arby? Well, Arby said, Sarah said the leg is growing. That means it's going to grow longer, which doesn't matter for a cast, and wider, which does, because it'll start to squeeze the leg. But if you made it weak in the diameter... He's right, Thorne said. We can solve it structurally. How? Eddie said. Just build in a split line. Maybe using aluminum foil. We have some for cooking. That'd be much too weak, Eddie said. Not if we coat it with a layer of resin. Thorne turned to Sarah. What we can do is make a cast that is very strong for vertical stresses, but weak for lateral stresses. It's a simple engineering problem. The baby can walk around on its cuff and everything is fine as long as the stresses are vertical. But when its leg grows, it will pop the split line open and the cuff will fall away. Yes, Arby said, nodding. Is that hard to do? She said. No. It should be pretty easy. You just build a cuff of aluminum foil and coat it with resin. Eddie said, and what'll hold the cuff together while you coat it? How about chewing gum? Arby said. You got it, Thorne said, smiling. At that moment, the baby Rex stirred, its legs twitching. It raised its head, the oxygen mask dropping away, and gave a low, weak squeak. Quickly, Sarah said, grabbing the head. More morphine. Malcolm had a syringe ready. He jabbed it into the animal's neck. Just 5 cc's now, Sarah said. What's wrong with more? Keep him out longer. He's in shock from the injury, Ian. You can kill him with too much morphine. You'll put him into respiratory arrest. His adrenal glands are probably stressed too. If he even has adrenals, Malcolm said. Does a Tyrannosaurus Rex have hormones at all? The truth is, we don't know anything about these animals. The radio clicked, and Levine said, Speak for yourself, Ian. In point of fact, I suspect we will find that dinosaurs have hormones. There are compelling reasons to imagine they do. As long as you have gone to the misguided trouble of taking the baby, you might draw some tubes of blood. Meanwhile, Doc, could you pick up the phone? Malcolm sighed. That guy, he said, is starting to get on my nerves. Thorne moved down the trailer to the communications module near the front. Levine's request was odd. There was a perfectly good system of microphones throughout the trailer. But Levine knew that. He had designed the system himself. Thorne picked up the phone. Yes? Doc, Levine said, I'll get right to the point. Bringing the baby to the trailer was a mistake. It's asking for trouble. What sort of trouble? We don't know, is the point. And I don't want to alarm anybody. But why don't you bring the kids out to the high hide for a while? And why don't you and Eddie come too? You're telling me to get the hell out of here. You really think it's necessary? In a word, Levine said, yes, I do. As the morphine was injected into the baby, he gave a sighing wheeze and collapsed back onto the steel pan. Sarah adjusted the oxygen mask around his face. She glanced back at the monitor, checking the heart rate, but once again Arby and Kelly were blocking her view. Kids, please. Thorne stepped forward, clapped his hands. Okay, kids. Field trip. Let's get moving. Arby said, Now? But we want to watch the baby. No, Thorne said. Dr. Malcolm and Dr. Harding need room to work. This is the time for a field trip to the high hide. We can watch the dinosaurs for the rest of the afternoon. But, Doc, don't argue. We're just in the way here and we're going, Thorne said. Eddie, you come too. Leave these 2 lovebirds to do their work. In a few moments, they left. The trailer door slammed shut behind them. Sarah Harding heard the soft whir of the Explorer as it drove away. Bent over the baby, adjusting the oxygen mask, she said, Lovebirds? Malcolm shrugged. Levine. Was this Levine's idea? Clearing everybody out? Probably. Does he know something we don't? Malcolm laughed. I'm sure he thinks he does. Well, let's start the cast, she said. I want to get it done quickly and take this baby home again. The high hide. The sun had disappeared behind low-hanging clouds by the time they reached the high hide. The entire valley was bathed in a soft, reddish glow as Eddie parked the Explorer beneath the aluminum scaffolding, and they all climbed up to the little shelter above. Levine was there, binoculars to his eyes. He did not seem glad to see them. "Stop moving around so much," he said irritably. From the shelter, they had a magnificent view over the valley. Somewhere in the north, thunder rumbled. The air was cooling and felt electric. "Is there going to be a storm?" Kelly asked. "Looks like it," Thorne said. Arby glanced doubtfully at the metal roof of the shelter. "How long are we staying out here?" "For a while," Thorne said. "This is our only day here. The helicopters are taking us away tomorrow morning. I thought you kids deserved a chance to see the dinosaurs in the field one more time." Arby squinted at him. "What's the real reason?" "I know," Kelly said in a worldly tone. "Yeah? What?" "Dr. Malcolm wants to be alone with Sarah, stupid." "Why?" "They're old friends," Kelly said. "So? We were just going to watch." "No," Kelly said. "I mean, they're old friends." "I know what you're talking about," Arby said. "I'm not stupid, you know." "Knock it off," Levine said, staring through the binoculars. "You're missing the interesting stuff." "What's that?" "Those triceratops down at the river. Something's bothering them." The triceratops herd had been drinking peacefully from the river, but now they were beginning to make noise. For such huge animals, their vocalizations were incongruously high-pitched. They sounded more like yelping dogs. Arby turned to look. "There's something in the trees," he said, "across the river." There was some hint of dark movement beneath the trees. The triceratops herd shifted and began backing toward each other until they formed a sort of rosette, with their curved horns facing outward against the unseen menace. The solitary baby was in the center, yelping in fear. One of the animals, presumably its mother, turned and nuzzled it. Afterward, the baby was silent. "I see them," Kelly said, staring at the trees. "They're raptors. Over there." The triceratops herd faced the raptors, the adults barking as they swung their sharp horns up and down. They created a kind of barrier of moving spikes. There was an unmistakable sense of coordination, of group defense against predators. Levine was smiling happily. "There's never been any evidence for this," he said, suddenly cheerful. "In fact, most paleontologists don't believe it happens." "Don't believe what happens?" Arby said. "This kind of group defensive behavior. Especially with trikes. They look a bit like rhinos, so they've been assumed to be solitary like rhinos. But now we will see." "Ah. Yes." From beneath the trees, a single velociraptor hopped out into view. It moved quickly on its hind legs, balancing with a stiff tail. The triceratops herd barked noisily at the appearance of the raptor. The other raptors remained hidden beneath the trees. The solitary velociraptor in full view moved in a slow semicircle around the herd, entering the water on the far side. It crossed, swimming easily, and came out on the other bank. It was now about 50 yards upstream from the barking triceratops herd, which wheeled to present a united front. All their attention was focused on the single velociraptor. Slowly, other raptors began to slink out of their hiding place. They moved low, bodies hidden in the tall grass. "Geez," Arby said. "They're hunting." "In a pack," Levine said, nodding. He picked up a bit of candy bar wrapper from the floor of the shelter and dropped it, watching it flutter off in the wind. "The main pack is downwind, so the trikes can't smell them." He raised the binoculars to his eyes again. "I think," he said, "that we're about to see a kill." They watched as the raptors closed in around the herd. And then suddenly, lightning cracked on the island rim, brilliantly lighting the valley floor. One of the stalking raptors stood up in surprise. Its head was briefly visible above the grass. Immediately, the Triceratops herd wheeled again, regrouping to face the new menace. All the raptors stopped, as if to reconsider their plan. "What happened?" Arby said. "Why are they stopping?" "They're in trouble." "Why?" "Look at them. The main pack is still across the river. They're too far away to mount an attack." "You mean they're giving up? Already?" "Looks like it," Levine said. One by one, the raptors in the grass raised their heads, making their positions known. As each new predator appeared, the Triceratops barked loudly. The raptors seemed to know the situation was hopeless. They slunk away, moving back toward the trees. Seeing them retreat, the Triceratops barked even louder. And then the single raptor by the water's edge charged. It moved incredibly fast, astonishingly fast, streaking like a cheetah across the 50 yards that separated it from the herd. The adult Triceratops had no time to reform. The baby was exposed. It squealed in fright as it saw the approaching animal. The velociraptor leapt into the air, raising both its hind legs. Lightning cracked again, and in the brilliant light they saw the twin curved claws high in the air. At the last moment, the nearest adult turned, swiveling its big horned head with the wide bony crest, and it knocked the raptor a glancing blow, sending the animal sprawling on the muddy bank. Immediately the adult Triceratops charged forward, its head high. When it reached the raptor, it stopped abruptly and swung its big head down, lowering its horns toward the fallen animal. But the raptor was quick. Hissing, it leapt to its feet, and the Triceratops' horns slashed harmlessly into the mud. The raptor spun sideways and kicked the adult on the snout, drawing blood with its big curved claw. The adult bellowed, but by then 2 other adults were charging forward, while the others remained behind with the baby. The raptor scrambled away, back into the grass. "Wow," Arby said. "That was something." The herd. King gave a long sigh of relief as he came to the Y fork in the road and drove the red Jeep left, coming onto a wide dirt road. He recognized it at once. This was the ridge road that led back to the boat. As he looked off to his left, he could see down across the East Valley. The boat was still there. All right. He gave a shout and accelerated sharply, relief flooding through him. On the deck, he could see the Spanish fishermen staring up at the sky. Despite the threatening storm, they didn't seem to be preparing to leave. Probably they were waiting for Dodgson. Well, he thought, that was fine. King would be there in a few minutes. After working his way through dense jungle, he could finally see exactly where he was. The ridge road was high, following the crest of one of the volcanic spines. There was almost no foliage up here, and as the road twisted and turned, he had views across the entire island. To the east, he could look down into the ravine and the boat at the shore. To the west, he could look straight across at the laboratory and Malcolm's twin trailers parked near the far edge of the clearing. They never did find out what the hell Malcolm was doing here, he thought. Not that it mattered now. King was getting off the island. That was the only thing that mattered. He could almost feel the deck beneath his feet. Maybe one of the fishermen would even have a beer. A nice cold beer, while they chugged down the river and pulled out of this damn island. He'd toast Dodgson, is what he'd do. Maybe, he thought, I'll have 2 beers. King came around a curve and saw a herd of animals standing thickly in the road. They were some kind of green dinosaurs, about 4 feet tall, with big domed heads and a bunch of little horns. They reminded him of green water buffalo. but there were a lot of them. He braked sharply. The car swerved to a stop. The green dinosaurs looked at his car, but they did not move. The herd just stood there in a lazy, contented way. King waited, drumming his fingers on the steering wheel. When nothing happened, he honked the horn and flashed his headlights. The animals just stared. They were funny-looking creatures, with that smooth, bulging curve on the forehead and all those little horns around it. They just stared at him with a stupid, cow-like look. He slipped the car into gear and edged it forward slowly, expecting that he could push his way through the animals. They didn't move aside. Finally, his front bumper nudged the nearest animal, which grunted, took a couple of steps back, lowered its head, and butted the front of the car, hard, with a metallic clang. Christ, he thought. It could puncture the radiator if he wasn't careful. He stopped the car again and waited, the motor idling. The animals settled down again. Several of them lay down on the road. He couldn't drive over them. He looked ahead toward the river and saw the boat, not more than a quarter of a mile away. He hadn't realized it was so near. As he watched, he realized that the fishermen were very busy on the deck. They were swinging the crane back, lashing it down. They were getting ready to leave. The hell with waiting, he thought. He opened the door and climbed out, leaving the car in the center of the road. Immediately, the animals jumped to their feet, and the nearest one charged him. He had the door open. The animal smashed into it, slamming it shut, leaving a deep dent in the metal. King scrambled toward the edge of the hill, only to find he was at the top of a steep vertical descent of more than 100 feet. He'd never make it down, at least not here. Farther along, the slope was not so steep. But now more animals were charging him. He had no choice. He ran around the back of the car, just as another animal smashed into the rear taillight, shattering the plastic. A third animal charged the back of the car directly. King scrambled up onto the spare tire as the animal slammed into the bumper. The jolt knocked him off, and he fell to the ground, rolling, while the buffaloes snorted all around him. He got to his feet and ran to the opposite side of the road, where there was a slight rise. He scrambled up it, moving into foliage. The animals did not pursue him. Not that it did him any good. Now he was on the wrong side of the road. Somehow, he had to get back to the other side. He climbed to the top of the rise and started down, swearing to himself. He decided to work his way forward 100 yards or so until he was beyond the butting animals and then cross the road. If he could do that, then he could get to the boat. Almost immediately, he was surrounded by dense jungle. He tripped, tumbled down a muddy slope, and when he got to his feet was no longer sure which way to go. He was at the bottom of a ravine, and the palm trees were 10 feet tall and very thick. He couldn't see more than a few feet in any direction. In a moment of panic, he realized he didn't know which way to go. He pushed forward through the wet leaves, hoping to get his bearings back. The kids were still peering over the railing, looking at the departing raptors. Thorne pulled Levine to one side and said quietly, "Why did you want us to come here?" "Just precaution," Levine said. "Bringing the infant to the trailer is asking for trouble." "What sort of trouble?" Levine shrugged. "We don't know is the point. But in general, parents don't like it when their babies are taken away. And that baby has some very big parents." From the other side of the shelter, Arby said, "Look! Look!" "What is it?" Levine said. "It's a man." Gasping for breath, King emerged from the jungle and walked out onto the plain. At last he could see where he was. He paused, soaked and muddy, to get his bearings. He was disappointed to find that he was nowhere near the boat. In fact, he still seemed to be on the wrong side of the road. He was facing a broad, grassy plain with a river coursing through it. The plain was mostly deserted, although there were several dinosaurs farther down the banks. They were the horned ones, Triceratops, and they looked a little agitated. The big adults were raising their heads up and down, making barking sounds. Obviously, he would have to follow the river until it brought him to the boat. But he'd have to be careful getting past these Triceratops. He reached in his pocket and pulled out a candy bar. He ripped the wrapping while he watched the Triceratops, wishing they would go away. How long would it take him to reach the boat? That was the only question on his mind. He decided to move, Triceratops or not. He began walking through the tall grass. Then he heard a reptilian hiss. It was coming from the grass, somewhere to his left. And he noticed a smell, a peculiar rotten smell. He paused, waiting. The candy bar didn't taste so good anymore. Then behind him he heard splashing. It was coming from the river. King turned to look. "It's one of those men from the Jeep," Arby said, standing in the high hide. "But why is he waiting?" From their vantage point, they could see the dark shapes of the raptors moving through the grass on the other side of the river. Now 2 of the raptors came forward, splashing in the water, moving toward the man. "Oh no," Arby said. King saw 2 dark, striped lizards moving across the river. They walked on their hind legs with a sort of hopping motion. Their bodies were reflected in the flowing water of the river. They snapped their long jaws and hissed menacingly at King. He glanced upstream and saw another lizard crossing, and another beyond that. Those other animals were already deep in the water and had begun to swim. Howard King backed away from the river, moving deeper into the tall grass. Then he turned and ran. He was chest deep in grass and running hard, gasping for breath, when suddenly another lizard head rose up in front of him, hissing and snarling. He dodged, changed direction, but suddenly the nearest lizard leapt in the air. It jumped so high its body cleared the grass. He could see the entire animal flying through the air, its 2 hind legs raised to pounce. He glimpsed curved, dagger-like claws. King turned again, and the lizard shrieked as it landed on the ground behind him and tumbled away in the grass. King ran on. He was energized by pure fear. Behind him he heard the lizard snarling. He ran hard. Ahead was another 20 yards of grassy clearing, and then the jungle began again. He saw trees, big trees. He could climb one and get away. Off to the left he saw another lizard moving diagonally across the clearing toward him. King could only see the head above the grass. The lizard seemed to be moving incredibly fast. He thought, "I'm not going to make it." But he would try. Panting, lungs searing, he sprinted for the trees. Only 10 more yards now. His arms pumped, his legs churned. His breath came in ragged gasps. And then something heavy struck him from behind, forcing him to the ground, and he felt searing pain down his back, and he knew it was the claws. They dug into the flesh of his back as he was knocked down. He hit the dirt hard and tried to roll, but the animal on his back held on. He could not move. He was pinned down on his stomach, hearing the animal snarl behind him. The pain in his back was excruciating, dizzying. And then he felt the animal's hot breath on the back of his neck, and he heard the snorting breath, and his terror was extreme. Then suddenly, a kind of lassitude, a deep and welcome sleepiness took him. Everything became slow. As if in a dream, he could see all the blades of grass in the ground in front of his face. He saw them with a kind of languid intensity, and he almost did not mind the sharp pain on his neck, and he almost did not care that his neck was within the animal's hot jaws. It seemed to be happening to someone else. He was many miles away, He had a moment of surprise when he felt the bones of his neck crunching loudly. And then blackness. Nothing. "Don't look," Thorne said, turning Arby away from the railing in the high hide. He drew the boy toward his chest, but Arby impatiently pushed away again to watch what was happening. Thorne reached for Kelly, but she stepped away from him and stared out at the plain. "Don't look," Thorne kept saying. "Don't look." The kids watched, in silence. Levine focused his binoculars on the kill. There were now 5 raptors snarling around the man's body, tearing viciously at the carcass. As he watched, one of the raptors jerked its head up, tearing away a piece of blood-soaked shirt, the ragged edge of the collar. Another was shaking the man's severed head in its jaws before finally dropping it on the ground. Thunder rumbled and lightning flashed in the distant sky. It was growing dark and Levine was having difficulty seeing exactly what was happening. But it was clear that whatever hierarchical organization they had adopted for hunting was abandoned for a kill. Here it was every animal for itself. The frenzied raptors hopped and ducked their heads as they tore the body to pieces, and there was plenty of nipping and fighting among themselves. One animal came up with something brown hanging from its jaws. The animal got an odd expression on its face as it chewed. Then it turned away from the rest of the pack and held the brown object carefully in its forearms. In the growing darkness, it took Levine a moment to recognize what it was doing. It was eating a candy bar, and it seemed to be enjoying it. The raptor turned back and buried its long nose in the bloody carcass again. From across the plain, other raptors were racing to join the feast, half running, half bounding in great forward leaps. Snarling and furious, they threw themselves into the fray. Levine lowered his glasses and looked at the 2 kids. They were staring silently and calmly at the kill. Dodgson. Dodgson was awakened by a noisy chittering, like the sound of 100 tiny birds. It seemed to be coming from all around him. Slowly, he realized that he was lying on his back, on damp, sloping ground. He tried to move, but his body felt painful and heavy. Some sort of weight pressed down on his legs, his stomach, his arms. The weight on his chest made it difficult to breathe. And he was sleepy, incredibly sleepy. He wanted nothing more in all the world than to go back to sleep. Dodgson started to drift off to unconsciousness, but something was pulling at his hand, tugging at his fingers one by one, as if pulling him back to consciousness. Slowly, slowly pulling him back. Dodgson opened his eyes. There was a little green dinosaur standing beside his hand. It leaned over and bit his finger in its tiny jaws, tugging at the flesh. His fingers were bleeding. Ragged chunks of flesh had already been bitten away. He pulled his hand away in surprise, and suddenly the chittering grew louder. He turned and saw that he was surrounded by these little dinosaurs. They were standing on his chest and legs as well. They were the size of chickens, and they pecked at him like chickens, quick darting bites on his stomach, his thighs, his crotch. Revolted, Dodgson jumped to his feet, scattering the lizards, which hopped away, chirping in annoyance. The little animals moved a few feet away, then stopped. They turned back and stared at him, showing no sign of fear. On the contrary, they seemed to be waiting. That was when he realized what they were. They were procompsognathids, compies, scavengers. Christ, he thought. They thought I was dead. He staggered back, almost losing his balance. He felt pain and a wave of dizziness. The little animals chittered, watched his every move. "Go on," he said, waving his hand. Get out of here." They did not leave. They stood there, cocking their heads to one side quizzically, and waited. He bent his head, stared down at himself. His shirt, his trousers were torn in 100 places. Blood dribbled from 100 tiny wounds down his clothes. He felt a wave of dizziness and put his hands on his knees. He took a deep breath and watched his blood drip onto the leaf-strewn ground. Christ, he thought. He took another deep breath. When he did not move, the animals began to inch forward. He stood up and they backed away. But a moment later, they began to come forward again. One came close. Dodgson kicked it viciously, sending the little body flying through the air. The animal squealed in alarm, but it landed like a cat, upright and uninjured. The others remained where they were, waiting. He looked around, realized it was getting dark. He looked at his watch. 6:40. There were only a few minutes more of daylight. Beneath the jungle canopy, it was already quite dark. He had to get to safety, and soon. He checked the compass on his watch strap and headed south. He was pretty sure the river was to the south. He had to get back to the boat. He would be safe at the boat. As he started walking, the compies chittered and followed after him. They stayed about 5 or 10 feet behind, making a lot of noise as they hopped and crashed through the low foliage. There were dozens of them, he realized. As darkness descended, their eyes glowed bright green. His body was a mass of pain. Every step hurt. His balance was not good. He was losing blood, and he was very, very sleepy. He would never make it all the way to the river. He would not make it more than another couple of 100 yards. He fell, tripping over a root. He got up slowly, dirt clinging to his blood-soaked clothes. He looked back at the green eyes behind him and forced himself onward. He could go a little farther, he thought. And then, directly ahead, he saw a light through the foliage. Was it the boat? He moved faster, hearing the compies behind him. He pushed through the foliage and then saw a little shed, like a tool shed or a guardhouse made of concrete with a tin roof. It had a square window, and light was shining through the window. He fell again, got to his knees, and crawled the rest of the way to the house. He reached the door, pulled himself up on the doorknob, and opened the door. Inside, the shed was empty. Some pipes came up through the floor. Some time in the past, they had connected to machinery, but the machinery was gone. There were only the rust spots where it had once been bolted to the concrete floor. In a corner of the room was an electric light. It was fitted with a timer so that it came on at night. That was the light he had seen. Did they have electricity on this island? How? He didn't care. He staggered into the room, closed the door firmly behind him, and sank down onto the bare concrete. Through the dirty window panes, he saw the compies outside, banging against the glass, hopping in frustration. But he was safe for the moment. He would have to go on, of course. He would somehow have to get off this fucking island. But not now, he thought. Later. He'd worry about everything later. Dodgson laid his cheek on the damp concrete floor and slept. Trailer. Sarah Harding placed the aluminum foil cuff around the baby's injured leg. The baby was still unconscious, breathing easily, not moving. Its body was relaxed. The oxygen hissed softly. She finished shaping the aluminum foil into a cuff 6 inches long. Using a small brush, she began to paint resin over it to make a cast. "How many raptors are there?" she said. "I couldn't tell for sure when I saw them. I thought 9. I think there's more, Malcolm said. I think 11 or 12 in all. 12, she said, glancing up at him. On this little island? Yes. The resin had a sharp odor, like glue. She brushed it evenly on the aluminum. You know what I'm thinking, she said. Yes, he said. There are too many. Far too many, Ian. She worked steadily. It doesn't make sense. In Africa, active predators like lions are very spread out. There's one lion for every 10 square kilometers. Sometimes every 15 kilometers. That's all the ecology can support. On an island like this, you should have no more than 5 raptors. Hold this. Uh-huh. But don't forget, the prey here is huge. Some of those animals are 20, 30 tons. I'm not convinced that's a factor, Sarah said. But for the sake of argument, let's say it is. I'll double the estimate and give you 10 raptors for the island. But you tell me there are 12. And there are other major predators as well. Like the rexes. Yes, there are. That's too many, she said, shaking her head. The animals are pretty dense here, Malcolm said. Not dense enough, she said. In general, predator studies, whether tigers in India or lions in Africa, all seem to show that you can support 1 predator for every 200 prey animals. That means to support 25 predators here, you need at least 5,000 prey on this island. Do you have anything like that? No. How many animals in total do you think are here? He shrugged. A couple of hundred. Maybe 500 at most. So you're off by an order of magnitude, Ian. Hold this, and I'll get the lamp. She swung the heat lamp over the baby to harden the resin. She adjusted the oxygen mask over the baby's snout. The island can't support all those predators, she said. And yet they're here. He said, what could explain it? She shook her head. There has to be a food source that we don't know about. You mean an artificial source? He said. I don't think there is one. No, she said. Artificial food sources make animals tame. And these animals aren't tame. The only other possibility I can think of is that there's a differential death rate among prey. If they grow very fast or die young, then that might represent a larger food supply than expected. Malcolm said, I've noticed the largest animals seem small. It's as if they don't seem to reach maturity. Maybe they're being killed off early. Maybe, she said. But if there's a differential death rate large enough to support this population, you should see evidence of carcasses and lots of skeletons of dead animals. Have you seen that? Malcolm shook his head. No. In fact, now that you mention it, I haven't seen any skeletons at all. Me neither. She pushed the light away. There's something funny about this island, Ian. I know, Malcolm said. You do? Yes, he said. I've suspected it from the beginning. Thunder rumbled. From the high hide, the plain below them was dark and silent, except for the distant snarling of the raptors. Maybe we should go back, Eddie said anxiously. Why? Levine said. Levine had switched to his night vision glasses, pleased with himself that he had thought to bring them. Through the goggles, the world was shades of pale green. He clearly saw the raptors at the kill site, the tall grass trampled and bloody all around. The carcass was long since finished, though they could still hear the cracking of bones as the animals gnawed on them. I just think, Eddie said, now that it's night, we'd be safer in the trailer. Why? Levine said. Well, it's reinforced, it's strong and very safe. It has everything that we need. I just think we should be there. I mean, you're not planning on staying out here all night, are you? No, Levine said. What do you think I am, a fanatic? Eddie grunted. But let's stay for a while longer, Levine said. Eddie turned to Thorne. Doc, what do you say? It's going to start raining soon. Just a little longer, Thorne said, and then we'll all go back together. There have been dinosaurs on this island for 5 years. Maybe more, Malcolm said. But none have appeared elsewhere. Suddenly, in the last year, carcasses of dead animals are showing up on the beaches of Costa Rica, and according to reports, on islands of the Pacific as well. Carried by currents? Presumably. But the question is, why now? Why all of a sudden, after 5 years? Something has changed, but we don't know. Wait a minute. He moved away from the table, over to the computer console. He turned toward the screen. What are you doing? She said. Arby got us into the old network, he said, and it still has research files from the 80s. He moved the mouse across the screen. We haven't looked at them. He saw the menu come up, showing work files and research files. He began to scroll through screens of text. Years ago, they had trouble with some disease, he said. There were a lot of notes about it in the laboratory. What kind of disease? They didn't know, Malcolm said. In the wild, there are some very slow-acting illnesses, she said. May take 5 or 10 years to show up. Caused by viruses or prions. You know, protein fragments. Like scrapie or mad cow disease. But, Malcolm said, those diseases only come from eating contaminated food. There was a silence. What do you suppose they fed them back then? She asked. Because if I was growing baby dinosaurs, I'd wonder. What do they eat? Milk, I suppose, but... Milk, yes, Malcolm said, reading the screens. First 6 weeks, goat's milk. That's the logical choice, she said. Goat's milk is what they always use in zoos because it's so hypoallergenic. But what about later? Give me a minute here, Malcolm said. Harding held the baby's leg in her hand, waiting for the resin to harden. She looked at the cast, sniffed it. It was still strong-smelling. I hope that's all right, she said. Sometimes if there's a distinctive smell, the animals won't allow infants to return. But maybe this will dissipate after the compound hardens. How long has it been? Malcolm glanced at his watch. 10 minutes. Another 10 minutes and it'll set. She said, I'd like to take this guy back to the nest. Thunder rumbled. They looked out the window at the black night. Probably too late to return him tonight, Malcolm said. He was still typing, peering at the screen. So, what did they feed them? Okay. In the period from 1988 to 1989, the herbivores got a macerated plant matter on a feeding schedule 3 times a day, and the carnivores got... He stopped. What did the carnivores get? Looks like a ground-up extract of animal protein. From what? The usual source is turkey or chicken with some antibiotics added. Sarah, he said. They used sheep extract. No, she said. They wouldn't do that. Yeah, they did. Came from their supplier, who used ground-up sheep. You're kidding, she said. Malcolm said, I'm afraid so. Now let me see if I can find out. A soft alarm sounded. On the wall panel above him, a red light began to flash. A moment later, the exterior lights above the trailer turned on, bathing the grassy clearing around them in bright halogen glare. What's that? Harding said. The sensors. Something set them off. Malcolm moved away from the computer, peered out the window. He saw nothing but tall grass and the dark trees at the perimeter. It was silent, still. Sarah, still intent on the baby, said, "What happened?" "I don't know. I don't see anything." "But something triggered the sensors?" "I guess." "Wind?" "There's no wind," he said. In the high hide, Kelly said, "Hey, look." Thorne turned. From their location in the valley, they could look north to the high cliff behind them and the two trailers above in the grassy clearing. The exterior lights on the trailers had come on. Thorne unclipped the radio at his belt. "Ian? Are you there?" A momentary crackle. "I'm here, Doc." "What's happening?" "I don't know," Malcolm said. "The perimeter lights just turned on. I think the sensor was activated. But we don't see anything out there." Eddie said, "Air's cooling off fast now. Might have been convection currents set it off." Thorne said, "Ian, everything okay?" "Yes, fine. Don't worry." Eddie said, "I always figured we set the sensitivity too high. That's all it is." Levine frowned and said nothing. Sarah finished with the baby and wrapped him in a blanket and gently strapped him down to the table with cloth restraint straps. She came over and stood beside Malcolm. She looked out the window. "What do you think?" Malcolm shrugged. "Eddie says the system's too sensitive." "Is it?" "I don't know. It's never been tested before." He scanned the trees at the edge of the clearing, looking for any movement. Then he thought he heard a snorting sound, almost a growl. It seemed like it was answered from somewhere behind him. He went to look out the other side of the trailer, at the trees on the other side. Malcolm and Harding looked out, straining to see something in the night. Malcolm held his breath, tensely. After a moment, Harding sighed. "I don't see anything, Ian." "No. Me neither. Must be a false alarm." Then he felt the vibration, a deep, resonant thumping in the ground that was carried to them through the floor of the trailer. He glanced at Sarah. Her eyes widened. Malcolm knew what it was. The vibration came again, unmistakably this time. Sarah stared out the window. She whispered, "Ian, I see it." Malcolm turned and joined her. She was pointing out the window toward the nearest trees. "What?" And then he saw the big head emerge from the foliage midway up one tree. The head turned slowly from side to side, as if listening. It was an adult Tyrannosaurus Rex. "Ian," she whispered. "Look. There are two of them." Over to the right, he saw a second animal step from behind the trees. It was larger, the female of the pair. The animals growled, a deep rumble in the night. They emerged slowly from the cover of the trees, stepping into the clearing. They blinked in the harsh light. "Are those the parents?" "I don't know. I think so." He glanced over at the baby. It was still unconscious, breathing steadily, the blanket rising and falling regularly. "What are they doing here?" she said. "I don't know." The animals were still standing at the edge of the clearing, near the cover of the trees. They seemed hesitant, waiting. "Are they looking for the baby?" she said. "Sarah, please." "I'm serious." "That's ridiculous." "Why? They must have tracked it here." The tyrannosaurs raised their heads, lifting their jaws. Then they turned their heads left and right in slow arcs. They repeated the movement, then took a step forward, toward the trailer. "Sarah," he said, "we're miles from the nest. There isn't any way for them to track it." "How do you know?" "Sarah." "You said yourself, we don't know anything about these animals. We don't know anything about their physiology, their biochemistry, their nervous systems, their behavior. And we don't know anything about their sensory equipment either. Yes, but they're predators, Ian. Good sense of vision, good sense of hearing and smell. I assume so, yes. But we don't know what else, Sarah said. What else? Malcolm said. Ian, there are other sensory modalities. Snakes sense infrared. Bats have echolocation. Birds and turtles have magnetosensors. They can detect the Earth's magnetic field, which is how they migrate. Dinosaurs may have other sensory modalities that we can't imagine. Sarah, this is ridiculous. Is it? Then you tell me. What are they doing out there? Outside, near the trees, the tyrannosaurs had become silent. They were no longer growling, but they were still moving their heads back and forth in slow arcs, turning left and right. Malcolm frowned. It looks like they're looking around. Straight into bright lights. No, Ian. They're blinded. As soon as she said it, he realized she was right. But the heads were turning back and forth in that regular way. Then what are they doing? Smelling? No. Heads are high. Nostrils aren't moving. Listening? She nodded. Possibly. Listening to what? Maybe to the baby. He glanced over again. Sarah, the baby is out cold. I know. It isn't making any noise. None that we can hear. She stared at the tyrannosaurs. But they're doing something, Ian. That behavior we're seeing has meaning. We just don't know what it is. From the high hide, Levine stared through his night vision glasses at the clearing. He saw the two tyrannosaurs standing at the edge of the forest. They were moving their heads in an odd, synchronized way. They took a few hesitant steps toward the trailer, lifted their heads, turned right and left, and then seemed finally to make up their minds. The animals moved quickly, almost aggressively across the clearing. Over the radio, they heard Malcolm say, "It's the lights. The lights are drawing them." A moment later, the exterior lights were turned off, and the clearing went black. They all squinted in the darkness. They heard Malcolm say, "That did it." Thorne said to Levine, "What do you see?" "Nothing." "What are they doing?" "They're just standing there." Through the night vision goggles, he saw that the tyrannosaurs had paused, as if confused by this change in light. Even from a distance, he could hear their growls, but they were uneasy. They swung their great heads up and down and snapped their jaws, but they did not move closer. Kelly said, "What is it?" "They're waiting," Levine said, "at least for the moment." Levine had the distinct impression that the tyrannosaurs were unsettled. The trailer must represent a large and fearsome change in their environment. Perhaps they would turn away, he thought, and leave. Despite their enormous size, they were cautious, almost timid animals. They growled again, and then he saw them move forward toward the darkened trailer. "Ian, what do we do?" "Damned if I know," Malcolm whispered. They were crouched down side by side in the passageway, trying to stay out of sight in the windows. The tyrannosaurs moved implacably forward. They could feel each step as a distinct vibration now. 2 10-ton animals moving toward them. "They're coming right at us." "I noticed," he said. The first of the animals reached the trailer, coming so close that the body blocked the entire window. All Malcolm could see was powerfully muscled legs and underbelly. The head was far above them, out of view. Then the second tyrannosaur came up on the opposite side. The two animals began to circle the trailer, growling and snorting. Heavy footsteps shook the floor beneath them. They smelled the pungent predator odor. One of the tyrannosaurs brushed against the side of the trailer, and they heard a scraping sound, scaly flesh on metal. Malcolm felt sudden panic. It was the smell that did it, the smell that he suddenly remembered from before. He began to sweat. He glanced over at Sarah and saw that she was intent, watching the movements of the animals. "This isn't hunting behavior," she whispered. "I don't know," Malcolm said. "Maybe it is. They aren't lions, you know." One of the tyrannosaurs bellowed in the night, a frightening, ear-splitting sound. "Not hunting," she said. "They're searching, Ian." A moment later, the second tyrannosaur bellowed in reply. Then the big head swung down and peered in through the window in front of them. Malcolm ducked down, flattening himself on the trailer floor, and Sarah collapsed on top of him. Her shoe pressed on his ear. "It's going to be fine, Sarah." Outside, they heard the tyrannosaurs snorting and growling. Malcolm whispered, "Would you mind moving?" She edged to one side, and he eased up slowly, peering cautiously over the seat cushions. He had a glimpse of the big eye of the Rex staring in at him. The eye swiveled in the socket. He saw the jaws open and close. The hot breath of the animal fogged the glass. The tyrannosaur's head swung away, moving back from the trailer, and for a moment Malcolm breathed more easily. But then the head swung back and slammed with a heavy thud into the trailer, rocking it hard. "Don't worry, Sarah. The trailer's very strong." She whispered, "I can't tell you how relieved I am." From the opposite side, the other Rex bellowed and struck the trailer with its snout. The suspension creaked with the impact. The two tyrannosaurs now began an alternating, rhythmic pounding of the trailer from either side. Malcolm and Harding were thrown back and forth. Sarah tried to steady herself, but was knocked away at the next impact. The floor tilted crazily under each blow. Lab equipment flew off the tables. Glass shattered. And then, abruptly, the pounding stopped. There was silence. Grunting, Malcolm got up on one knee. He peered out the window and saw the hindquarters of one of the tyrannosaurs as it moved forward. "What do we do?" he whispered. The radio crackled. Thorne said, "Ian, are you there? Ian!" "For God's sake, turn that off," Sarah whispered. Malcolm reached for his belt, whispered, "We're okay," and clicked the radio off. Sarah was crawling on her hands and knees forward through the trailer, into the biology lab. He followed her and saw the big tyrannosaur peering in through the window, at the baby strapped down. The tyrannosaur made a soft grunting sound. Then it paused, looking in the window. It grunted again. "She wants her baby, Ian," Sarah whispered. "Well, God knows," Malcolm said. "It's all right with me." They were huddled on the floor, trying to stay out of sight. "How are we going to get it to her?" "I don't know. Maybe push it out the door?" "I don't want them to step on it," Sarah said. "Who cares?" Malcolm said. The tyrannosaur at the window made a series of soft grunts, followed by a long, menacing growl. It was the big female. "Sarah?" But she was already standing up, facing the tyrannosaur. She immediately began to speak, her voice soft, soothing. "It's okay. It's all right now. The baby is fine. I'm just going to loosen these straps here. You can watch me." The head outside the window was so huge it filled the entire glass frame. Sarah saw the powerful muscles of the neck ripple beneath the skin. The jaws moved slightly. Her hands trembled as she undid the straps. "That's right. Your baby is fine. See, It's just fine. Crouched below at her feet, Malcolm whispered, "What are you doing?" She did not change her soft, soothing tone. "I know it sounds crazy, but it works with lions. Sometimes. There we are. Your baby is free." Sarah unwrapped the blanket and took away the oxygen mask, all the while speaking calmly. "Now, all I have to do," she lifted the baby up in her hands, "is get it to you." Suddenly the female's head swung back and smashed side-on into the glass, which shattered into a white spiderweb with a harsh crack. Sarah couldn't see through it, but she saw a shadow move, and then the second impact broke the glass free. Sarah dropped the baby on the tray and jumped back as the head crashed through and pushed several feet into the trailer. Streams of blood ran down the adult's snout from the shards of glass. But after the initial violence, it stopped and became delicate in its movements. It sniffed the baby, starting at the head, moving slowly down the body. It sniffed the cast, too, and licked it briefly with its tongue. Finally, it rested its lower jaw lightly on the baby's chest. It stayed that way for a long time, not moving. Only the eyes blinked slowly, staring at Sarah. Malcolm, lying on the floor, saw blood dripping over the edge of the counter. He started to get up, but she pushed his head back down with her hand. She whispered, "Shh." "What's happening?" "It's feeling the heartbeat." The tyrannosaur grunted, opened its mouth, and gently gripped the infant between its jaws. Then it moved slowly back, out through the broken glass, carrying the baby outside. It set the baby on the ground, below their vision. It bent over, the head disappearing from view. Malcolm whispered, "Did it wake up? Is the baby awake?" "Shh!" There was a repetitive slurping sound coming from outside the trailer. It was interspersed with soft, guttural growls. Malcolm saw Sarah leaning forward, trying to see out the window. He whispered, "What's happening?" "She's licking him and pushing him with her snout." "And?" "That's all. She just keeps doing it." "What about the baby?" "Nothing. It keeps rolling over like it's dead." "How much morphine did we give him the last time?" "I don't know," he said. "How should I know?" Malcolm remained on the floor, listening to the slurping and the growling. And finally, after what seemed like an eternity, he heard a soft, high-pitched squeak. "He's waking up! Ian! The baby's waking up!" Malcolm crawled up on his knees and looked out the window in time to see the adult carrying the baby in its jaws, walking away toward the perimeter of the clearing. "What's it doing?" "I guess, taking it back." The second adult came into view, following the first. Malcolm and Sarah watched the two tyrannosaurs move away from the trailer across the clearing. Malcolm's shoulders dropped. "That was close," he said. "Yes, that was close." She sighed and wiped blood from her forearm. In the high hide, Thorne pressed the radio button. "Ian! Are you there? Ian!" Kelly said, "Maybe they turned the radio off." A light rain began to fall, pattering on the metal roof of the shed. Levine was staring through his night vision glasses toward the cliff. Lightning flashed, and Thorne said, "Can you see what the animals are doing?" "I can," Eddie said. It looks like they're going away." They all began to cheer. Only Levine remained silent, watching through the glasses. Thorne turned to him. "Is that right, Richard? Is everything okay?" "Actually, "I think not," Levine said. "I'm afraid we have made a serious error." Malcolm watched the retreating tyrannosaurs through the shattered glass window. Beside him, Sarah said nothing. She never took her eyes off the animals. Rain started to fall. Water dripped from the shards of glass. Thunder rumbled in the distance, and lightning cracked harshly down, illuminating the giant animals as they moved away. At the nearest of the big trees, the adults stopped and placed the baby on the ground. "Why are they doing that?" Sarah said. "They should be going back to the nest." "I don't know. Maybe the baby is dead," she said. But no. In the next flash of lightning, they could see the baby moving. It was still alive. They could hear its high-pitched squeaking as one of the adults took the baby in its jaws and gently placed it in a fork among the high branches of a tree. "Oh no," Sarah said, shaking her head. "This is wrong, Ian. This is all wrong." The female tyrannosaur remained with the baby for some moments, moving it, positioning it. Then the female turned, opened its jaws, and roared. The male tyrannosaur roared in response. And then both animals charged the trailer at full speed, racing across the clearing toward them. "Oh my God," Sarah said. "Brace yourself, Sarah," Malcolm shouted. "It's going to be bad." The impact was stunning, knocking them sideways through the air. Sarah screamed as she tumbled away. Malcolm hit his head and fell to the floor, seeing stars. Beneath him, the trailer rocked on its suspension with a metallic scream. The tyrannosaurs roared and slammed into it again. He heard her shouting, "Ian! Ian!" And then the trailer crashed over onto its side. Malcolm turned away. Glassware and lab equipment smashed all around him. When he looked up, everything was cockeyed. Directly above him was the broken window the tyrannosaur had smashed. Rain dripped through onto Malcolm's face. Lightning flashed, and then he saw a big head peering down at him and snarling. He heard the harsh scratching of the tyrannosaur's claws on the metal side of the trailer. Then the face disappeared. A moment later, he heard them bellowing as they pushed the trailer through the dirt. He called, "Sarah!" and he saw her, somewhere behind him, just as the world spun crazily again, and the trailer was upended with a crash. Now the trailer was lying on its roof. Malcolm started crawling along the ceiling, trying to reach Sarah. He looked up at the lab equipment, locked down on the lab benches above his head. Liquid dripped onto him from a dozen sources. Something stung his shoulder. He heard a hiss and realized it must be acid. Somewhere in the darkness ahead, Sarah was groaning. Lightning flashed again, and Malcolm saw her, lying crumpled near the accordion junction that connected the two trailers. That junction was twisted almost shut, which must mean that the second trailer was still upright. It was crazy. Everything was crazy. Outside, the tyrannosaurs roared, and he heard a muffled explosion. They were biting the tires. He thought, too bad they don't bite into the battery cable. That'd give them a real surprise. Suddenly, the tyrannosaurs slammed into the trailer again, knocking it laterally along the clearing. As soon as it stopped, they slammed again. The trailer lurched sideways. By then, he had reached Sarah. She threw her arms around him. "Ian," she said. The whole left half of her face was dark. When the lightning flashed, he saw it was covered in blood. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine," she said. With the back of her hand, she wiped blood out of her eye. "Can you see what it is?" In another lightning flash, he saw the glint of a large chunk of glass embedded near her hairline. He pulled it out and pressed his hand against the sudden gush of blood. They were in the kitchen. He reached up toward the stove and pulled down a dish towel. He held it against her head and watched the cloth darken. "Does it hurt?" "It's okay." "I think it's not too bad," he said. Outside, the tyrannosaurs roared in the night. "What are they doing?" she said. Her voice was dull. The tyrannosaurs slammed into the trailer again. With this impact, the trailer seemed to move a lot more than before, sliding sideways and down. Sliding down. "They're pushing us," he said. "Where, Ian?" "To the edge of the clearing." The tyrannosaurs slammed again, and the trailer moved farther. "They're pushing us over the cliff." The cliff was 500 feet of sheer rock, straight down to the valley below. They'd never survive the fall. She held the dish towel with her own hand, pushing his hand away. "Do something." "Yeah. Okay," he said. He moved away from her, bracing for the next impact. He didn't know what to do. He had no idea what to do. The trailer was upside down, and everything was crazy. His shoulder burned, and he could smell the acid eating his shirt. Or maybe it was his flesh. It burned a lot. The whole trailer was dark. All the power was out. There was glass everywhere, and all the power was out. Malcolm started to get to his feet, but the next impact flung him sideways, and he fell hard, slamming his head against the refrigerator. The door swung open, and cartons of cold milk, glass bottles, crashed down on him. But there was no light from the refrigerator, because all the power was out. Lying on his back, Malcolm looked out the window and saw the big foot of a tyrannosaur standing in the grass. Lightning flashed as the foot raised to kick, and immediately the trailer moved again, sliding easily now, metal screeching, and then tilting downward. "Oh, shit," he said. "Ian?" But it was too late. The whole trailer was groaning and creaking in metallic protest, and then Malcolm saw the far end sink down as the trailer slid over the cliff. It started slowly, and then gathered speed, the ceiling they were lying on falling away, everything falling, Sarah falling, clutching at him as she went, and the tyrannosaurs bellowing in triumph. "We're going over the cliff," he thought. Not knowing what else to do, he grabbed the refrigerator door, hanging on tightly. The door was cold and slippery with moisture. The trailer tilted and fell, the metal creaking loudly. Malcolm felt his hands sliding off the white enamel, sliding, and then he lost his grip and fell free, dropping helplessly straight down toward the far end of the trailer. He saw the driver's seat rushing up to him, but before he got there, he struck something in the darkness, felt a moment of searing pain, and bent double. And slowly, gently, everything around him went black. Rain drummed on the roof of the shed and poured in a continuous sheet down the sides. Levine wiped the lenses of his glasses, then lifted them again to his eyes. He stared at the cliffs in the darkness. Arby said, "What is it? What happened?" "I can't tell," Levine said. It was hard to see anything in this downpour. Moments before, they had watched in horror as the two tyrannosaurs pushed the trailer toward the cliff. The large animals had done it with ease. Levine guessed the tyrannosaurs had a combined mass of 20 tons, and the trailer only weighed about 2 tons. Once they had turned it over, it slid easily over the wet grass as they pushed it with their underbellies and kicked it with their powerful leg muscles. "Why are they doing that?" Thorne said to Levine, standing beside him. "I suspect," he said, "that we have changed the perceived territory." "How's that again?" "You have to remember what we're dealing with," Levine said. "Tyrannosaurs may show complex behavior, but most of it is instinctual. It's unthinking behavior, wired in. And territoriality is part of that instinct. The tyrannosaurs mark territory. They defend territory. It's not thinking behavior. They don't have very large brains, but they do it from instinct. All instinctive behavior has triggers, releasers for the behavior. And I'm afraid that by moving the baby, we redefine their territory to include the clearing where the baby was found. So now they're going to defend their territory by driving out the trailers. Then lightning flashed, and they all saw it in the same horrifying moment. The first trailer had gone over the cliff. It was hanging upside down in space, still connected by the accordion connector to the second trailer in the clearing above. "That connector won't hold," Eddie shouted. "Not long." In the glare of lightning, they saw the tyrannosaurs up in the clearing. Methodically, they were now pushing the second trailer toward the cliff. Thorne turned to Eddie. "I'm going," he said. "I'll come with you," Eddie said. "No, stay with the kids." "But you need—" "Stay with the kids. We can't leave them alone." "But Levine can—" "No, you stay," Thorne said. He was already climbing down the scaffolding, slippery in drenching rain, toward the explorer below. He saw Kelly and Arby looking down at him. He jumped in the car, clicked on the ignition. He was already thinking of the distance to the clearing. It was 3 miles, maybe more. Even driving fast, it would take him 7 or 8 minutes to get there. And by then, it would be too late. He'd never make it in time. But he had to try. Sarah Harding heard a rhythmic creaking and opened her eyes. Everything was dark. She was disoriented. Then lightning flashed, and she stared straight down toward the valley 500 feet below. The view swung gently back and forth. She was looking through the windshield of the trailer, hanging down the side of the cliff. They were not falling anymore, but they were hanging precariously in space. She herself was lying across the driver's seat, which had broken free of its mounting and shattered a control panel in the wall. Loose wires hung out, panel indicators flickered. She was having trouble seeing from the blood in her left eye. She pulled out the tail of her shirt and ripped 2 strips of cloth. She folded one to make a compress and pressed it against the gash on her forehead. Then she tied the second strip around her head to hold the compress down. The pain was intense for a moment. She gritted her teeth until it faded. From somewhere above her, she felt a thumping vibration. She turned and looked straight up. She saw the whole length of the trailer suspended vertically. Malcolm was 10 feet above her, bent over a lab table, not moving. "Ian," she said. He didn't answer. He didn't move. The trailer shuddered again, creaking under a dull impact. And then Harding realized what was happening. The first trailer was dangling straight down the cliff face, swinging freely in space. But it was still connected to the second trailer up on the clearing. The first trailer now hung from the accordion connector. And the tyrannosaurs up above were now pushing the second trailer off the cliff. "Ian?" she said. "Ian!" She scrambled to her feet, ignoring the pain in her body. She felt a wave of dizziness and wondered how much blood she had lost. She began to climb straight up, standing first on the back of the driver's seat, grabbing for the nearest biology table. She pulled herself upward until she could reach a handle mounted in the wall. The trailer swayed beneath her. From the handle, she managed to grab the refrigerator door, putting her fingers through a wire shelf. She tested it, it held, and she gave it her full weight. She raised her leg until she got her shoe into the refrigerator itself. Then she swung her body still higher until she was standing up and could reach the handle to the oven. It was like mountain climbing through a damn kitchen, she thought. Soon she was alongside Malcolm. Lightning flashed again, and she saw his battered face. He groaned. She crawled over to him, trying to see how badly he was hurt. "Ian," she said. His eyes were closed. "Sorry." "Never mind. I got you into this." "Ian, can you move? Are you okay?" He groaned. "My leg." "Ian, we have to do something." From the clearing above them, she heard the tyrannosaurs roaring. It seemed to her that they had been roaring her whole life. The trailer lurched and swung. Her legs slid out of the refrigerator and she was hanging free in space from the oven door. The far end of the trailer was some 20 feet below. The oven handle wouldn't hold her weight, she knew. Not for long. Harding swung her legs, kicking wildly, finally touched something solid. She felt with her feet, then stepped down. Looking back, she saw she was standing on the side of the stainless steel sink. She moved her foot, and the faucet turned on, soaking her feet. The tyrannosaurs roared, pounding hard. The trailer moved farther out into space, swinging. "Ian, there's not much time. We have to do something." He raised his head, stared at her with blank eyes. Lightning flashed again. His lips moved. "Power," he said. "What about it?" "Power is off." She didn't know what he was talking about. Of course the power was off. Then she remembered. He had turned it off earlier, when the tyrannosaurs were approaching. The light had bothered them before. Maybe it would bother them again. "You want me to turn the power on?" His head nodded fractionally. "Yes. Turn it on." "How, Ian?" She looked around in the darkness. "There's a panel." "Where?" He didn't answer her. She reached out, shook his shoulder. "Ian, where is the panel?" He pointed downward. She looked down, saw the loose wires from the panel. "I can't. It's broken." "Up." She could hardly hear him. Vaguely, she remembered that there was another control panel just inside the second trailer. If she could get in, she might be able to turn the power on. "Okay, Ian," she said. "I'll do it." She moved on, going higher. The floor of the trailer was now 30 feet below her. The tyrannosaurs roared and kicked again. She swung in space. She moved on. She intended to go through the accordion passage into the second trailer, but as she came closer to the top, she saw that it was not possible. In the harsh flare of lightning, she saw the accordion passage was twisted tightly shut. She was trapped in the first trailer. She heard the tyrannosaurs bellowing and slamming the second trailer above. "Ian!" She looked down. He wasn't moving. Hanging there, she realized with a sick feeling that she was defeated. Another kick, another 2 kicks, and it would be all over. They would fall. There was nothing they could do. There was no time left. She was hanging suspended in blackness. The power was out, and there was nothing. Or was there? She heard an electrical hum, not far away in the darkness. Was there a panel up here, at this end of the trailer? Did they design it to have panels at both ends? Hanging near the top of the trailer, her shoulders and forearms burning with strain, she looked around for a second power panel. She was up near the far end. If there was a panel, it should be nearby. But where? In the glare of lightning, she looked over one shoulder, then the other. She saw no panel. Her arms ached. "Ian, please." No panel. It wasn't possible. She kept hearing that hum. There had to be a panel. She just wasn't seeing it. There had to be a panel. She swung left and right, and lightning flashed again, casting crazy shadows, and then at last she saw it. It was just 6 inches above her head. It was upside down, but she could see all the buttons and switches. They were dark now. If she could just figure out which was which. The hell with it. She released her right hand and, hanging from her left, pressed every button on the panel she could touch. Immediately, the trailer began to light up, every interior light coming on. She kept pressing the buttons, one after another. Some shorted out. There were sparks and smoke. She kept pressing more. Suddenly the side monitor came on, just inches from her face, a streaky video blur. Then it came into focus. Although she was looking at it sideways, she could see the tyrannosaurs up on the clearing, standing over the second trailer, their forearms touching it, their powerful legs kicking and pushing at it. She pressed more buttons. The final one had a silver protective cover. She flipped the cover open and pressed that button too. On the monitor, she saw the tyrannosaurs disappear in a sudden flaring burst of incandescent sparks, and she heard them roar in rage. And then the video monitor went off, and there was a crackling explosion of sparks all around Harding, stinging her face and hands, and then everything in the trailer went off, and it was dark again. There was silence for a long moment. Then, inexorably, the pounding began again. Thorn. The windshield wipers flicked back and forth. Thorn took the curves fast, despite the driving rain. He glanced at his watch. 2 minutes gone. Perhaps 3. Perhaps more. He wasn't sure. The road was a muddy track, slippery and dangerous. He splashed through deep puddles, holding his breath each time. The car had been waterproofed back in his shop, but you were never sure about these things. Each puddle was another test. So far, so good. 3 minutes gone. At least 3. The road curved, opened out, and in a flash of lightning he saw a deep puddle ahead. He accelerated through it, the car kicking up plumes of water on both side windows. And then he was through it, still going. Still going. As he headed up a hill, he saw the dashboard needles swing wildly, and he heard the sizzle that he knew meant a fatal electrical short. There was an explosion under the hood, and acrid smoke poured out from the radiator, and the car stopped dead. 4 minutes. He sat in the car, hearing the rain pound on the metal roof. He turned the ignition key. Nothing happened. Dead. Rain poured in sheets down the windshield. He sat back in his seat, sighed, and stared at the road ahead. The radio crackled on the seat beside him. "Doc, are you almost there?" Thorne stared at the road, trying to guess where he was. He estimated that he must still be more than a mile from the trailer in the clearing, maybe more. Too far to try it on foot. He swore and pounded the seat. "No, Eddie. I shorted." "You what?" "Eddie, the car's dead. Thorne broke off. He noticed something. From around the curve ahead, he saw a faint, flashing red glow. Thorne squinted, trying to be sure. Yes, his eyes were not playing tricks on him. It was there, all right. A flashing red glow. Eddie said, "Doc, you there?" Thorne didn't answer. He grabbed the radio and the Lindstrot rifle, jumped out of the car, and ducking his head against the rain, began to run up the hill toward the junction of the ridge road. Coming around a curve, he saw the red Jeep, standing in the middle of the ridge road, its tail lights flashing. One of the lights was broken, glaring white. He ran forward, trying to see inside. In a flash of lightning, he could see there was no driver. The driver's door was not even closed. The side was deeply dented. Thorne climbed inside, reaching down with his hand for the steering wheel. Yes, the keys were there. He turned the ignition. The motor rumbled to life. He shoved the Jeep in gear, backed it around, and headed up the ridge toward the clearing. It was only another few curves before he saw the green roof of the laboratory and turned left, his headlights swinging across the grassy clearing and shining onto the dinosaurs pushing the trailer. Confronted by these new lights, the tyrannosaurs turned in unison and bellowed at Thorne's Jeep. They abandoned the trailer and charged. Thorne threw the Jeep into reverse and was backing away frantically before he realized the animals were not coming toward him. Instead, they were running diagonally across the clearing toward a tree near Thorne. Beneath the tree they paused, their heads turned upward. Thorne doused his lights and waited. Now he saw the animals only intermittently, in the flashes of lightning. In one crackling burst, he saw them take down the baby from the tree. Then he saw them nuzzling the baby. Obviously, his sudden arrival had made them anxious about the infant. The next time lightning flashed, the tyrannosaurs were gone. The clearing was empty. Were they really gone? Or were they just hiding? He rolled down the window, stuck his head out in the rain. That was when he heard an odd, low, continuous squealing sound. It sounded like the extended cry of an animal, but it was too steady, too continuous. As he listened, he realized it was something else. It was metal. Thorne turned on his lights again and drove forward slowly. The tyrannosaurs were gone. In the pale beam of the headlamps, he saw the second trailer. With a continuous metallic squeal, it was still sliding slowly across the wet grass toward the edge of the cliff. "What is he doing now?" Kelly yelled over the rain. "He's driving," Levine said, looking through goggles. From the high hide, they could see Thorne's headlamps cross the clearing. "He's driving to the trailer." "And he's what?" Kelly said. "What is he doing now?" "He's driving around and around a tree," Levine said. "A big tree by the clearing." "Why?" "He must be running the cable around the tree," Eddie said. "That's the only possible reason." There was a moment of silence. "What's he doing now?" Arby said. "He's gotten out of the Jeep. Now he's running toward the trailer." Thorne was down on his hands and knees in the mud, holding the big hook of the Jeep winch in his hands. The trailer was sliding away from him, but he managed to crawl beneath it and get the hook around the rear axle. He pulled his fingers clear just as the hook slammed tight against the brake cover, and he rolled his body away. Newly restrained, the trailer jumped sideways in the grass, the tires slamming down where his body had been moments before. The metal cable from the winch was pulled taut. The whole underbelly of the trailer creaked in protest. But it held. Thorne crawled out from beneath the trailer and squinted at it in the rain. He looked carefully at the wheels of the Jeep to see if they were moving at all. No. With the cable wrapped around the tree, the counterbalancing weight of the Jeep was enough to hold the second trailer on the rim of the cliff. He went back to the Jeep, climbed inside, and set the brake. He heard Eddie saying, "Doc. Doc." "I'm here, Eddie." "You managed to stop it?" "Yeah. It's not moving anymore." The radio crackled. "That's great. But listen. Doc, you know that connector is just 5 mm mesh over stainless rod. It was never intended to—" "I know, Eddie. I'm working on it." Thorne climbed out of the car again. He ran quickly through the rain toward the trailer. He opened the side door and went inside. The interior was inky black. He could see nothing at all. Everything was overturned. His feet crunched on glass. All the windows were shattered. He held the radio in his hand. "Eddie." "Yes, Doc." "I need rope." He knew that Eddie had all sorts of supplies squirreled away. "Doc, just tell me." "It's in the other trailer, Doc." Thorne crashed against a table in the darkness. Great. There might be some nylon line in the utility locker, Eddie said, but I don't know how much. He didn't sound hopeful. Thorne pushed his way down the trailer, came to the wall cabinets. They were jammed shut. He tugged at them in the darkness, then turned away. The utility locker was just beyond. Maybe there would be rope there. And right now, he needed rope. Trailer. Sarah Harding, still hanging by her arms from the top of the trailer, stared up at the twisted accordion connector leading to the second trailer. The pounding from the dinosaurs had stopped, and the other trailer was no longer moving. But now she felt water dripping cold onto her face, and she knew what that meant. The accordion connector was beginning to leak. She looked up and saw a tear had begun to open in the mesh fabric, revealing the twisted coils of steel that formed the connector. The tear was small now, but it would rapidly widen. And as the mesh broke, the steel would begin to uncoil, to lengthen, and finally snap. They had only minutes before the hanging trailer broke free and fell to the ground below. She climbed back down to Malcolm, bracing herself to stand beside him. "Ian." "I know," he said, shaking his head. "Ian, we have to get out of here." She grabbed him under his armpits and pulled him upright. "And you're coming with me." He shook his head, defeated. She had seen that gesture before in her life, that futile shake, giving up. She hated to see it. Harding never gave up. Not ever. Malcolm grunted. "I can't." "You have to," she said. "Sarah." "I don't want to hear it, Ian. There's nothing to talk about. Now let's go." She was pulling him, and he groaned, but he straightened his body. She pulled hard and got him up off the table. Lightning flashed, and he seemed to find some energy. He managed to stand on the edge of the seat, facing the table. He was unsteady, but standing. "What do we do?" "I don't know, but we're going to get out of here." "Is there any rope?" He nodded, weakly. "Where?" He pointed straight down, toward the nose of the trailer, now hanging in space. "Down there. Under the dash." "Come on." She leaned out into space and spread her legs so she was braced against the floor opposite her. She was standing like a rock climber in a chimney, 20 feet below her to the dashboard. "Okay, Ian, let's go." Malcolm said, "I can't do it, Sarah. Seriously." "Then lean on me. I'll carry you." "But now, damn it!" Malcolm hoisted himself up, grasped a wall fitting, his arm trembling. He was dragging his right leg. Then she felt his weight on her, sudden and heavy, almost knocking her free. His arms locked around her neck, choking her. She gasped, reached back with both arms, grabbed his thighs, and lifted him while he adjusted his arms better around her neck. Finally, she could breathe. "Sorry," he said. "It's okay," she said. "Here we go." She started to make her way down the vertical passageway, grabbing at whatever she could. In places there were handholds, and when there were no handholds, she clutched at drawer handles, table legs, window latches, even the carpeting on the floor, her fingers tearing the cloth. At one point, the carpet came away in a big strip, and she slipped before her legs tightened wider, and she halted her downward slide. Hanging behind her, Malcolm wheezed. His arms around her neck were trembling. He said, "You're very strong." "But still feminine," she said, grimly. She was only 10 feet from the dashboard. Then 5. She found a wall grip, hung, dangling her legs. Her feet touched the steering wheel. She lowered herself down, easing Malcolm onto the dashboard. He lay back, gasping. The trailer creaked and swayed. She fumbled under the dashboard, found a utility box, popped it open. Metal tools spilled out, clattering. And she found a rope. 1/2-inch nylon, easily 50 feet of it. She got up, staring down through the windshield at the bottom of the valley hundreds of feet below. Directly to her side, she saw the driver's door to the trailer. She twisted the handle, pushed it open. It clanged against the outer surface of the trailer, and she felt rain on her face. She leaned out and looked up the side of the trailer. She saw smooth metal paneling with no hand grips. But underneath the trailer, there must be axles and boxes and other things to stand on. Gripping the wet metal of the door jamb, she bent over, trying to look at the underside of the trailer. She heard a metallic clanking, and she heard someone say, "Finally!" And a bulky shape suddenly loomed in front of her. It was Thorne, hanging on the undercarriage. "For Christ's sake," Thorne said. "What are you waiting for, an engraved invitation? Let's go." "It's Ian," she said. "He's hurt." Typical, Kelly thought, looking at Arby in the high hide. When things got tough, he just couldn't handle it. Too much emotion, too much tension, and he got all trembly and weird. Arby had long since turned away from the cliff, and now was looking out the other side of the shelter, toward the river, almost as if nothing was going on. Typical. Kelly turned back to Levine. "What's happening now?" she said. "Thorne just went in," Levine said, peering through the goggles. "He went in? You mean in the trailer?" "Yes. And now someone's coming out." "Who?" "I think Sarah. She's getting everybody out." Kelly strained in the night, trying to see. The rain had almost stopped. There was only a light drizzle now. Across the valley, the trailer still swung free in space. She thought she could make out a figure clinging to the undercarriage, but she couldn't be sure. "What's she doing?" "Climbing." "Alone?" "Yes," Levine said. "Alone." Sarah Harding came out through the door, twisting her body in the rain. She did not look down. She knew the valley was 500 feet below her. She could feel the trailer swinging. She had the rope slung around her shoulder. She edged around, lowered her leg, and stood on a gearbox. She felt with her hand, gripped a cable, swung around. Thorne was inside the trailer talking to her. "We'll never get Malcolm up without a rope," he said. "Can you climb it?" Lightning flashed. She stared straight up at the underside of the trailer, glistening wet with rain. She saw the slick gleam of grease, then blackness again. "Sarah, can you do it?" "Yes," she said. She reached up and started to climb. In the high hide, Kelly was saying, "Where is she? What's happening? Is she all right?" Levine watched through the glasses. "She's climbing," he said. Arby listened to their voices distantly. He was turned away, staring off at the river in the darkened plain. He waited impatiently for the next lightning flash. Waited to see if it was true, what he had seen earlier. She did not know how, but slipping and sliding, she somehow got to the top of the cliff and flung herself over the side. There was no time to waste. She uncoiled the rope and crawled beneath the second trailer. She looped the rope through a metal bracket, quickly knotted it. Then she went back to the edge of the cliff and threw the rope down. "Doc!" she shouted. Standing at the trailer door, Thorne caught the rope and tied it around Malcolm. Malcolm groaned. "Let's go," Thorne said. He put his arm around Malcolm and swung them both out until they were standing on the gearbox. "Christ," Malcolm said, looking upward. But Sarah was already pulling him, the rope tightening. "Just use your arms," Thorne said. Malcolm started to rise. In a few moments, he was 10 feet above Thorne. Sarah was up on the cliff, but Thorne couldn't see her. Ian's body blocked his view. Thorne began to climb, his legs struggling for purchase. The underside of the trailer was slippery. He thought, I should have made it non-skid. But who would ever make the undercarriage of a vehicle non-skid? In his mind's eye, he saw the accordion connector, tearing, slowly tearing, opening wider. He climbed upward, hand over hand, foot by foot. Lightning flashed, and he realized that they were close to the top. Sarah was standing on the edge of the cliff, reaching down for Malcolm. Malcolm was pulling himself up with his arms. His legs swung limp, free. But he was still going. Another few feet. Sarah grabbed Malcolm by the shirt collar and hauled him up the rest of the way. Malcolm flopped over, out of sight. Thorne continued up. His feet slipped. His arms ached. He climbed. Sarah was reaching down to him. "Come on, Doc," she said. Her hand was extended, fingers reaching toward him. With a metallic whang, the mesh ripped on the connector and the trailer dropped down 10 feet, the coils widening. Thorne climbed faster, looking up toward Sarah. Her hand still reached down. "You can do it, Doc." He climbed, closing his eyes, just climbing, holding the rope, gripping it tightly. His arms ached, his shoulders ached, and the rope seemed to become smaller in his hands. He twisted it around his fist, trying to hold on. But at the last moment he began to slip, and then he felt a sudden burning pain in his scalp. "Sorry about that," Sarah said, and she pulled him up by his hair. The pain was intense, but he didn't care. He hardly noticed, because now he was alongside the accordion connector, watching the coils pop free like a bursting corset, and the trailer dropped lower, but she still pulled him. She was immensely strong. And then his fingers touched wet grass, and he was over the side. Safe. Beneath them there was a sharp series of metallic sounds. Whang! 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 As the coiled metal rods snapped one after another, and then, with a final groan, the trailer broke all connection and fell free down the cliff face, growing smaller and smaller until it smashed on the rocks far below. In the glare of lightning, it looked like a crumpled paper bag. Thorne turned and looked up at Sarah. "Thanks," he said. Sarah sat heavily on the ground beside him. Blood dripped from her bandaged head. She opened her fingers and released a handful of his gray hair, which fell in a wet clump onto the grass. "Hell of a night," she said. The High Hide. Watching through the night vision glasses, Levine said, "They made it." Kelly said, "All of them?" "Yes, they made it." Kelly began to jump and cheer. Arby turned and grabbed the glasses out of Levine's hand. "Hey," Levine said, "just a minute." "I need them," Arby said. He spun back around and looked out at the dark plain. For a moment he couldn't see anything, just a green blur. His fingers found the focus knob. He twisted it quickly, and the image came into view. "What the hell is so important?" Levine said irritably. "That's an expensive piece of equipment." And then they all heard the snarling. It was coming closer. In pale shades of luminous green, Arby saw the raptors clearly. There were 12 of them, moving in a loose cluster through the grass, heading in the direction of the High Hide. One animal was a few yards ahead and seemed to be the leader, but it was hard to discern any organization in the pack. The raptors were all snarling and licking the blood off their snouts, wiping their faces with their clawed forearms, a gesture oddly intelligent, almost human. In the night vision glasses, their eyes glowed bright green. They did not seem to have noticed the high hide. They never looked up toward it, but they were certainly headed in that direction. Abruptly, the glasses were yanked out of Arby's hands. "Excuse me," Levine said. "I think I'd better handle this." Arby said, "You wouldn't even know about it if it wasn't for me." "Be quiet," Levine said. He brought the glasses to his eyes, focused them, and sighed at what he saw. 12 animals, about 20 yards away. Eddie said quietly, "Do they see us?" "No. And we're downwind of them, so they won't smell us. My guess is they're following the game trail that runs past the hide. If we're quiet, they'll go right past us." Eddie's radio crackled. He hastily reached to turn it down. They all stared out at the plain. The night was now calm and still. The rain had stopped, and the moon was breaking through thinning clouds. Faintly, they saw the approaching animals, dark against the silver grass. Eddie whispered, "Can they get up here?" "I don't see how," Levine whispered. "We're almost 20 feet above the ground. I think we'll be fine." "But you said they can climb trees." "Shh! This isn't a tree. Now everybody down and quiet." Malcolm winced in pain as Thorne stretched him out on a table in the second trailer. "I don't seem to have much luck on these expeditions, do I?" "No, you don't," Sarah said. "Just take it easy, Ian." Thorne held a flashlight while she cut away Malcolm's trouser. He had a deep gash on his right leg, and he had lost a lot of blood. She said, "We have a medical kit?" Thorne said, "I think there's one outside, where we store the bike." "Get it." Thorne went outside to get it. Malcolm and Harding were alone in the trailer. She shone the light into the wound, peering closely. Malcolm said, "How bad is it?" "It could be worse," she said lightly. "He'll survive." In fact, the wound cut deep, almost to the bone. Somehow it had missed the artery. That was lucky. But the gash was filthy. She saw grease and bits of leaves mashed into the ragged red muscle. She'd have to clean it out, but she'd wait for the morphine to take effect first. "Sarah," Malcolm said, "I owe you my life." "Never mind, Ian." No, I do." "Ian," she said, looking at him, "this sincerity is not like you." "It'll pass," he said, and smiled a little. She knew he must be in pain. Thorne returned with the medical kit, and she filled the syringe, tapped out the bubbles, and injected it into Malcolm's shoulder. He grunted. "Ow! How much did you give me?" "A lot." "Why?" "Because I have to clean the wound out, Ian. And you're not going to like it when I do." Malcolm sighed. He turned to Thorne. "It's always something, isn't it? Go on, Sarah. Do your damnedest." Levine watched the approaching raptors through the night glasses. They moved in a loose group, with their characteristic hopping gait. He watched, hoping to see some organization in the pack, some structure, some sign of a dominance hierarchy. Velociraptors were intelligent, and it made sense that they would organize themselves hierarchically, and that this would appear in their spatial configuration. But he could see nothing. They were like a band of marauders, shapeless, hissing and snapping at one another. Near Levine, in the high hide, Eddie and the kids were crouched down. Eddie had his arms around the kids, comforting them. The boy especially was panicky. The girl seemed to be okay. She was calmer. Levine didn't understand why anyone was afraid. They were perfectly secure high up here. He watched the approaching pack with academic detachment, trying to discern a pattern in their rapid movements. There was no doubt they were following the game trail. Their path exactly matched the Perez earlier in the day. Up from the river, then over the slight rise, and along the back of the high hide. The raptors paid no attention to the hide itself. They seemed mostly to interact with each other. The animals came around the side of the structure and were about to continue on when the nearest animal paused. It fell behind the rest of the pack, sniffing the air. Then it bent over and began to poke its snout through the grass around the bottom of the hide. What was it doing? Levine wondered. The solitary raptor growled. It continued to root in the grass. And then it came up with something in its hand, something it held in its clawed fingers. Levine squinted, trying to see it. It was a piece of wrapping paper from a candy bar. The raptor looked up at the high hide, its eyes glowing. It stared right at Levine, and it snarled. Malcolm. "You feel okay?" Thorne said. "Better all the time," Malcolm said. He sighed. His body relaxed. "You know, there's a reason why people like morphine," he said. Sarah Harding adjusted the inflatable plastic splint around Malcolm's leg. She said to Thorne, "How long until the helicopter comes?" Thorne glanced at his watch. "Less than 5 hours. Dawn tomorrow." "For sure?" "Yes, absolutely." Harding nodded. "Okay. You'll be okay." "I'm fine," Malcolm said in a dreamy voice. "I'm just sad that the experiment is over. And it was such a good experiment, too. So elegant. So unique. Darwin never knew." Harding said to Thorne, "I'm going to clean this out now. Hold his leg for me." More loudly, she said, "What didn't Darwin know, Ian?" "That life is a complex system," he said, "and everything that goes along with that. Fitness landscapes, adaptive walks, Boolean nets, self-organizing behavior. Poor man." "Ouch! What are you doing there?" "Just tell us," Harding said, bent over the wound. "Darwin had no idea." "That life is so unbelievably complex," Malcolm said. "Nobody realizes it. I mean, a single fertilized egg has 100,000 genes, which act in a coordinated way, switching on and off at specific times to transform that single cell into a complete living creature. That one cell starts to divide, but the subsequent cells are different. They specialize. Some are nerve, some are gut, some are limb. Each set of cells begins to follow its own program, developing, interacting. Eventually, there are 250 different kinds of cells, all developing together at exactly the right time. Just when the organism needs a circulatory system, the heart starts pumping. Just when hormones are needed, the adrenals start to make them. Week after week, this unimaginably complex development proceeds perfectly. Perfectly. It's incredible. No human activity comes close. I mean, you ever build a house? A house is simple in comparison. But even so, workmen build the stairs wrong. They put the sink in backward. The tile man doesn't show up when he's supposed to. All kinds of things go wrong. And yet, the fly that lands on the workman's lunch is perfect. Ow! Take it easy. "Sorry," she said, continuing to clean his wound. "But the point," Malcolm said, "is that this intricate developmental process in the cell is something we can barely describe, let alone understand. Do you realize the limits of our understanding? Mathematically, we can describe two things interacting, like two planets in space. Three things interacting, three planets in space. Well, that becomes a problem. 4 or 5 things interacting, we can't really do it. And inside the cell, there's 100,000 things interacting. You have to throw up your hands. It's so complex. How is it even possible that life ever happens at all? Some people think the answer is that living forms organize themselves. Life creates its own order, the way crystallization creates order. Some people think life crystallizes into being, and that's how the complexity is managed. Because if you didn't know any physical chemistry, you could look at a crystal and ask all the same questions. You'd see those beautiful spars, those perfect geometric facets, and you could ask, what's controlling this process? How does the crystal end up so perfectly formed and looking so much like other crystals? But it turns out a crystal is just the way molecular forces arrange themselves in solid form. No one controls it. It happens on its own. To ask a lot of questions about a crystal means you don't understand the fundamental nature of the processes that led to its creation. So maybe living forms are a kind of crystallization. Maybe life just happens. And maybe, like crystals, there's a characteristic order to living things that is generated by their interacting elements. Okay. Well, one of the things that crystals teach us is that order can arise very fast. 1 minute you have a liquid with all the molecules moving randomly. The next minute, a crystal forms and all the molecules are locked in order. Right? Right. Okay. Now, think of the interaction of life forms on the planet to make an ecosystem. That's even more complex than a single animal. All the arrangements are very complicated. Like the yucca plant. You know about that? Tell me. The yucca plant depends on a particular moth which gathers pollen into a ball and carries the ball to a different plant. Not a different flower on the same plant, where it rubs the ball on the plant, fertilizing it. Only then does the moth lay its eggs. The yucca plant can't survive without the moth. The moth can't survive without the plant. Complex interactions like that make you think maybe behavior is a kind of crystallization too. You're speaking metaphorically, Harding said. I'm talking about all the order in the natural world, Malcolm said, and how perhaps it can emerge fast through crystallization. Because complex animals can evolve their behavior rapidly. Changes can occur very quickly. Human beings are transforming the planet, and nobody knows whether it's a dangerous development or not. So these behavioral processes can happen faster than we usually think evolution occurs. In 10,000 years, human beings have gone from hunting to farming to cities to cyberspace. Behavior is screaming forward, and it might be non-adaptive. Nobody knows. Although personally, I think cyberspace means the end of our species. Yes? Why is that? Because it means the end of innovation, Malcolm said. This idea that the whole world is wired together is mass death. Every biologist knows that small groups in isolation evolve fastest. You put 1,000 birds on an ocean island and they'll evolve very fast. You put 10,000 on a big continent and their evolution slows down. Now, for our own species, evolution occurs mostly through our behavior. We innovate new behavior to adapt. And everybody on Earth knows that innovation only occurs in small groups. Put 3 people on a committee and they may get something done. 10 people and it gets harder. 30 people and nothing happens. 30 million, it becomes impossible. That's the effect of mass media. It keeps anything from happening. Mass media swamps diversity. It makes every place the same. Bangkok or Tokyo or London. There's a McDonald's on one corner, a Benetton on another, a Gap across the street. Regional differences vanish. All differences vanish. In a mass media world, there's less of everything except the top 10 books, records, movies, ideas. People worry about losing species diversity in the rainforest. But what about intellectual diversity, our most necessary resource? That's disappearing faster than trees. But we haven't figured that out, so now we're planning to put 5 billion people together in cyberspace, and it'll freeze the entire species. Everything will stop dead in its tracks. Everyone will think the same thing at the same time. Global uniformity. Oh, that hurts. Are you done? Almost, Harding said. Hang on. And believe me, it'll be fast. If you map complex systems on a fitness landscape, you find the behavior can move so fast that fitness can drop precipitously. It doesn't require asteroids or diseases or anything else. It's just behavior that suddenly emerges and turns out to be fatal to the creatures that do it. My idea was that dinosaurs, being complex creatures, might have undergone some of these behavioral changes, and that led to their extinction. What, all of them? It just takes a few, Malcolm said. Some dinosaur roots in the swamps around the inland sea, changes the water circulation, and destroys the plant ecology that 20 other species depend on. Bang! They're gone. That causes still more dislocations. A predator dies off, and its prey grow unchecked. The ecosystem becomes unbalanced. More things go wrong. More species die. And suddenly it's over. It could have happened that way. Just behavior. Yes, Malcolm said. Anyway, that was the idea. And I had this nice thought that we might prove it. But now it's finished. We have to get out of here. You better tell the others. Thorne clicked on the radio. Eddie? It's Doc. There was no answer. Eddie? The radio crackled, and then they heard a noise that at first sounded like static. It was a moment before they realized it was a high-pitched human scream. The high hide. The first of the raptors hissed as it began jumping up, clattering against the high hide, shaking the structure. Its claws raked against the metal, and it fell down again. Eddie was astonished at how high it jumped. The animal could leap 8 feet straight up, again and again, without apparent effort. Its jumps attracted the other animals, which slowly came back to circle the hide. Soon the hide was surrounded by leaping, snarling raptors. It swayed back and forth as the animals slammed into it, clawed for purchase, and fell back again. But more ominously, Levine saw, they were learning. Already, some of them had begun to use their clawed forearms to grip the structure, holding on while their legs got footing. One of the raptors came within a few feet of their little shelter before finally falling back. The falls never seemed to hurt the animals. They immediately leapt up and jumped again. Eddie and the kids scrambled to their feet. Levine said, "Get back! Don't look out!" and he pushed the kids into the center of the shelter. Eddie was bent over his knapsack and held up an incandescent flare. He popped it and flung it over the side. 2 of the raptors fell away. The flare sputtered on the wet ground, casting harsh red shadows. But the raptors kept coming. Eddie pulled up one of the aluminum bars from the floor, leaned over the side railing, brandishing the bar like a club. One of the raptors had already climbed high enough to dart forward, jaws gaping at Eddie's neck. Surprised, Eddie shouted and jerked his head back. The raptor narrowly missed him, but its jaws closed on his shirt. Then the raptor fell back, jaws clenched tight, and its weight pulled Eddie forward over the railing. He yelled, "Help me! Help!" as he started to topple over the side. Levine threw his arms around him, dragging him back. Levine looked past Eddie's shoulder at the raptor, which was now dangling in space, hissing furiously, still gripping the shirt. Eddie pounded the raptor on the snout with his bar, but the raptor held on like a bulldog. Eddie was bent precariously over the railing. He might fall at any moment. He jabbed the bar into the animal's eye, and abruptly the raptor released its grip. The 2 men fell back into the shelter. When they got to their feet, they saw raptors climbing up the sides of the hide. As they appeared at the rail, Eddie swung at them with the strut, knocking them back. "Quick!" he shouted to the kids. "Up on the roof! Quick!" Kelly started climbing one of the struts, then pushed herself easily up onto the roof. Arby stood there, his expression blank. She looked back down and said, "Come on, Arb!" The boy was frozen, his eyes wide with fear. Levine ran to help him, lifted him up. Eddie was swinging the strut in wide arcs, the metal smacking against the raptors. One of the raptors caught the strut in its jaws and jerked it hard. Eddie lost his balance, twisted and fell backward, toppling over the side. He cried, "No!" as he fell. Immediately all the animals dropped down to the ground. They heard Eddie screaming in the night. The raptors snarled. Levine was terrified. He was still holding Arby in his arms, pushing him up to the roof. "Go on," he kept saying. "Go on. Go on." From the roof, Kelly was saying, "You can do it, Arb." The boy gripped the roof, pulling himself up, his legs churning in panic. He kicked Levine hard in the mouth, and Levine dropped him. He saw the boy slide away and drop backward to the ground. "Oh, Christ," Levine said. "Oh, Christ." Thorne was underneath the trailer, unhooking the cable. He released it, crawled out, and sprinted for the Jeep. He heard the whir of a motor and saw that Sarah had gotten onto the motorbike and was already racing off, a Lindstrat rifle slung across her shoulder. He got behind the wheel, turned on the engine, and waited impatiently while the cable winched in, the hook sliding across the grass. It seemed to take forever. Now the cable was snaking around the tree. He waited. He looked over and saw the light from Sarah's bike moving off through the foliage, heading down toward the high hide. At last the winch motor stopped. Thorne threw the car in gear and roared away from the clearing. The radio clicked. "Ian," he said. "Don't worry about me," Malcolm said in a dreamy voice. "I'm just fine." Kelly was lying flat on the angled roof of the shed, looking down over the side. She saw Arby hit the ground on the other side of the structure from Eddie. He seemed to hit hard. But she didn't know what happened to him because she had turned away to grip the wet roof, and when she looked back down again, Arby was gone. Gone. Sarah Harding drove fast on the muddy jungle road. She wasn't sure where she was, but she thought by following the terrain downward she would eventually come out onto the plain. At least that was her hope. She accelerated, came around a curve, and suddenly saw a big tree blocking the road. She braked to a stop, spun the bike around, and headed back again. Farther up the road, she saw Thorne's twin headlights turning off to the right. She followed his Jeep, racing her engine in the night. Levine stood in the center of the high hide, frozen with terror. The raptors were no longer jumping, no longer trying to climb the structure. He heard them down on the ground, snarling. He heard the sharp crunch of bones. The boy had never made a sound. Cold sweat broke out all over his body. Then he heard Arby shout, "Back! Get back!" Up on the roof, Kelly twisted around, trying to see down on the other side. In the dying light of the flare, she saw that Arby was inside the cage. He had managed to close the door and was reaching his hand back through the bars to turn the key in the lock. There were 3 raptors near him. They leapt forward when they saw his hand, and he pulled it back quickly. He shouted, "Get back!" The raptors began to bite the cage, turning their heads sideways to gnaw the bars. One of the animals got its lower jaw tangled up in the looped elastic band that hung from the key. The raptor pulled its head away, stretching the elastic, and suddenly the key snapped out of the lock, smacking against its neck. The raptor squealed in surprise and stepped backward. The elastic was now looped tight around the lower jaw, the key glinting in the light. The raptor scratched at it with its forearms, trying to pull the elastic loop off, but it was caught around the curved back teeth, and the animal's efforts just made the elastic snap on the skin. Soon it gave up and began rubbing its snout in the dirt, trying to get the key off. Meanwhile, the other raptors managed to pull the cage free from the superstructure and knock it over onto the ground. They ducked their heads, slashing Arby behind the bars. When they realized that wouldn't work, they kicked and stomped the cage repeatedly. More animals joined them. Soon 7 raptors were clustered over the cage. They kicked it, and it rolled away from the hide. Their bodies blocked her view of Arby. She heard a faint sound and looked up to see 2 headlights in the distance. It was a car. Someone was coming. Arby was in hell. Inside the cage, he was surrounded by black, snarling shapes. The raptors couldn't get their jaws through the spaces in the bars, but their hot saliva dripped down on him, and when they kicked, their claws came through, slashing his arms and shoulders as he rolled. His body was bruised. His head hurt from banging against the bars. His world was swirling, terrifying pandemonium. He knew only one thing with certainty. The raptors were rolling him away from the hide. As the car came closer, Levine went to the railing and looked down. In the light of the red flare, he saw 3 raptors dragging what remained of Eddie's body toward the jungle. They paused frequently to fight over it, snapping at each other, but they still managed to haul it away. Then he saw that another group of raptors were kicking and pushing the cage. They rolled it down the game trail and into the forest. Now he could hear the rumble of the Jeep engine as the car came closer. He saw Thorne's silhouette behind the wheel. He hoped he had a gun. Levine wanted to kill every one of these damn animals. He wanted to kill them all. Up on the roof, Kelly watched the raptors kicking the cage, rolling it away. One raptor remained behind, turning around and around in circles like a frustrated dog. Then she saw it was the raptor that had caught its jaw in the elastic loop. The key still dangled along its cheek, glinting in the red light. The raptor jerked its head up and down, trying to get free. The jeep came roaring forward, and the raptor seemed confused by the sudden bright lights. Thorne accelerated, trying to hit it with his car. The raptor turned and ran off, out into the plain. Kelly scrambled off the roof and headed down. Thorne threw open the door as Levine jumped into the car. "They got the kid," Levine said, pointing along the trail. Kelly was still coming down, shouting, "Wait!" Thorne said, "Get back up there. Sarah's coming. We'll get Arby." "But we can't lose them." Thorne gunned the engine and started to drive down the game trail, chasing the raptors. In the trailer, Ian Malcolm listened to the voices shouting over the radio. He heard the panic, the confusion. Black noise, he thought. Everything going to hell at once. 100,000 things interacting. He sighed and closed his eyes. Thorne drove fast. The jungle was dense around them. The trail ahead began to narrow, the big palms edging closer, slapping the car. He said, "Can we make it?" "It's wide enough," Levine said. "I walked it earlier today. Perez used this trail." "How could this happen?" Thorne said. "The cage was attached to the scaffolding." "I don't know," Levine said. "It broke off." "How? How?" "I didn't see. A lot happened." "And Eddie?" Thorne said grimly. "It was fast," Levine said. The jeep plunged through the jungle, bouncing hard as it followed the game trail. They banged their heads on the cloth roof. Thorne drove recklessly. Up ahead, the raptors were moving fast. He could hardly see the last of the animals, sprinting in the darkness up ahead. "They wouldn't listen to me," Kelly shouted as Sarah pulled up on the motorcycle. "About what?" "The raptor took the key. Arby's locked in the cage and the raptor took the key." "Where?" Sarah said. "There," she said, pointing across the plain. In the moonlight, they could just see the dark shape of the fleeing raptor. "We need the key." "Get on," Sarah said, unshouldering her rifle. Kelly climbed behind her on the bike. Sarah thrust the gun into her hands. "Can you shoot?" "No. I never—" "Can you drive a bike?" "No, Then you have to shoot," Sarah said. "Now look, trigger's here, okay? Safety's here. Twist it like this, okay? It'll be a rough ride, so don't release it until we get close." "Close to what?" But Sarah didn't hear her. She gunned the engine and the bike accelerated, heading out into the plain, chasing the fleeing raptor. Kelly put one arm around Sarah and tried to hold on. The jeep bounced along the jungle trail, splashing through muddy pools. "I don't remember it this rough," Levine said, clutching the armhold. "Maybe you should slow down." "Hell no," Thorne said. "If we lose sight of him, it's over. We don't know where the raptor nest is. And in this jungle, at night? Ah, hell." Up ahead, the raptors were leaving the trail, running off into the underbrush. The cage was gone. Thorne could not see the terrain very well, but it looked like a sheer hill, going almost straight down. "You can't do it," Levine said. "It's too steep." "I have to do it," Thorne said. "Don't be crazy," Levine said. "Face facts. We've lost the kid, Doc. It's too bad, but we've lost him." Thorne glared at Levine. "He didn't give up on you," he said. "And we're not giving up on him." Thorne spun the wheel and drove the jeep over the edge. The car nosed down sickeningly, gained speed, and began a steep descent. "Shit!" Levine yelled. "You'll kill us all!" "Hang on!" Bouncing, they plunged downward into darkness. Sixth configuration. Order collapses in simultaneous regions. Survival is now unlikely for individuals and groups. Ian Malcolm. Chase. The motorcycle raced forward across the grassy plain. Kelly clutched Sarah with one hand and held the rifle with the other. The rifle was heavy. Her arm was getting tired. The motorcycle jolted over the terrain. The wind blew her hair around her face. "Hold on," Sarah shouted. The moon broke through the clouds, and the grass before them was silver in the moonlight. The raptor was 40 yards ahead of them, the animal just within range of their headlamp. They were gaining steadily. Kelly saw no other animals on the plain, except for the apatosaur herd in the far distance. They came closer to the raptor. The animal ran swiftly, its tail stiff, barely visible above the grass. Sarah angled the bike to the right as they came alongside the raptor. They moved steadily closer. She leaned back, her mouth close to Kelly's ear. "Get ready," she shouted. "What do I do?" They were running parallel to the raptor, backed by its tail. Sarah accelerated, passing the legs, moving toward the head. "The neck," she shouted. "Shoot it in the neck." "Where?" "Anywhere. The neck." Kelly fumbled with the gun. "Now?" "No. Wait. Wait!" The raptor panicked as the motorcycle approached. It increased its speed. Kelly was trying to find the safety. The gun was bouncing. Everything was bouncing. Her fingers touched the safety, slid off. She reached again. She was going to have to use 2 hands, and that meant letting go of Sarah. "Get ready," Sarah shouted. "But I can't." "Now. Do it. Now." Sarah swerved the bike, coming alongside the raptor. They were now just 3 feet away. Kelly could smell the animal. It turned its head and snapped at them. Kelly fired. The gun bucked in her hands. She grabbed Sarah again. The raptor kept running. "What happened?" "You missed." Kelly shook her head. "Never mind," Sarah shouted. "You can do it. I'll get closer." She angled the bike toward the raptor again, moving closer. But this time was different. As they came alongside, the raptor abruptly charged them, butting at them with its head. Sarah howled and twisted the bike away, widening the gap. "Smart bastards, aren't they?" she shouted. "No second chances." The raptor chased them for a moment, then suddenly turned, changing directions, racing away across the plains. "It's going for the river," Kelly shouted. Sarah gunned the engine. The bike shot forward. "How deep?" Kelly didn't answer. "How deep?" "I don't know," Kelly shouted. She was trying to remember how the raptors looked when they crossed the river. She seemed to remember they were swimming. That meant it must be at least more than 3 feet, Sarah said. "Yes." "No good." They were now 10 yards behind the raptor and losing ground. The animal had entered an area marked with thick Bennettitalian cycads. The rough trunks scratched at them. The terrain was uneven. The bike bounced and jolted over the bumps. "Can't see," Sarah shouted. "Hold on." She angled left, moving away from the raptor, heading for the river. The animal was disappearing in the grass. "What are you doing?" Kelly shouted. "We have to cut him off." Shrieking, a flock of startled birds rose up in front of them. Sarah drove through flapping wings, and Kelly ducked her head. The rifle thunked in her hand. "Careful!" Sarah shouted. "What happened?" "It went off." "How many shots do I have?" "2 more. Make 'em good." The river was up ahead, shimmering in the moonlight. They burst out of the grass and came onto the muddy bank. Sarah turned. The motorcycle swerved, slipped, and the bike shot away. Kelly fell, hitting the cold mud, Sarah landing hard on top of her. Immediately, Sarah jumped up, running for the bike, shouting, "Come on!" Dazed, Kelly followed her. The rifle in her hands was thick with mud. She wondered if it would still work. Sarah was already on the bike, gunning the engine, waving her forward. Kelly jumped on, and Sarah headed up the riverbank. The Raptor was 20 yards ahead of them, approaching the water. "It's getting away!" Thorne's Jeep crashed down the hillside, out of control. Palms slapped against the windshield. They could see nothing at all, but they felt the steepness of the incline. The Jeep fished sideways. Levine yelled. Thorne gripped the steering wheel, tried to turn the car back. He touched the brake. The Jeep straightened and continued down the hill. There was a gap in the palms. He saw a field of black boulders looming directly ahead. The Raptors were scrambling over the boulders. But maybe if he went left... "No!" Levine shouted. "No!" "Hang on!" Thorne yelled, and he twisted the wheel. The car lost traction and slid downward. They hit the first of the boulders, shattering a headlight. The car swung up at an angle, crashed down again. Thorne thought that had finished the transmission, but somehow the car was still going, angling down the hillside, moving off to the left. The second headlight smashed on a tree branch. They continued down in darkness, through another layer of palms, and then abruptly they banged down on level ground. The Jeep tires rolled across soft earth. Thorne brought the car to a stop. Silence. They peered out the windows, trying to see where they were. But it was so dark, it was hard to see anything. They seemed to be at the bottom of a deep gully, a canopy of trees overhead. "Alluvial contours," Levine said. "We must be in a stream bed." As his eyes adjusted, Thorne saw he was right. The Raptors were running down the center of the stream bed, which was lined with big boulders on both sides. But the bed itself was sandy, and it was wide enough for the car to pass through. He followed them. "You have any idea where we are?" Levine said, staring at the Raptors. "No," Thorne said. The car drove forward. The stream bed widened, opening out into a flat basin. The boulders disappeared. There were trees on both sides of the river. Patches of moonlight appeared here and there. It was easier to see. But the Raptors were gone. He stopped the car, rolled down the window, and listened. He could hear them hissing and growling. The sounds seemed to be coming from off to the left. Thorne put the car in gear and left the stream bed, moving off among ferns and occasional pine trees. Levine said, "Do you suppose the boys survived that hill?" "I don't know," Thorne said. "I can't imagine." He drove forward slowly. They came to a break in the trees and saw a clearing where the ferns had been trampled flat. Beyond the clearing, they saw the banks of the river, moonlight glinting on the water. Somehow, they had returned to the river. But it was the clearing itself that held their attention. Within the broad open space, they saw the huge pale skeletons of several apatosaurs. The giant rib cages, arcs of pale bone, shone in the silver light. The dark hulk of a partially eaten carcass lay on its side in the center, clouds of flies buzzing above it in the night. "What is this place?" Thorne said. "It looks like a graveyard." "Yes," Levine said, "but it's not." The Raptors were all clustered to one side, fighting over the remains of Eddie's carcass. At the opposite side of the clearing, they saw 3 low mud mounds. The walls were broken in many places. Within the nests, they saw crushed fragments of eggshells. There was the strong stench of decay. Levine leaned forward, staring. "This is the raptor nest," he said. In the darkness of the trailer, Malcolm sat up, wincing. He grabbed the radio. "You found it? The nest?" The radio crackled. Levine said, "Yes, I think so." "Describe it," Malcolm said. Levine spoke quietly, reporting features, estimating dimensions. To Levine, the velociraptor nest appeared slovenly, uncared for, ill-made. He was surprised because dinosaur nests usually conveyed an unmistakable sense of order. Levine had seen it time and again in fossil sites from Montana to Mongolia. The eggs in the nest were arranged in neat concentric circles. Often there were more than 30 eggs in a single nest, suggesting that many females cooperated to share a single mud mound. Numerous adult fossils would be found nearby, indicating that the dinosaurs cared communally for the eggs. At a few excavations, it was even possible to get a sense of the spatial arrangement, with the nests in the center, the adults moving carefully around the outside so as not to disturb the incubating eggs. In this rigid structure, the dinosaurs were reminiscent of their descendants, the birds, which also displayed precise courtship, mating, and nest-building patterns. But the velociraptors behaved differently. There was a disorderly, chaotic feeling to the scene before him. Ill-formed nests, quarreling adults, very few young and juvenile animals, the eggshells crushed, the broken mounds stepped on. Around the mounds, Levine now saw scattered small bones which he presumed were the remains of newborns. He saw no living infants anywhere in the clearing. There were 3 juveniles, but these younger animals were forced to fend for themselves, and they already showed many scars on their bodies. The youngsters looked thin, undernourished. Poking around the periphery of the carcass, they were cautious, backing away whenever one of the adults snapped at them. "And what about the apatosaurs?" Malcolm asked. "What about the carcasses?" Levine counted 4 altogether, in various stages of decomposition. "You have to tell Sarah," Malcolm said. But Levine was wondering about something else. He was wondering how these big carcasses had gotten here in the first place. They hadn't died here by accident. Surely all animals would have avoided this nest. They couldn't have been lured here, and they were too large to carry. So how did they get here? Something was tickling the back of his mind, some obvious thought that he wasn't. "They brought Arby," Malcolm said. "Yes," Levine said. "They did." He stared at the nest, trying to figure it out. Then Thorne nudged him. "There's the cage," he said, pointing. At the far side of the clearing, lying on the ground, partially hidden behind fronds, Levine saw the glint of aluminum struts. But he couldn't see Arby. "Way over there," Levine said. The raptors were ignoring the cage, still fighting over Eddie's carcass. Thorne brought out a Lindstrot rifle, snapped open the cartridge pack. He saw 6 darts. "Not enough," he said, and snapped it shut. There were at least 10 raptors in the clearing. Levine rummaged in the back seat, found his knapsack, which had fallen to the floor. He unzipped it, came out with a small silver cylinder the size of a large soft drink bottle. It had a skull and crossbones stenciled on it. Beneath, lettering read, "Caution, toxic, methacholine, mivacurium." "What's that?" Thorne said. "Something they cooked up in Los Alamos," Levine said. "It's a non-lethal area neutralizer. Releases a short-acting cholinesterase aerosol. Paralyzes all life forms for up to 3 minutes. It'll knock all the raptors out. But what about the boy? Thorne said. You can't use that. You'll paralyze him. Levine pointed. If we throw the canister to the right of the cage, the gas will blow away from him, toward the raptors. Or it may not, Thorne said, and he may be badly injured. Levine nodded. He put the cylinder back in the knapsack, then sat, facing forward, staring at the raptors. So, Levine said, what do we do now? Thorne looked over at the aluminum cage, partially blocked by ferns. Then he saw something that made him sit up. The cage moved slightly, the bars shifting in the moonlight. Did you see that? Levine said. Thorne said, I'm going to get that kid out of there. But how? Levine said. The old-fashioned way, Thorne said. He climbed out of the car. Sarah accelerated, racing the motorcycle up the mud banks of the river. The raptor was just ahead, cutting diagonally toward them, heading for the water. Go! Kelly shouted. Go! The raptor saw them and changed course, angling farther ahead. It was trying to get distance on them, but they were moving faster on the open banks. They came abreast of the animal, flanking it, and then Sarah left the banks, heading back onto the grassy plain. The raptor moved right, deeper into the plain, away from the river. You did it! Kelly shouted. Sarah maintained her speed, moving slowly closer to the raptor. It seemed to have given up on the river and now had no plan. It was just running up the plain, and they were steadily, inexorably gaining. Kelly was excited. She tried to wipe the mud off her rifle, preparing to shoot again. Damn! Sarah shouted. What? Look! Kelly leaned forward, stared past Sarah's shoulder. Directly ahead, she saw the herd of apatosaurs. They were only 50 yards from the first of the enormous animals, which bellowed and wheeled in sudden fear. Their bodies were green-gray in the moonlight. The raptor streaked directly toward the herd. It thinks it's going to lose us. Sarah gunned the bike, moving closer. Get it now. Now! Kelly aimed and fired. The gun bucked, but the raptor kept going. Missed! Up ahead, the apatosaurs were turning, their big legs stomping the ground. Their heavy tails whipped through the air, but they were too slow to move away. The raptor raced forward, heading directly beneath the big apatosaurs. What do we do? Kelly shouted. No choice, Sarah yelled. She pulled parallel to the raptor just as they passed into shadow, racing beneath the first animal. Kelly glimpsed the curve of the belly, hanging 3 feet above her. The legs were as thick as tree trunks, stamping and turning. The raptor ran on, darting among the moving legs. Sarah swerved, followed. Above them, the animals roared and turned, and roared again. They were beneath another belly, then out into moonlight, then in shadow again. Now they were in the middle of the herd. It was like being in a forest of moving trees. Directly ahead, a big leg came down with a slam that shook the ground. The bike bounced as Sarah swung left. They scraped against the animal's flesh. Hang on, she shouted and swerved again, following the raptor. Above them, the apatosaurs were bellowing and moving. The raptor dodged and turned and then broke clear, racing out the back of the herd. Shit, Sarah said, spinning the bike around. A whiptail swung low, narrowly missing them, and then they too were free, chasing the raptor again. The motorcycle raced across the grassy plain. Last chance, Sarah shouted. Do it! Kelly raised the rifle. Sarah was driving hard and fast, pulling very close to the running raptor. The animal turned to butt her, but she held her position, punched it hard in the head with her fist. "No!" Kelly shoved the barrel against the flesh of the neck and squeezed the trigger. The gun snapped back hard, jolting her in the stomach. The raptor ran on. "No!" she shouted. "No!" And then suddenly the raptor fell, tumbling end over end in the grass, and Sarah swung the bike away and pulled to a stop. The raptor was 5 yards away, flopping in the grass. It snarled and yelped. Then it was silent. Sarah took the rifle, snapped open the cartridge pack. Kelly saw 5 more darts. "I thought that was the last one," she said. "I lied," Sarah said. "Wait here." Kelly stayed by the bike while Sarah moved cautiously forward through the grass. Sarah fired 1 more shot, then stood waiting for a few moments. Then she bent down. When she came back, she was holding the key in her hand. In the nest, the raptors were still tearing at the carcass off to one side. But the intensity of the behavior was diminishing. Some of the animals were turning away, rubbing their jaws with their clawed hands, drifting slowly toward the center of the clearing, moving closer to the cage. Thorne climbed into the back of the Jeep, pushing aside the canvas cover. He checked the rifle in his hands. Levine slid into the driver's seat. He started the engine. Thorne steadied himself in the back of the Jeep, gripped the rear bar. He turned to Levine. "Go!" The Jeep raced forward across the clearing. By the carcass, the raptors looked up in surprise as they saw the intruder. By then, the Jeep was past the center of the clearing, driving past the enormous dead skeletons, the broad ribs high over their heads, and then Levine was swinging the car left, pulling alongside the aluminum cage. Thorne jumped out and grabbed the cage in both hands. In the darkness, he couldn't tell how badly Arby was hurt. The boy was turned, face down. Levine climbed out of the car. Thorne yelled for him to get back in as he lifted the cage high and swung it onto the back of the Jeep. Thorne jumped into the back, next to the cage, and Levine shoved the car in gear. Behind them, the raptors snarled and raced forward in pursuit, running among the skeletal ribs. They crossed the clearing with stunning speed. As Levine stepped on the gas, the nearest raptor leapt high, landing up on the back of the car and grabbing the canvas tarp in its teeth. The animal hissed and held on. Levine accelerated, and the Jeep bounced out of the clearing. In darkness, Malcolm sank back into morphine dreams. Images floated in front of his eyes. Fitness landscapes, the multicolored computer images now employed to think about evolution. In this mathematical world of peaks and valleys, populations of organisms were seen to climb the fitness peaks or slide down into the valleys of non-adaptation. Stu Kaufman and his co-workers had shown that advanced organisms had complex internal constraints which made them more likely to fall off the fitness optima and descend into the valleys. Yet, at the same time, complex creatures were themselves selected by evolution, because complex creatures were able to adapt on their own, with tools, with learning, with cooperation. But complex animals had obtained their adaptive flexibility at some cost. They had traded one dependency for another. It was no longer necessary to change their bodies to adapt, because now their adaptation was behavior, socially determined. That behavior required learning. In a sense, among higher animals, adaptive fitness was no longer transmitted to the next generation by DNA at all. It was now carried by teaching. Chimpanzees taught their young to collect termites with a stick. Such actions implied at least the rudiments of a culture, a structured social life. But animals raised in isolation, without parents, without guidance, were not fully functional. Zoo animals frequently could not care for their offspring because they had never seen it done. They would ignore their infants, or roll over and crush them, or simply become annoyed with them and kill them. The velociraptors were among the most intelligent dinosaurs and the most ferocious. Both traits demanded behavioral control. Millions of years ago, in the now vanished Cretaceous world, their behavior would have been socially determined, passed on from older to younger animals. Genes controlled the capacity to make such patterns, but not the patterns themselves. Adaptive behavior was a kind of morality. It was behavior that had evolved over many generations because it was found to succeed. Behavior that allowed members of the species to cooperate, to live together, to hunt, to raise young. But on this island, the velociraptors had been recreated in a genetics laboratory. Although their physical bodies were genetically determined, their behavior was not. These newly created raptors came into the world with no older animals to guide them, to show them proper raptor behavior. They were on their own, and that was just how they behaved. In a society without structure, without rules, without cooperation, they lived in an uncontrolled, every-creature-for-himself world where the meanest and the nastiest survived, and all the others died. The jeep picked up speed, bouncing hard. Thorne held on to the bars to keep from being thrown out. Behind him, he saw the raptor swinging back and forth in the air, still clinging to the tarp. It wasn't letting go. Levine drove back onto the flat, muddy banks of the river and turned right, following the edge of the water. The raptor hung on tenaciously. Directly ahead, lying in the mud, Levine saw another skeleton. Another skeleton? Why were all these skeletons here? But there was no time to think. He drove forward, passing beneath the row of ribs. Without lights, he leaned forward and squinted in the moonlight, looking for obstacles ahead. In the back of the car, the raptor scrambled up, released the tarp, clamped its jaws on the cage, and began to pull it out of the back of the jeep. Thorne lunged, grabbed the end of the cage nearest him. The cage twisted, rolling Thorne onto his back. He found himself in a tug-of-war with the raptor, and the raptor was winning. Thorne locked his legs around the front passenger seat, trying to hold on. The raptor snarled. Thorne sensed the sheer fury of the animal, enraged that it might lose its prize. "Here," Levine shouted, holding a gun out to Thorne. Thorne was on his back, gripping the cage in both hands. He couldn't take the gun. Levine looked back and saw the situation. He looked in the rearview mirror. Behind them, he saw the rest of the pack still in pursuit, snarling and growling. He could not slow down. Thorne could not let go of the cage. Still driving fast, Levine swung around in the passenger seat and aimed the rifle backward. He tried to maneuver the gun, knowing what would happen if he accidentally shot Thorne or Arby. "Watch it," Thorne was shouting. "Watch it!" Levine managed to get the safety off and swung the barrel straight at the raptor, which was still gripping the cage bars in its jaws. The animal looked up and in a quick movement closed its jaws over the barrel. It tugged at the gun. Levine fired. The raptor's eyes popped wide as the dart slammed into the back of its throat. It made a gurgling sound, then went into convulsions, toppling backward out of the jeep and yanking the gun from Levine's hands as it fell. Thorne scrambled to his knees and pulled the cage inside the car. He looked down inside it, but he couldn't tell about Arby. Looking back, he saw the other raptors were still pursuing, but they were now 20 yards back and losing ground. On the dashboard, the radio hissed. "Doc." Thorne recognized Sarah's voice. "Yes, Sarah." "Where are you?" "Following the river," Thorne said. The storm clouds had now cleared, and it was a bright, moonlit night. Behind him, the raptors still continued to chase the jeep, but they were now falling steadily behind. "I can't see your lights," Sarah said. "Don't have any." There was a pause. The radio crackled. Her voice was tense. "What about Arby?" "We have him," Thorne said. "Thank God. How is he?" "I don't know. Alive." The landscape opened out. They came back into a broad valley, the grass silvery in the moonlight. Thorne looked around, trying to orient himself. Then he realized. They were back on the plain, but much farther to the south. They must still be on the same side of the river as the High Hide. In that case, they ought to be able to make their way up onto the ridge road, somewhere to the left. That road would lead them back to the clearing and the remaining trailer. And safety. He nudged Levine, pointed to the right. "Go there!" Levine turned the car. Thorne clicked the radio. "Sarah." "Yes, Doc." "We're going back to the trailer on the ridge road." "Okay," Sarah said. "We'll find you." Sarah looked back at Kelly. "Where's the ridge road?" "I think it's that one up there," Kelly said, pointing to the spine of the ridge on the cliffs high above them. "Okay," Sarah said. She gunned the bike forward. The jeep rumbled across the plain, deep in silvery grass. They were moving fast. The raptors were no longer visible behind them. "Looks like we lost them," Thorne said. "Maybe," Levine said. When he had pulled out of the stream bed, he had seen several animals dart off to the left. They would now be hidden in the grass. He wasn't sure they would give up so easily. The jeep was roaring toward the cliffs. Directly ahead, he saw a curving switchback road running up from the valley floor. That was the ridge road, he felt sure. Now that the terrain was smoother, Thorne crawled back between the seats and crouched over the cage. He peered in through the bars at Arby, who was groaning softly. Half the boy's face was slick with blood, and his shirt was soaked. But his eyes were open, and he seemed to be moving his arms and legs. Thorne leaned close to the bars. "Hey, son," he said gently. "Can you hear me?" Arby nodded, moaning. "How you doing there?" "Been better," Arby said. The jeep ground onto the dirt road and headed upward along the switchbacks. Levine felt a sense of relief as they moved higher, away from the valley. He was finally on the ridge road, and he was going to be safe. He looked up toward the crest. And then he saw the dark shapes in the moonlight, already at the top of the road, hopping up and down. Raptors. Waiting for him. He pulled to a stop. "What do we do now?" "Move over," Thorne said grimly. "I'll take it from here." At the edge of chaos. Thorne came up onto the ridge and turned left, accelerating. The road stretched ahead in the moonlight, a narrow strip running between a rock wall to his left and a sheer cliff falling away on the right. 20 feet above him, on the ridge, he saw the raptors, leaping and snorting as they ran parallel to the jeep. Levine saw them too. "What are we going to do?" he said. Thorne shook his head. "Look in the toolkit. Look in the glove compartment. Get anything you can find." Levine bent over, fumbling in darkness. But Thorne knew they were in trouble. Their gun was gone. They were in a jeep with a cloth top, and the raptors were all around them. He guessed he was probably about half a mile from the clearing and the trailer. Half a mile to go. Thorne slowed as he came into the next curve, moving the car away from the plunging drop of the cliff. Rounding the curve, he saw a raptor crouched in the middle of the road, facing them, its head lowered menacingly. Thorne accelerated toward it. The raptor leapt up in the air, legs raised high. It landed on the hood of the car, claws squealing as they raked metal. It smashed against the windshield, the glass streaking spiderwebs. With the animal's body lying against the windshield, Thorne couldn't see anything. On this dangerous road, he slammed on the brakes. "Hey!" Levine shouted, tumbling forward. The raptor on the hood slid off to the side. Now Thorne could see again, and he stamped on the gas. Levine fell back again as the car moved forward. But 3 raptors were charging the car from the side. One jumped onto the running board and locked its jaws on the side mirror. The animal's glaring eye was close to Thorne's face. He swung the wheel left, scraping the car along the rocky face of the road. 10 yards ahead, a boulder protruded. He glanced at the raptor, which continued to hold on tenaciously, right to the moment when the boulder smashed into the side mirror, tearing it away. The raptor was gone. The road widened a little. Thorne had more room to maneuver now. He felt a heavy thump and looked up to see the canvas top sagging above his head. Claws slashed down by his ear, ripping through the canvas. He swung the car right, then left again. The claws pulled out, but the animal was still up there, its body still indenting the cloth. Beside him, Levine produced a big hunting knife and thrust it upward through the cloth. Immediately, another claw raked downward, slashing Levine's hand. He yelled in pain, dropping the knife. Thorne bent over, reaching down to the floor for it. In the rearview mirror, he saw 2 more raptors in the road behind him, chasing the jeep. They were gaining on him. But the road was broader now, and he accelerated. The raptor on the roof peered over the top, looking in through the broken windshield. Thorne held the knife in his fist and jabbed it straight up with full force, again and again. It didn't seem to make any difference. As the road curved, he jerked the wheel right, then back, the whole jeep tilting, and the raptor on the roof lost its grip and rolled backward off the top. It tore most of the canvas roof away as it went. The animal bounced on the ground and hit the 2 pursuing raptors. The impact knocked all 3 over the side. They fell snarling down the cliff face. "That does it!" Levine shouted. But a moment later, another raptor jumped down from the cliff and ran forward, only a few feet from the jeep. And lightly, almost easily, the raptor leapt up into the back of the jeep. In the passenger seat, Levine stared. The raptor was fully inside the jeep, its head low, arms up, jaws wide, in an unmistakable attack posture. The raptor hissed at him. Levine thought, "It's all over." He was shocked. His entire body broke out in sweat. He felt dizzy, and he realized in a single instant there was nothing he could do, that he was moments from death. The creature hissed again, snapping its jaws, crouching to lunge. And then suddenly white foam appeared at the corners of its mouth, and its eyes rolled back. Foam bubbled out of its jaws. It began to twitch, its body going into spasms. It fell over on its side in the back of the car. Behind them, he now saw Sarah on the motorcycle and Kelly holding the rifle. Thorne slowed, and Sarah pulled alongside them. She handed the key to Levine. "For the cage!" she shouted. Levine took it numbly, almost dropped it. He was in shock, moving slowly, dumbly. I nearly died, he thought. "Get her gun," Thorne said. Levine looked off to the left, where more raptors were still racing along, parallel to the car. He counted 6, but there were probably more. He tried to count again, his mind working slowly. "Get the damn gun!" Levine took the gun from Kelly, feeling the cold metal of the barrel in his hands. But now the car sputtered, the engine coughing, dying, then coughing again, jerking forward. "What's that?" he said, turning to Thorne. "Trouble," Thorne said. "We're out of gas." Thorne popped the car into neutral and it rolled forward, losing speed. Ahead was a slight rise, and beyond that, across a curve, he could see the road sloped down again. Sarah was on the motorcycle behind them, shaking her head. Thorne realized his only hope was to make it over the rise. He said to Levine, "Unlock the cage. Get him out of there." Levine was suddenly moving quickly, almost panicky, but crawled back and got the key in the lock. The cage creaked open. He helped Arby out. Thorne watched the speedometer as the needle fell. They were going 25 miles an hour. Then 20. Then 15. The raptors, running alongside, began to move closer, sensing the car was in trouble. 15 miles an hour. Still falling. "He's out," Levine said from the back. He clanged the cage shut. "Push the cage off," Thorne said. The cage rolled off the back, bouncing down the hill. 10 miles an hour. The car seemed to be creeping. And then they were over the rise, moving down the other side, gaining speed again. 12 miles an hour. 15. 20. He careened around the curves, trying not to touch the brakes. Levine said, "We'll never make it to the trailer." He was screaming at the top of his lungs, eyes wide with fear. "I know." Thorne could see the trailer off to the left, but separated from them by a gentle rise in the road. They could not get there. But up ahead the road forked, sloping down to the right toward the laboratory. And if he remembered correctly, that road was all downhill. Thorne turned right, away from the trailer. He saw the big roof of the laboratory, a flat expanse in the moonlight. He followed the road past the laboratory, down around the back toward the worker village. He saw the manager's house to the right and the convenience store with the gas pumps in front. Was there a chance they might still have gasoline? "Look," Levine said, pointing behind them. "Look! Look!" Thorne glanced over his shoulder and saw that the raptors were dropping back, giving up the chase. In the vicinity of the laboratory, they seemed to hesitate. "They're not following us anymore," Levine shouted. "Yeah," Thorne said. "But where's Sarah?" Behind them, Sarah's motorcycle was nowhere to be seen. Trailer. Sarah Harding twisted the handlebars and the motorcycle shot forward over the low rise in the road ahead. She crested and came down again, heading toward the trailer. Behind her, 4 raptors snarled in pursuit. She accelerated, trying to get ahead of them, to gain precious yards, because they were going to need it. She leaned back and shouted to Kelly, "Okay, this has to be fast." "What?" Kelly shouted. "When we get to the trailer, you jump off and run in. Don't wait for me. Understand?" Kelly nodded, tensely. "Whatever happens, don't wait for me." "Okay." Harding roared up to the trailer, braked hard. The bike skidded on the wet grass, banged into the metal siding. But Kelly was already leaping off, scrambling up toward the door, going into the trailer. Sarah had wanted to get the bike inside, but she saw the raptors were very close, too close. She pushed the bike toward them and in a single motion stepped up and threw herself through the trailer door, landing on her back on the floor. She twisted her body around and kicked the door shut with her legs, just as the first of the raptors slammed against it. Inside the dark trailer, she held the door shut as the animals pounded it repeatedly. She felt for a lock on the door but couldn't find one. "Ian, does this door lock?" She heard Malcolm's voice, dreamy in the darkness. "Life is a crystal," he said. "Ian, try and pay attention." Then Kelly was alongside her, hands moving up and down. The raptors thumped against the door. After a moment, she said, "It's down here, by the floor." Harding heard a metallic click and stepped away. Kelly reached out, took her hand. The raptors were pounding and snarling outside. "It'll be okay," Harding said reassuringly. She went over to Malcolm, still lying on the bed. The raptors snapped and lunged at the window near his head, their claws raking the glass. Malcolm watched them calmly. "Noisy bastards, aren't they?" By his side, the first aid kit was open, a syringe on the cushion. He had probably injected himself again. Through the windows, the animals stopped throwing themselves against the glass. She heard the sound of scraping metal from over by the door and then saw that the raptors were dragging the motorbike away from the trailer. They were hopping up and down on it in fury. It wouldn't be long before they punctured the tires. "Ian," she said, "we have to do this fast." "I'm in no rush," he said calmly. She said, "What kind of weapons have you got here?" "Weapons? Oh, I don't know." He sighed. "What do you want weapons for?" "Ian, please." "You're talking so fast," he said. "You know, Sarah, you really ought to try to relax." In the darkened trailer, Kelly was frightened, but she was reassured at the no-nonsense way Sarah talked about weapons. And Kelly was beginning to see that Sarah didn't let anything stop her. She just went and did it. This whole attitude of not letting other people stop you, of believing that you could do what you wanted, was something she found herself imitating. Kelly listened to Dr. Malcolm's voice and knew that he would be of no help. He was on drugs and he didn't care. And Sarah didn't know her way around the trailer. Kelly did. She had searched the trailer earlier, looking for food. And she seemed to remember. In the darkness, she pulled open the drawers quickly. She squinted, trying to see. She was sure she remembered one drawer, low down, had contained a pack marked with a skull and crossbones. That pack might have some kind of weapons, she thought. She heard Sarah say, "Ian, try and think." And she heard Dr. Malcolm say, "Oh, I have been, Sarah. I've had the most wonderful thoughts. You know, all those carcasses at the raptor site present a wonderful example of—" "Not now, Ian." Kelly went through the drawers, leaving them open so she would know which ones she had already checked. She moved down the trailer, and then her hand touched rough canvas. She leaned forward. Yes, this was it. Kelly pulled out a square canvas pack that was surprisingly heavy. She said, "Sarah, look." Sarah Harding took the pack to the window, where moonlight shone in. She unzipped the pack and stared at the contents. The pack was divided into padded sections. She saw 3 square blocks made of some substance that felt rubbery. And there was a small silver cylinder, like a small oxygen bottle. "What is all this stuff?" "We thought it was a good idea," Malcolm said. but now I'm not sure it was. The thing is that— "What is it?" she said, interrupting. She had to keep him focused. His mind was drifting. "Non-lethals," Malcolm said. "Alexander's ragtime band. We wanted to have—" "What's this?" she said, holding up one of the blocks in front of his face. "Area dispersal smoke cube. What you do is—" "Just smoke," she said. "It just makes smoke?" "Yes, but—" "What's this?" she said, raising the silver cylinder. It had writing on it. "Cholinesterase bomb. Releases gas. Produces short-term paralysis when it goes off. Or so they say." "How short?" "A few minutes, I think, but—" "How does it work?" she said, turning it in her hand. There was a cap at the end with a locking pin. She started to pull it off, to get a look at the mechanism. "Don't," he said. "That's how you do it. You pull the pin and throw. Goes off in 3 seconds. "Okay," she said. Hastily, she packed up the medical kit, throwing the syringe inside, shutting the lid. "What are you doing?" Malcolm said, alarmed. "We're getting out of here," she said, as she moved to the door. Malcolm sighed. "It's so nice to have a man around the house," he said. The cylinder sailed high through the air, tumbling in the moonlight. The raptors were about 5 yards away, clustered around the bike. One of the animals looked up and saw the cylinder, which landed in the grass a few yards away. Sarah stood by the door, waiting. Nothing happened. No explosion. Nothing. "Ian! It didn't work!" Curious, one raptor hopped over toward where the cylinder had landed in the grass. It ducked down, and when it raised its head, it held the cylinder glinting in its jaws. She sighed. "It didn't work." "Oh, never mind," Malcolm said calmly. The raptor shook its head, biting into the cylinder. "What do we do now?" Kelly said. There was a loud explosion, and a cloud of dense white smoke blasted outward across the clearing. The raptors disappeared in the cloud. Harding closed the door quickly. "Now what?" Kelly said. With Malcolm leaning on her shoulder, they moved across the clearing in the night. The gas cloud had dissipated several minutes before. The first raptor they found in the grass was lying on its side, eyes open, absolutely motionless. But it wasn't dead. Harding could see the steady pulse in the neck. The animal was merely paralyzed. She said to Malcolm, "How long will it last?" "Have no idea," Malcolm said. "Much wind?" "There's no wind, Ian." "Then it should last a bit." They moved forward. Now the raptors lay all around them. They stepped around the bodies, smelling the rotten odor of carnivores. One of the animals lay across the bike. She eased Malcolm down to the ground, where he sat, sighing. After a moment, he began to sing. "I wish I was in the land of cotton. Old times there are not forgotten. Look away." Harding tugged at the motorcycle handlebars, trying to pull the bike from beneath the raptor. The animal was too heavy. Kelly said, "Let me," and reached for the handlebars. Harding went forward. Without hesitating, she bent over and put her arms around the raptor's neck and pulled the head upward. She felt a wave of revulsion. Hot, scaly skin scraped her arms and cheek. She grunted as she leaned back, raising the animal. "In Dixieland, da-da-da-da, to live and die in Dixie." She said to Kelly, "Got it?" "Not yet," Kelly said, pulling on the handlebars. Harding's face was inches from the velociraptor's head and jaws. The head flopped back and forth as she adjusted her grip. Close to her face, the open eye stared at her, unseeing. Harding tugged, trying to lift the animal higher. "Almost," Kelly said. Harding groaned, lifting. The eye blinked. Frightened, Harding dropped the animal. Kelly pulled the bike away. "Got it!" Away, away, away down south in Dixie. Harding came around the raptor. Now the big leg twitched. The chest began to move. "Let's go," she said. "Ian, behind me. Kelly, on the handlebars." Away, away, away down south. "Let's go," Harding said, climbing on the bike. She kept her eyes on the raptor. The head gave a convulsive jerk. The eye blinked again. It was definitely waking up. "Let's go, let's go, let's go!" Village. Sarah drove the motorcycle down the hill toward the worker village. Looking past Kelly, Sarah saw the Jeep parked at the store, not far from the gas pumps. She braked to a stop, and they all climbed off in the moonlight. Kelly opened the door to the store and helped Malcolm inside. Sarah rolled the motorcycle into the store and closed the door. "Doc," she said. "We're over here," Thorne said. "With Arby." By the moonlight filtering in through the windows, she could see the store looked very much like an abandoned roadside convenience stand. There was a glass-walled refrigerator of soft drinks, the cans obscured by mold on the glass. A wire rack nearby held candy bars and Twinkies, the wrappers speckled green, crawling with larvae. In the adjacent magazine rack, the pages were curled, the headlines 5 years old. To one side were rows of basic supplies: toothpaste, aspirin, suntan lotion, shampoo, combs and brushes. Alongside this were racks of clothing, t-shirts and shorts, socks, tennis rackets, bathing suits, and a few souvenirs, keychains, ashtrays, and drinking glasses. In the center of the room was a little island with a computer cash register, a microwave, and a coffee maker. The microwave door hung wide. Some animal had made a nest inside. The coffee maker was cracked and laced with cobwebs. "What a mess," Malcolm said. "Looks fine to me," Sarah Harding said. The windows were all barred. The walls seemed solid enough. The canned goods would still be edible. She saw a sign that said restrooms, so maybe there was plumbing too. They should be safe here, at least for a while. She helped Malcolm to lie down on the floor. Then she went over to where Thorne and Levine were working on Arby. "I brought the first aid kit," she said. "How is he?" "Pretty bruised," Thorne said. "Some gashes, but nothing broken. Head looks bad." "Everything hurts," Arby said. "Even my mouth." "Somebody see if there's a light," she said. "Let me look, Arby." "Okay. You're missing a couple of teeth, that's why. But that can be fixed. The cut on your head isn't so bad." She swabbed it clean with gauze, turned to Thorne. "How long until the helicopter comes?" Thorne looked at his watch. 2 hours. "And where does it land?" "The pad is several miles from here." Working on Arby, she nodded. "Okay. So we have 2 hours to get to the pad." Kelly said, "How can we do that? The car's out of gas." "Don't worry," Sarah said. "We'll figure something out. It's going to be fine." "You always say that," Kelly said. "Because it's always true," Sarah said. "Okay, Arby, I need you to help now. I'm going to sit you up and get your shirt off." Thorne moved off to one side with Levine. Levine was wild-eyed, his body moving in a twitchy way. The drive in the Jeep seemed to have finished him off. "What is she talking about?" he said. We're trapped here. Trapped! There was hysteria in his voice. We can't go anywhere. We can't do anything. I'm telling you, we're all going to... Keep it down, Thorne said, grabbing his arm, leaning close. Don't upset the kids. What difference does it make? Levine said. They're going to find out sooner or... Ow! Take it easy. Thorne was squeezing his arm hard. He leaned close to Levine. You're too old to act like an asshole, he said quietly. Now pull yourself together, Richard. Are you listening to me, Richard? Levine nodded. Good. Now, Richard, I'm going to go outside and see if the pumps work. They can't possibly work, Levine said. Not after 5 years. I'm telling you, it's a waste of... Richard, Thorne said, we have to check the pumps. There was a pause. The two men looked at each other. You mean you're going outside? Levine said. Yes. Levine frowned. Another pause. Crouched over Arby, Sarah said, Where are the lights, guys? Just a minute, Thorne said to her. He leaned close to Levine. Okay. Okay, Levine said, taking a breath. Thorne went to the front door, opened it, and stepped out into darkness. Levine closed the door behind him. Thorne heard a click as the door locked. He immediately turned and rapped softly. Levine opened the door a few inches, peering out. For Christ's sake, Thorne whispered, don't lock it. But I just thought, don't lock the damn door. Okay. I'm sorry. For Christ's sake, Thorne said. He closed the door again and turned to face the night. Around him, the worker village was silent. He heard only the steady drone of cicadas in the darkness. It seemed almost too quiet, he thought. But perhaps it was just the contrast from the snarling raptors. Thorne stood with his back to the door for a long time, staring out at the clearing. He saw nothing. Finally, he walked over to the Jeep, opened the side door, and fumbled in the dark for the radio. His hand touched it. It had slid under the passenger seat. He pulled it out and carried it back to the store, knocked on the door. Levine opened it, said, It's not locked here. Thorne handed him the radio, closed the door again. Again, he paused, watching. Around him, the compound was silent. The moon was full. The air was still. He moved forward and peered closely at the gas pumps. The handle of the nearest one was rusted and draped with spiderwebs. He pulled the nozzle up and flicked the latch. Nothing happened. He squeezed the nozzle handle. No liquid came out. He tapped the glass window on the pump that showed the number of gallons, and the glass fell out in his hand. Inside, a spider scurried across the metal numerals. There was no gas. They had to find gas, or they'd never get to the helicopter. He frowned at the pumps, thinking. They were simple, the kind of very reliable pumps you found at a remote construction site. And that made sense, because after all, this was an island. He paused. This was an island. That meant everything came in by plane or boat. Most times, probably by boat. Small boats, where supplies were offloaded by hand. Which meant... He bent over, examining the base of the pump in the moonlight. Just as he thought, there were no buried gas tanks. He saw a thick black PVC pipe running at an angle just under the ground. He could see the direction the pipe was going, around the side of the store. Thorne followed it, moving cautiously in the moonlight. He paused for a moment to listen, then moved on. He came around to the side and saw just what he expected to see. 50-gallon metal drums ranged along the side wall. There were 3 of them, connected by a series of black hoses. That made sense. All the gasoline on the island would have had to come here in drums. He tapped the drums softly with a knuckle. They were hollow. He lifted one, hoping to hear the slosh of liquid at the bottom. They needed only a gallon or 2. Nothing. The drums were empty. But surely, he thought, there must be more than 3 drums. He did a quick calculation in his head. A lab this large would have had a half-dozen support vehicles, maybe more. Even if they were fuel efficient, they'd burn 30 or 40 gallons a week. To be safe, the company would have stored at least 2 months' supply, perhaps 6 months' supply. That meant 10 to 30 drums. And steel drums were heavy, so they probably stored them close by. Probably just a few yards. He turned slowly, looking. The moonlight was bright, and he could see well. Beyond the store, there was an open space, and then clumps of tall rhododendron bushes which had overgrown the path leading to the tennis court. Above the bushes, the chain-link fence was laced with creeping vines. To the left was the first of the worker cottages. He could see only the dark roof. To the right of the court, nearer the store, there was thick foliage, although he saw a gap, a path. He moved forward, leaving the store behind. Approaching the dark gap in the bushes, he saw a vertical line and realized it was the edge of an open wooden door. There was a shed, back in the foliage. The other door was closed. As he came closer, he saw a rusted metal sign with flaking red lettering. The letters were black in the moonlight. Precaution. Non fumare. Inflammable. He paused, listening. He heard the raptors snarling in the distance, but they seemed far away, back up on the hill. For some reason, they still had not approached the village. Thorne waited, heart pounding, staring forward at the dark entrance to the shed. At last he decided it wasn't going to get any easier. They needed gas. He moved forward. The path to the shed was wet from the night's rain, but the shed was dry inside. His eyes adjusted. It was a small place, perhaps 12 by 12. In the dim light he saw a dozen rusted drums, standing on end. 3 or 4 more on their sides. Thorne touched them all quickly, one after another. They were light, empty. Every one empty. Feeling defeated, Thorne moved back toward the entrance to the shed. He paused for a moment, staring out at the moonlit night. And then, as he waited, he heard the unmistakable sound of breathing. Inside the store, Levine moved from window to window, trying to follow Thorne's progress. His body was jumpy with tension. What was Thorne doing? He had gone so far from the store. It was very unwise. Levine kept glancing at the front door, wishing he could lock it. He felt so unsafe with the door unlocked. Now Thorne had gone off into the bushes, disappearing entirely from view. And he had been gone a long time. At least a minute or 2. Levine stared out the window and bit his lip. He heard the distant snarl of the raptors and realized that they had remained up at the entrance to the laboratory. They hadn't followed the vehicles down, even now. Why not? He wondered. The question was welcome in his mind. Calming, almost soothing. A question to answer. Why had the raptors stayed up at the laboratory? All kinds of explanations occurred to him. The raptors had an atavistic fear of the laboratory, the place of their birth. They remembered the cages and didn't want to be captured again. But he suspected the most likely explanation was also the simplest, that the area around the laboratory was some other animal's territory. It was scent-marked and demarcated and defended, and the raptors were reluctant to enter it. Even the tyrannosaur, he remembered now, had gone through the territory quickly, without stopping. But whose territory? Levine stared out the window impatiently as he waited. "What about the lights?" Sarah called from across the room. "I need light here." "In a minute," Levine said. At the entrance to the shed, Thorne stood silently, listening. He heard soft, snorting exhalations, like a quiet horse. A large animal, waiting. The sound was coming from somewhere to his right. Thorne looked over, slowly. He saw nothing at all. Moonlight shone brightly over the worker village. He saw the store, the gas pumps, the dark shape of the jeep. Looking to his right, he saw an open space and clumps of rhododendron bushes. The tennis court beyond. Nothing else. He stared, listening hard. The soft snorting continued, hardly louder than a faint breeze. But there was no breeze. The trees and bushes were not moving. Or were they? Thorne had the sense that something was wrong. Something right before his eyes, something that he could see but couldn't see. With the effort of staring, he began to think his eyes were playing tricks on him. He thought he detected a slight movement in the bushes to the right. The pattern of the leaves seemed to shift in the moonlight. Shift and stabilize again. But he wasn't sure. Thorne stared forward, straining. And as he looked, he began to think that it wasn't the bushes that had caught his eye, but rather the chain-link fence. For most of its length, the fence was overgrown with an irregular tangle of vines, but in a few places the regular diamond pattern of links was visible. And there was something strange about that pattern. The fence seemed to be moving, rippling. Thorne watched carefully. Maybe it is moving, he thought. Maybe there's an animal inside the fence, pushing against it, making it move. But that didn't seem quite right. It was something else. Suddenly, lights came on inside the store. They shone through the barred windows, casting a geometric pattern of dark shadows across the open clearing and onto the bushes by the tennis court. And for a moment, just a moment, Thorne saw that the bushes beside the tennis court were oddly shaped, and that they were actually two dinosaurs, 7 feet tall, standing side by side, staring right at him. Their bodies seemed to be covered in a patchwork pattern of light and dark that made them blend in perfectly with leaves behind them, and even with the fence of the tennis court. Thorne was confused. Their concealment had been perfect, too perfect, until the lights from the store windows had shone out and caught them in the sudden bright glare. Thorne watched, holding his breath. And then he realized that the leafy, light and dark pattern went only part way up their bodies, to mid-thorax. Above that, the animals had a kind of diamond-shaped crisscross pattern that matched the fence. And as Thorne stared, the complex patterns on their bodies faded. The animals turned a chalky white, and then a series of vertical striped shadows began to appear, which exactly matched the shadows cast by the windows. And before his eyes, the two dinosaurs disappeared from view again. Squinting, with concentrated effort, he could just barely distinguish the outlines of their bodies. He would never have been able to see them at all had he not already known they were there. They were chameleons, but with a power of mimicry unlike any chameleon Thorne had ever seen. Slowly, he backed away into the shed, moving deeper into darkness. "My God!" Levine exclaimed, staring out the window. "Sorry," Harding said, "but I had to turn on the lights. That boy needs help. I can't do it in the dark." Levine did not answer her. He was staring out the window, trying to comprehend what he had just seen. He now realized what he had glimpsed the day Diego was killed. That brief momentary sense that something was wrong. Levine now knew what it was. But it was quite beyond anything that was known among terrestrial animals, and— "What is it?" she said, standing alongside him at the window. "Is it Thorn?" "Look," Levine said. She stared out through the bars. "At the bushes?" "What? What am I supposed to—" "Look," he said. She watched for a moment longer, then shook her head. "I'm sorry." "Start at the bottom of the bushes," Levine told her. "Then let your eyes move up very slowly. Just look, and you'll see the outline." He heard her sigh. "I'm sorry." "Then turn out the lights again," he said, "and you'll see." She turned the lights out, and for a moment Levine saw the two animals in sharp relief, their bodies pale white with vertical stripes in the moonlight. Almost immediately, the pattern started to fade. Harding came back, pushed in alongside him, and this time she saw the animals instantly, just as Levine knew she would. "No shit," she said. "There are two of them?" "Yes. Side by side." "And is the pattern fading?" "Yes, it's fading." As they watched, the striped pattern on their skins was replaced by the leafy pattern of the rhododendrons behind them. Once again, the two dinosaurs blended into invisibility. But such complex patterning implied that their epidermal layers were arranged in a manner similar to the chromatophores of marine invertebrates. The subtlety of shading, the rapidity of the changes all suggested— Harding frowned. "What are they?" she asked. "Chameleons of unparalleled skill, obviously. Although I'm not sure one is entirely justified in referring to them as chameleons, since technically chameleons have only the ability—" "What are they?" Sarah said impatiently. "Actually, I'd say they're Carnotaurus sastrae. Type specimens from Patagonia. 3 meters in height, with distinctive heads. You notice the short, bulldog snouts and the pair of large horns above the eyes? Almost like wings. They're carnivores?" "Yes, of course, they have the—" "Where's Thorn?" "He went into that clump of bushes to the right some time ago. I haven't seen him, but—" "What do we do?" she said. "Do?" Levine said. "I'm not sure I follow you." "We have to do something," she said, speaking slowly as if he were a child. "We have to help Thorn get back." "I don't know how," Levine said. "Those animals must weigh 500 pounds each. And there are 2 of them. I told him not to go out in the first place. But now—" Harding frowned. Staring out, she said, "Go turn the lights back on." "I'd prefer to—" "Go turn the lights back on!" Levine got up irritably. He had been relishing his remarkable discovery, a truly unanticipated feature of dinosaurs, although not, of course, entirely without precedent among related vertebrates. And now this little muscle-bound female was barking orders at him. Levine was offended. After all, she was not much of a scientist. She was a naturalist, a field devoid of theory. One of those people who poked around in animal crap and imagined they were doing original research. A nice outdoor life is all it amounted to. It wasn't science by any stretch. "On!" Harding shouted, looking out the window. He flicked the lights on and started to head back to the window. "Off!" Hastily, he went back and turned them off. "On!" He turned them on again. She got up from the window and crossed the room. "They didn't like that," she said. "It bothered them." "Well, there's probably a refractory period." "Yeah, I think so. Here, open these." She scooped up a handful of flashlights from one of the shelves, handed them to him, then went and got batteries from an adjacent wire rack. "I hope these still work." "What are you going to do?" Levine said. "We," she said grimly. "We." Thorne stood in the darkness of the shed, staring outward through the open doors. Someone had been turning the lights on and off inside the store. Then, for a while, they remained on. But now suddenly they went off again. The area in front of the shed was lit only by moonlight. He heard movement, a soft rustling. He heard the breathing again. And then he saw the two dinosaurs, walking upright with stiff tails. Their skin patterns seemed to shift as they walked, and it was difficult to follow them, but they were moving toward the shed. They arrived at the entrance, their bodies silhouetted against the moonlight beyond, their outlines finally clear. They looked like small tyrannosaurs, except they had protuberances above the eyes, and they had very small, stubby forelimbs. The carnivores ducked their squarish heads down and looked into the shed cautiously, snorting, sniffing, their tails swinging slowly behind them. They were really too big to come inside, and for a moment he hoped that they would not. Then the first of them lowered its head, growled, and stepped through the entrance. Thorne held his breath. He was trying to think what to do, but he couldn't think of anything at all. The animals were methodical, the first one moving aside so the second could enter as well. Suddenly, from along the side of the store, a half-dozen glaring lights shone out in bright beams. The lights moved, splashed on the dinosaurs' bodies. The beams began to move back and forth in slow, erratic patterns, like searchlights. The dinosaurs were clearly visible, and they didn't like it. They growled and tried to step away from the lights, but the beams moved continuously, searching them out, crisscrossing over their bodies. As the lights passed over their torsos, the skin paled in response, reproducing the movement of the beams after the lights had moved on. Their bodies streaking white, fading to dark, streaking white again. The lights never stopped moving, except when they shone into the faces of the dinosaurs and into their eyes. The big eyes blinked beneath their hooded wings. The animals twitched their heads and ducked away, as if annoyed by flies. The dinosaurs became agitated. They turned, backing out of the shed, and bellowed loudly at the moving lights. Still the lights moved, relentlessly swinging back and forth in the night. The pattern of movement was complex, confusing. The dinosaurs bellowed again and took a menacing step toward the lights. But it was half-hearted. They clearly didn't like being around these moving sources. After a moment, they shuffled off, the lights following them, driving them away past the tennis courts. Thorne moved forward. He heard Harding say, "Doc, better get out of there before they decide to come back." Thorne moved quickly toward the lights. He found himself standing beside Levine and Harding. They were swinging fistfuls of flashlights back and forth. They all went back to the store. Inside, Levine slammed the door shut and sagged back against it. "I was never so frightened in my entire life." "Richard," Harding said coldly, "get a grip on yourself." She crossed the room and placed the flashlights on the counter. "Going out there was insane," Levine said, wiping his forehead. He was drenched in sweat, his shirt stained dark. Actually, it was a slam dunk, Harding said. She turned to Thorne. You could see they had a refractory period for skin response. It's fast compared to, say, an octopus, but it's still there. My assumption was that those dinosaurs were like all animals that rely on camouflage. They're basically ambushers. They're not particularly fast or active. They stand motionless for hours in an unchanging environment, disappearing into the background, and they wait until some unsuspecting meal comes along. But if they have to keep adjusting to new light conditions, they know they can't hide. They get anxious. And if they get anxious enough, they finally just run away. Which is what happened. Levine turned and glared angrily at Thorne. This was all your fault. If you hadn't gone out there that way, just wandering off— Richard, Harding said, cutting him off. We need gas or we'll never get out of here. Don't you want to get out of here? Levine said nothing. He sulked. Well, Thorne said, there wasn't any gas in the shed anyway. Hey, everybody, Sarah said. Look who's here. Arby came forward, leaning on Kelly. He had changed into clothes from the store, a pair of swimming trunks and a T-shirt that said InGen Bioengineering Labs, and beneath, We Make the Future. Arby had a black eye, a swollen cheekbone, and a cut that Harding had bandaged on his forehead. His arms and legs were badly bruised, but he was walking, and he managed a crooked smile. Thorne said, How do you feel, son? Arby said, You know what I want more than anything right now? What? Thorne said. Diet Coke, Arby said. And a lot of aspirin. Sarah bent over Malcolm. He was humming softly, staring upward. How is Arby? He asked. He'll be okay. Does he need any morphine? Malcolm asked. No, I don't think so. Good, Malcolm said. He stretched out his arm, rolling up the sleeve. Thorne cleaned the nest out of the microwave and heated up some canned beef stew. He found a package of paper plates decorated in a Halloween motif, pumpkins and bats, and spooned the food onto the plates. The two kids ate hungrily. He gave a plate to Sarah, then turned to Levine. What about you? Levine was staring out the window. No. Thorne shrugged. Arby came over, holding his plate. Is there any more? Sure, Thorne said. He gave him his own plate. Levine went over and sat with Malcolm. Levine said, Well, at least we were right about one thing. This island was a true lost world. A pristine, untouched ecology. We were right from the beginning. Malcolm looked over and raised his head. Are you joking? He said. What about all the dead apatosaurs? I've been thinking about that, Levine said. The raptors killed them, obviously. And then the raptors— Did what? Malcolm said. Dragged them to their nest? Those animals weigh 50 tons, Richard. 100 raptors couldn't drag them. No. He sighed. The carcasses must have floated to a bend in the river where they beached. The raptors made their nest at a source of convenient food supply. Dead apatosaurs. Well, possibly. But why so many dead apatosaurs, Richard? Why do none of the animals attain adulthood? And why are there so many predators on the island? Well, we need more data, of course, Levine began. No, we don't, Malcolm said. Didn't you go through the lab? We already know the answer. What is it? Levine said irritably. Prions, Malcolm said, closing his eyes. Levine frowned. What are prions? Malcolm sighed. Ian, Levine said, What are prions? Go away, Malcolm said, waving his hand. Arby was curled up in a corner, near sleep. Thorne rolled up a t-shirt and put it under the boy's head. Arby mumbled something and smiled. In a few moments, he began to snore. Thorne got up and went over to Sarah, who was standing by the window. Outside, the sky was beginning to lighten above the trees, turning pale blue. "How much time now?" she said. Thorne looked at his watch. "Maybe an hour." She started to pace. "We've got to get gas," she said. "If we have gas, we can drive the Jeep to the helicopter site." "But there's no gas," Thorne said. "There must be some somewhere." She continued to pace. "You tried the pumps?" "Yes, they're dry." "What about inside the lab?" "I don't think so." "Where else? What about the trailer?" Thorne shook his head. "It's just a passive tow trailer. The other unit has an auxiliary generator and some gas tanks. But it went over the cliff." "Maybe the tanks didn't rupture when it fell. We still have the motorcycle. Maybe I can go out there and—" "Sarah," he said. "It's worth a try." "Sarah." From the window, Levine said softly, "Heads up. We have visitors." Good Mother. In the pre-dawn light, the dinosaurs came out of the bushes and went directly toward the Jeep. There were 6 of them, big brown duckbills 15 feet high with curving snouts. "Myosaurs," Levine said. "I didn't know there were any here." "What are they doing?" The huge animals clustered around the Jeep and immediately began to tear it apart. One ripped away the canvas top. Another poked at the roll bar, rocking the vehicle back and forth. "I don't understand," Levine said. "They're hadrosaurs. Herbivores. This aggressiveness is quite uncharacteristic." "Uh-huh," Thorne said. As they watched, the myosaurs tipped the Jeep over. The vehicle crashed over on its side. One of the adults reared up and stood on the side panels. Its huge feet crushed the vehicle inward. But when the Jeep fell over, 2 white styrofoam cases tumbled out onto the ground. The myosaurs seemed to be focused on these cases. They nipped at the styrofoam, tossing chunks of white around the ground. They moved hurriedly, in a kind of frenzy. "Something to eat?" Levine said. "Some kind of dinosaur catnip? What?" Then the top of one case tore away, and they saw a cracked egg inside. Protruding from the egg was a wrinkled bit of flesh. The myosaurs slowed. Their movements were now cautious, gentle. They honked and grunted. The big bodies of the animals blocked their view. There was a squeaking sound. "You're kidding," Levine said. On the ground, a tiny animal moved about. Its body was pale brown, almost white. It tried to stand, but flopped down at once. It was barely a foot long, with wrinkled folds of flesh around its neck. In a moment, a second animal tumbled out beside it. Harding sighed. Slowly, one of the myosaurs ducked its huge head down and gently scooped the baby up in its broad bill. It kept its mouth open as it raised its head. The baby sat calmly on the adult's tongue, looking around with its tiny head as it rose high into the air. The second baby was picked up. The adults milled around for a moment, as if unsure whether there was more to do, and then, honking loudly, they all moved off, leaving behind a crumpled, shattered vehicle. Thorne said, "I guess gas is no longer a problem." "I guess not," Sarah said. Thorne stared at the wreckage of the Jeep, shaking his head. "It's worse than a head-on collision," he said. "It looks like it's been put in a compactor. Just wasn't built for those sorts of stresses." Levine snorted. "Engineers in Detroit didn't expect a 5-ton animal to stand on it." "You know," Thorne said, "I would have liked to see how our own car stood up under that." "You mean because we beefed it up?" "Yes," Thorne said. "We really built it to take fantastic stresses. Huge stresses. Ran it through computer programs, added those honeycomb panels, the whole—" "Wait a minute," Harding said, turning away from the window. "What are you talking about?" "The other car," Thorne said. "What other car?" "The car we brought," he said. "The Explorer." "Of course," she said, suddenly excited. "There's another car. I completely forgot. The Explorer." "Well, it's history now," Thorne said. "It shorted out last night when I was coming back to the trailer. I ran it through a puddle and it shorted out." "So? Maybe it's still—" "No," Thorne said, shaking his head. "A short like that'd blow the VR. It's an electric car. It's dead." "I'm surprised you don't have circuit breakers for that." "Well, we never used to put them in, although on this latest version—" He trailed off. He shook his head. "I can't believe it." "The car has circuit breakers?" "Yes. Eddie put them in, last minute." "So the car might still run?" "Yes, it probably would if you reset the breakers." "Where is it?" she said. She was heading for the motorcycle. "I left it on that side road that runs from the Ridge Road down to the Hyde." "But Sarah—" "It's our only chance," she said. She pulled on her radio headset, adjusted the microphone to her cheek, and rolled the motorcycle to the door. "Call me," she said. "I'm going to go find us a car." They watched through the windows. In the early morning light, she climbed onto the motorcycle and roared off up the hill. Levine watched her go. "What do you figure her odds are?" Thorne just shook his head. The radio crackled. "Doc." Thorne picked it up. "Yes, Sarah." "I'm coming up the hill now. I see... there's 6 of them." "Raptors?" "Yeah. They're, Listen, I'm going to try another path. I see a—" The radio crackled. "Sarah?" She was breaking up. "Sort of a game trail that... Here. Think I better—" "Sarah," Thorne said. "You're breaking up." "Do now. So just... wish me luck." Over the radio they heard the hum of the bike. Then they heard another sound, which might have been an animal snarl and might have been more static. Thorne bent forward, holding the radio close to his ear. Then, abruptly, the radio clicked and was silent. He said, "Sarah?" There was no answer. "Maybe she turned it off," Levine said. Thorne shook his head. "Sarah?" Nothing. "Sarah? Are you there?" They waited. Nothing. "Hell," Thorne said. Time passed slowly. Levine stood by the window, staring out. Kelly was snoring in a corner. Arby lay next to Malcolm, fast asleep, and Malcolm was humming tunelessly. Thorne sat on the floor in the center of the room, leaning back against the checkout counter. Every so often, he'd pick up the radio and try to call Sarah, but there was never any answer. He tried all 6 channels. There was no answer on any of them. Eventually, he stopped trying. The radio crackled. "Ain't these damn things. Never work right." A grunt. "Can't figure out what things Damn. Across the room, Levine sat forward. Thorne grabbed the radio. Sarah? Sarah! Finally, she said, her voice crackling. Where the hell have you been, Doc? Are you all right? Of course I'm all right. There's something wrong with your radio. You're breaking up. Yeah? What should I do? Try screwing down the cover on your battery pack. It's probably loose. No, I mean, what should I do about the car? Thorne said, What? I'm at the car, Doc. I'm there. What should I do? Levine glanced at his watch. 20 minutes until the helicopter arrives, he said. You know, she just might make it. Dodgson. Dodgson awoke, aching and stiff, on the floor of the concrete utility shed. He got to his feet and looked out the window. He saw streaks of red in a pale blue sky. He opened the door to the utility shed and went outside. He was very thirsty and his body was sore. He started walking beneath the canopy of trees. The jungle around him was silent in the early morning. He needed water. More than anything, he needed water. Somewhere off to his left, he heard the soft gurgle of a stream. He headed toward it, moving more quickly. Through the trees, he could see the sky growing lighter. He knew that Malcolm and his party were still here. They must have some plan to get off the island. If they could get off, he could too. He came over a low rise and looked down at a gully and a flowing stream. It looked clear. He hurried down toward it, wondering if it was polluted. He decided he didn't care. Just before he reached the stream, he tripped over a vine and fell, swearing. He got to his feet and looked back. Then he saw it wasn't a vine he had tripped over. It was the strap of a green backpack. Dodgson tugged at the strap, and the whole backpack slid out of the foliage. The pack had been torn apart, and it was crusty with dried blood. As he pulled it, the contents clattered out among the ferns. Flies were buzzing everywhere. But he saw a camera, a metal case for food, and a plastic water bottle. He searched quickly through the surrounding ferns, but he didn't find much else except some soggy candy bars. Dodgson drank the water and then realized he was very hungry. He popped open the metal case, hoping for some decent food. But the case didn't contain food. It was filled with foam packing. And in the center of the packing was a radio. He flicked it on. The battery light glowed strongly. He flicked from one channel to another, hearing static. Then a man's voice. Sarah? This is Thorne. Sarah! After a moment, a woman's voice. Doc, did you hear me? I said I'm at the car. Dodgson listened and smiled. So there was a car. In the store, Thorne held the radio close to his cheek. Okay, he said. Sarah, listen carefully. Get in the car and do exactly what I tell you. Okay, fine, she said. But tell me first, is Levine there? He's here. The radio clicked. She said, ask him if there's any danger from a green dinosaur that's about 4 feet tall and has a domed forehead. Levine nodded. He says yes, Thorne said. They're pachycephalous-somethings, and you should be careful. Why? Because there's about 50 of them, all around the car. Explorer. The explorer was sitting in the middle of a shady section of the road, with overhanging trees above. The car had stopped just beyond a depression where there had no doubt been a large puddle the night before. Now the puddle had become a mud hole, thanks to the dozen or so animals that sat in it, splashed in it, drank from it, and rolled at its edges. These were the green, dome-headed dinosaurs that she had been watching for the last few minutes, trying to decide what to do. Because not only were they near the mud hole, they were also located in front of the car and around the sides of the car. She had watched the pachycephalosaurs with uneasiness. Harding had spent a lot of time on the ground with wild animals, but usually animals she knew well. From long experience, she knew how closely she could approach and under what circumstances. If this were a herd of wildebeest, she would walk right in without hesitation. If it were a herd of American buffalo, she would be cautious, but she'd still go in. And if it was a herd of African buffalo, she wouldn't go anywhere near them. She pushed the microphone against her cheek and said, "How much time left?" 20 minutes. "Then I better get in there," she said. "Any ideas?" There was a pause. The radio crackled. "Levine says nobody knows anything about these animals, Sarah." "Great." "Levine says a complete skeleton has never been recovered, so nobody has even a guess about their behavior, except that they're probably aggressive." "Great," she said. She was looking at the situation of the car and the overhanging trees. It was a shady area, peaceful and quiet in the early morning light. The radio crackled. "Levine says you might try walking slowly in and see if the herd lets you through. But no quick movements, no sudden gestures." She stared at the animals and thought, they have those domed heads for a reason. "No thanks," she said. "I'm going to try something else." "What?" In the store, Levine said, "What did she say?" "She said she was going to try something else." "Like what?" Levine said. He went to the window and looked out. The sky was growing lighter. He frowned. There was some consequence to that, he thought. Something he knew in the back of his mind, but wasn't thinking about. Something about daylight and territory. Territory. Levine looked out at the sky again, trying to put it together. What difference did it make that daylight was coming? He shook his head, gave it up for the moment. How long to reset the breakers? "Just a minute or two," Thorne said. "Then there might still be time," Levine said. There was static hiss from the radio, and they heard Harding say, "Okay, I'm above the car." "You're where?" "I'm above the car," she said. "In a tree." Harding climbed out on the branch, moving farther from the trunk, feeling it bend under her weight. The branch seemed supple. She was now 10 feet above the car, swinging lower. Few of the animals below had looked up at her, but the herd seemed to be restless. Animals sitting in the mud got up and began to turn and mill. She saw their tails flicking back and forth anxiously. She moved farther out, and the branch bent lower. It was slippery from the night's rain. She tried to gauge her position above the car. It looked pretty good, she thought. Suddenly, one of the animals charged the trunk of the tree she was in, butting it hard. The impact was surprisingly forceful. The tree swayed, her branch swinging up and down while she struggled to hold on. "Oh, shit," she thought. She rose up into the air, came down again, and then she lost her grip. Her hands slipped on wet leaves and wet bark, and she fell free. At the last moment, she saw that she would miss the car entirely. Then she hit the ground, landing hard in muddy earth, right beside the animals. The radio crackled. "Sarah?" Thorne said. There was no answer. What's she doing now? Levine began to pace nervously. I wish we could see what she's doing. In the corner of the room, Kelly got up, rubbing her eyes. Why don't you use the video? Thorne said, What video? Kelly pointed to the cash register. That's a computer. It is? Yeah, I think so. Kelly yawned as she sat in the chair facing the cash register. It looked like a dumb terminal, which meant it probably didn't have access to much, but it was worth a try anyway. She turned it on. Nothing happened. She flicked the power switch back and forth. Nothing. Idly, she swung her legs and kicked a wire beneath the table. She bent over and saw that the terminal was unplugged. So she plugged it in. The screen glowed and a single word appeared. Log in. To proceed further, she knew she needed a password. Arby had a password. She glanced over and saw that he was still asleep. She didn't want to wake him up. She remembered that he had written it down on a piece of paper and stuck it in his pocket. Maybe it was still in his clothes, she thought. She crossed the room, found the bundle of his wet, muddy clothes, and began going through the pockets. She found his wallet, the keys to his house, and some other stuff. Finally, she found a piece of paper in his back pocket. It was damp and streaked with mud. The ink had smeared, but she could still read his writing. VIG ***849 *. Kelly took the paper and went back to the computer. She typed in all the characters carefully and pressed the return key. The screen went blank, and then a new screen came up. She was surprised. It was different from the screen she had seen earlier in the trailer. It read, InGen, Site B Network Services. She was in the system. But the whole thing looked different. Maybe because this wasn't the radio net, she thought. She must be logged into the actual laboratory system. It had more graphics because the terminal was hardwired. Maybe they even ran optical pipe out here. Across the room, Levine said, Kelly, how about it? I'm working on it, she said. Cautiously, she began to type. Rows of icons appeared rapidly across the screen below the InGen header, one after another. She knew she was looking at a graphic interface of some kind, but the meaning of the images wasn't obvious to her, and there were no explanations. The people who had used this system were probably trained to know what the images meant. But Kelly didn't know. She wanted to get into the video system, yet none of the pictures suggested anything to do with video. She moved the cursor around, wondering what to do. She decided she'd have to guess. She picked the diamond-shaped icon on the lower left and clicked on it. What came up was InGen, Bio-Waste Production Control. Uh-oh, she said, alarmed. Levine looked over. Something wrong? No, she said. It's fine. She quickly clicked on the header and got back to the previous screen. This time she tried one of the triangular-shaped icons. The screen changed again. This time the header read InGen, Video Security Network, and the display showed 12 small camera icons. That's it, she thought. Immediately the image popped off, and the actual video images began to flash up on the screen. On this little cash register monitor, the pictures were tiny, but now she was in familiar territory, and she moved around quickly, moving the cursor, manipulating the images. What are you looking for? She said. The Explorer, Thorne said. She clicked the screen. The image zoomed up. Got it, she said. Levine said, You do? He sounded surprised. Kelly looked at him and said, Yeah, I do. The two men came and stared at the screen over her shoulder. They could see the explorer on a shaded road. They could see the pachycephalosaurs, lots of them milling around the car. The animals were poking at the tires and the front fender, but they didn't see Sarah anywhere. "Where is she?" Thorne said. Sarah Harding was underneath the car, lying on her face in the mud. She had crawled there after she fell. It was the only place to go, and now she was staring out at the animals' feet milling all around her. She said, "Doc, are you there? Doc! Doc!" But the damn radio wasn't working again. The Packies were stamping and snorting, trying to get at her under the car. Then she remembered that Thorne had said something about screwing down the battery pack. She reached behind her back and found the pack and twisted the cover shut tight. Immediately, her earpiece began to crackle with static. "Doc," she said. "Where are you?" Thorne said. "I'm under the car." "Why? Did you already try it?" "Try what?" "Try to start it. To start the car." "No," she said. "I didn't try to start it. I fell." "Well, as long as you're under there, you can check the breakers," Thorne said. "The breakers are under the car?" "Some of them. Look up by the front wheels." She twisted her body, sliding in the mud. "Okay, I'm looking." "There's a box right behind the front bumper, over on the left." "I see it." "Can you open it?" "I think so." She crawled forward and pulled at the latch. The lid came down. She was staring at 3 black switches. "I see 3 switches, and they are all pointing up." "Up?" "Toward the front of the car." Thorne said. "That doesn't make sense. Can you read the writing?" "Yes. It says 15VV and then 02R. "Okay," he said. "That explains it." "What?" "The box is in backward. Flip all the switches the other way." "Are you dry?" "No, Doc. I'm soaking wet, lying in the damn mud." "Well, then, use your shirt sleeve or something." Harding pulled herself forward, approaching the bumper. The nearest Packies snorted and banged on the bumper. They leaned down and twisted their heads, trying to get to her. "They have very bad breath," she said. "Say again?" "Never mind." She flipped the switches, one after another. She heard a hum from the car above her. "Okay, I did it. The car is making a noise." "That's fine," Thorne said. "What do I do now?" "Nothing. You better wait." She lay back in the mud, looking at the feet of the Packies. They were moving, tramping all around her. "How much time left?" she said. "About 10 minutes. She said, "Well, I'm stuck under here, Doc." "I know." She looked at the animals. They were on all sides of the car. If anything, they seemed to be growing more active and excited. They stamped their feet and snuffled impatiently. Why were they so worked up, she wondered. And then, suddenly, they all thundered off. They ran toward the front of the car and away up the road. She twisted her body and watched them go. There was silence. "Doc?" she said. "Yeah." "Why'd they leave?" "Stay under the car," Thorne said. "Doc?" "Don't talk." The radio clicked off. She waited, not sure what was happening. She had heard the tension in Thorne's voice. She didn't know why. But now she heard a soft, scuffling sound, and looking over, saw 2 feet standing by the driver's side of the car. 2 feet in muddy boots. Men's boots. Harding frowned. She recognized the boots. She recognized the khaki trousers, even though they were now caked with mud. It was Dodgson. The man's boots turned to face the door. She heard the door latch click. Dodgson was getting in the car. Harding acted so swiftly she was not aware of thinking. Grunting, she swung her body around sideways, reached out with her arms, grabbed both ankles, and pulled hard. Dodgson fell, giving a yell of surprise. He landed on his back and turned, his face dark and angry. He saw her and scowled. "No shit," he said. "I thought I finished you off on the boat." Harding went red with rage and started to crawl out from under the car. Dodgson scrambled to his knees as she was halfway out, but then she felt the ground begin to shake. And she immediately knew why. She saw Dodgson look over his shoulder and flatten himself on the ground. Hurriedly, he started to crawl under the car beside her. She turned in the mud, looking down along the length of the car, and she saw a Tyrannosaurus coming up the road toward them. The ground vibrated with each step. Now Dodgson was crawling toward the center of the car, pushing himself close to her, but she ignored him. She watched the big feet with the splayed claws as they came alongside the car and stopped. Each foot was 3 feet long. She heard the Tyrannosaur growling. She looked at Dodgson. His eyes were wide with terror. The Tyrannosaur paused beside the car. The big feet shifted. She heard the animal somewhere above, sniffing. Then, growling again, the head came down. The lower jaw touched the ground. She could not see the eye, just the lower jaw. The Tyrannosaur sniffed again, long and slow. It could smell them. Beside her, Dodgson was trembling uncontrollably. But Harding was strangely calm. She knew what she had to do. Quickly, she shifted her body, twisting around, moving so her head and shoulders were braced against the rear wheel of the car. Dodgson turned to look at her just as her boots began to push against his lower legs, pushing them out from beneath the car. Terrified, Dodgson struggled, trying to push back, but her position was much stronger. Inch by inch, his boots moved out into the cold morning light. Then his calves. She grunted as she pushed, concentrating every ounce of her energy. In a high-pitched voice, Dodgson said, "What the hell are you doing?" She heard the Tyrannosaur growling. She saw the big feet move. Dodgson said, "Stop it! Are you crazy? Stop it!" But Harding didn't stop. She got her boot on his shoulder and pushed once more. For a while, Dodgson struggled against her, and then suddenly his body moved easily, and she saw that the Tyrannosaur had his legs in its jaws and was pulling Dodgson out from under the car. Dodgson wrapped his hands around her boot, trying to hold on, trying to drag her with him. She put her other boot on his face and kicked hard. He let go. He slid away from her. She saw his terrified face, ashen, mouth open. No words came out. She saw his fingers digging into the mud, leaving deep gouges as he was pulled away. And then his body was dragged out. Everything was strangely quiet. She saw Dodgson spin around onto his back and look upward. She saw the shadow of the Tyrannosaur fall across him. She saw the big head come down, the jaws wide, and she heard Dodgson begin to scream as the jaws closed around his body and he was lifted up. Dodgson felt himself rise high into the air, 20 feet above the ground, and all the time he continued to scream. He knew at any moment the animal would snap its great jaws shut and he would die. But the jaws never closed. Dodgson felt stabbing pain in his sides, but the jaws never closed. Still screaming, Dodgson felt himself carried back into the jungle. High branches of trees lashed his face. The hot breath of the animal whooshed in snorts over his body. Saliva dripped onto his torso. He thought he would pass out from terror, but the jaws never closed. Inside the store, they stared at the tiny monitor as Dodgson was carried away in the jaws of the Tyrannosaur. Over the radio, they heard his tinny, distant screams. "You see," Malcolm said, "there is a God." Levine was frowning. The Rex didn't kill him. He pointed to the screen. "Look, there. You can see his arms are still moving. Why didn't it kill him?" Sarah Harding waited until the screams faded. She crawled out from beneath the car, standing up in the morning light. She opened the door and got behind the wheel. The key was in the ignition. She gripped it with muddy fingers. She twisted it. There was a chugging sound, and then a soft whine. All the dashboard lights came on. Then silence. Was the car working? She turned the wheel and it moved easily. So the power steering was on. "Doc." "Yes, Sarah." "The car's working. I'm coming back." "Okay," he said. "Hurry." She put it in drive and felt the transmission engage. The car was unusually quiet, almost silent, which was why she was able to hear the faint thumping of a distant helicopter. Daylight. She was driving beneath a thick canopy of trees, back toward the village. She heard the sound of the helicopter build in intensity. Then it roared overhead, unseen through the foliage above. She had the window down and was listening. It seemed to move off to her right, toward the south. The radio clicked. "Sarah." "Yes, Doc." "Listen. We can't communicate with the helicopter." "Okay," she said. She understood what had to be done. "Where's the landing site?" "South. About a mile. There's a clearing. Take the ridge road." She was coming up to the fork. She saw the ridge road going off to the right. "Okay," she said. "I'm going." "Tell them to wait for us," Thorne said. "Then come back and get us." "Everybody okay?" she said. "Everybody's fine," Thorne said. She followed the road, hearing a change in the sound of the helicopter. She realized it must be landing. The rotors continued, a low whir, which meant the pilot wasn't going to shut down. The road curved off to the left. The sound of the helicopter was now a muted thumping. She accelerated, driving fast, careening around the corner. The road was still wet from the rains the night before. She wasn't raising a cloud of dust behind her. There was nothing to tell anyone that she was here. "Doc, how long will they wait?" "I don't know," Thorne said over the radio. "Can you see it?" "Not yet," she said. Levine stared out the window. He looked at the lightening sky through the trees. The streaks of red were gone. It was now a bright, even blue. Daylight was definitely coming. Daylight. And then he put it together. He shivered as he realized. He went to the window on the opposite side, looked out toward the tennis court. He stared at the spot where the Carnotauruses had been the night before. They were gone now. Just as he feared. "This is bad," he said. "It's only just now 8, Thorne said, glancing at his watch. "How long will it take her?" Levine said. "I don't know. 3 or 4 minutes." "And then to get back?" Levine said. "Another 5 minutes." "I hope we make it that long." He was frowning unhappily. "Why?" Thorne said. "We're okay." In a few minutes, Levine said, we'll have direct sun shining down outside. So what? Thorne said. The radio clicked. Doc, Sarah said. I see it. I see the helicopter. Sarah came around a final curve and saw the landing site off to her left. The helicopter was there, blades spinning. She saw another junction in the road with a narrow road leading left down a hill into jungle and then out to the clearing. She drove down it, descending a series of switchbacks, forcing her to go slow. She was now back in the jungle, beneath the canopy of trees. The ground leveled out. She splashed across a narrow stream and accelerated forward. Directly ahead there was a gap in the tree canopy and sunlight on the clearing beyond. She saw the helicopter. Its rotors were beginning to spin faster. It was leaving. She saw the pilot behind the bubble, wearing dark glasses. The pilot checked his watch, shook his head to the co-pilot, and then began to lift off. Sarah honked her horn and drove madly forward. But she knew they could not hear her. Her car bounced and jolted. Thorne was saying, "What is it? Sarah, what's happening?" She drove forward, leaning out the window, yelling, "Wait! Wait!" But the helicopter was already rising into the air, lifting up out of her view. The sound began to fade. By the time her car burst out of the jungle into the clearing, she saw the helicopter heading away, disappearing over the rocky rim of the island. And then it was gone. "Let's stay calm," Levine said, pacing the little store. "Tell her to get back right away. And let's stay calm." He seemed to be talking to himself. He walked from one wall to the next, pounding the wooden planks with his fist. He shook his head unhappily. "Just tell her to hurry. You think she can be back in 5 minutes?" "Yes," Thorne said. "Why? What is it, Richard?" Levine pointed out the window. "Daylight," he said. "We're trapped here in daylight." "We were trapped here all night, too," Thorne said. "We made it okay." "But daylight is different," Levine said. "Why?" "Because at night," he said, "this is Carnotaurus territory. Other animals don't come in. We saw no other animals at all around here last night. But once daylight comes, the Carnotaurus can't hide anymore. Not in open spaces, in direct sunlight. So they'll leave. And then this won't be their territory anymore." "Which means?" Levine glanced at Kelly over by the computer. He hesitated, then said, "Just take my word for it. We have to get out of here right away." "And go where?" Sitting at the computer, Kelly listened to Thorne talking to Dr. Levine. She fingered the piece of paper with Arby's password on it. She felt very nervous. The way Dr. Levine was talking was making her nervous. She wished Sarah was back by now. She would feel better when Sarah was here. Kelly didn't like to think about their situation. She had been holding herself together, keeping up her spirits until the helicopter came. But now the helicopter had come and gone, and she noticed neither of the men was talking about when it would come back. Maybe they knew something. Like it wasn't coming back. Dr. Levine was saying they had to get out of the store. Thorne was asking Dr. Levine where he wanted to go. Levine said, "I'd prefer to get off this island, but I don't see how we can. So I suppose we should make our way back to the trailer. It's the safest place now." Back to the trailer, she thought, where she and Sarah had gone to get Malcolm. Kelly didn't want to go back to the trailer. She wanted to go home. Tensely, Kelly smoothed out the piece of damp paper, pressing it flat on the table beside her. Dr. Levine came over. "Stop fooling around," he said. "See if you can find Sarah. I want to go home, Kelly said. Levine sighed. I know, Kelly, he said. We all want to go home. And he walked away again, moving quickly, tensely. Kelly pushed the paper away, turning it over and sliding it under the keyboard in case she should need the password again. As she did so, her eye was caught by some writing on the other side. She pulled the paper out again. She saw Site B Legends, East Wing, West Wing, Loading Bay, Laboratory, Assembly Bay, Entrance, Outlying, Main Core, Geoturbine, Convenience Store, Worker Village, Geo Core, Gas Station, Pool, Tennis, Putting Greens, Manager's House, Jog Path, Gas Lines, Security 1, Security 2, Thermal Lines, River Dock, Boathouse, Solar 1, Swamp Road, River Road, Ridge Road, Mountain View Road, Cliff Road, Holding Pens. She realized at once what it was. A screenshot from Levine's apartment. From the night when Arby had been recovering files from the computer. It seemed like 1,000,000 years ago. Another lifetime. But it had really been only, 2 days ago. She remembered how proud Arby had been when he had recovered the data. She remembered how they had all tried to make sense of this list. Now, of course, all these names had meaning. They were all real places. The laboratory, the worker village, the convenience store, the gas station. She stared at the list. You're kidding, she thought. Dr. Thorne, she said, I think you better look at this. Thorne stared as she pointed at the list. You think so? He said. That's what it says. A boathouse. Can you find it, Kelly? You mean find it on the video? She shrugged. I can try. Try, Thorne said. He glanced at Levine, who was across the room, pounding on the walls again. He picked up the radio. Sarah? It's Doc. And the radio crackled. Doc? I've had to stop for a minute. Why? Thorne said. Sarah Harding was stopped on the Ridge Road. 50 yards ahead, she saw the Tyrannosaur going down the road away from her. She could see that he had Dodgson in his mouth. And somehow, Dodgson was still alive. His body was still moving. She thought she could hear him scream. She was surprised to find she had no feeling about him at all. She watched dispassionately as the Tyrannosaur left the road and headed off down a slope back into the jungle. Sarah started the car and drove cautiously forward. At the computer console, Kelly flicked through video images one after another until finally she found it. A wooden dock, enclosed inside a shed or a boathouse, open to the air at the far end. The interior of the boathouse looked in pretty good shape. There weren't a lot of vines and ferns growing over things. She saw a powerboat tied up, rocking against the dock. She saw 3 oil drums to one side. And out the back of the boathouse there was open water and sunlight. It looked like a river. What do you think? She said to Thorne. I think it's worth a try, he said, looking over her shoulder. But where is it? Can you find a map? Maybe, she said. She flicked the keys and managed to get back to the main screen with its perplexing icons. Arby awoke, yawned, and came over to look at what she was doing. Nice graphics. You logged on, huh? Yeah, she said. I did. But I'm having a little trouble figuring it out. Levine was pacing, staring out the windows. This is all well and good, he said, but it is getting brighter out there by the minute. Don't you understand? We need a way out of here. This building is single-wall construction. It's fine for the tropics, but it's basically a shack. It'll do, Thorne said.
For 3 minutes, maybe. I mean, look at this, Levine said.
He walked to the door, rapped it with his knuckles.
This door is just...
With a crash, the wood splintered around the lock and the door swung open. Levine was thrown aside, landing hard on the floor. A raptor stood hissing in the doorway. A way out. Sitting at the console, Kelly was frozen in terror. She watched as Thorne ran forward from the side, throwing the full weight of his body against the door, slamming it hard against the raptor. Startled, the animal was knocked back. The door closed on its clawed hand. Thorne leaned against the door. On the other side, the animal snarled and pounded.
"Help me!"
Thorne shouted. Levine scrambled to his feet and ran forward, adding his weight.
"I told you!"
Levine shouted. Suddenly there were raptors all around the store. Snarling, they threw themselves at the windows, denting the steel bars, pushing them in toward the glass. They slammed against the wooden walls, knocking down shelves, sending cans and bottles clattering to the floor. In several places, the wood began to splinter on the walls. Levine looked back at her.
"Find a way out of here."
Kelly stared. The computer was forgotten.
"Come on, Kel,"
Arby said.
"Concentrate."
She turned back to the screen, unsure what to do. She clicked on the cross in the left corner. Nothing happened. She clicked on the upper left circle. Suddenly, icons began to print out rapidly, filling the screen.
"Don't worry. There must be a key to explain it," Arby said. "We just need to know what—"
But Kelly was not listening. She was pressing more buttons and moving the cursor, already trying to get something to happen, to get a help screen, something, anything. Suddenly, the whole screen began to twist, to distort.
"What did you do?"
Arby said in alarm. Kelly was sweating.
"I don't know,"
she said. She pulled her hands away from the keyboard.
"It's worse," Arby said. "You made it worse."
The screen continued to squeeze together, the icons shifting, distorting slowly as they watched.
"Come on, kids,"
Levine shouted.
"We're trying," Kelly said.
Arby said,
"It's becoming a cube."
Thorne pushed the big glass-walled refrigerator in front of the door. The raptor slammed against the metal, rattling the cans inside.
"Where are the guns?" Levine said. "Sarah has 3 in her car."
Great. At the windows, some of the bars were now so deeply dented that they broke the glass. Along the right-hand wall, the wood was splintering, tearing open big gaps.
"We have to get out of here," Levine shouted at Kelly. "We have to find a way."
He ran to the rear of the store, to the bathrooms. But a moment later he returned.
"They're back there too."
It was happening fast, all around them. On the screen, she now saw a rotating cube, turning in space. Kelly didn't know how to stop it.
"Come on, Kel,"
Arby said, peering at her through swollen eyes.
"You can do it. Concentrate. Come on."
Everyone in the room was shouting. Kelly stared at the cube on the screen, feeling hopeless and lost. She didn't know what she was doing anymore. She didn't know why she was there. She didn't know what the point of anything was. Why wasn't Sarah here? Standing beside her, Arby said,
"Come on. Do the icons one at a time, Kel. You can do it. Come on. Stay with it. Focus."
But she couldn't focus. She couldn't click on the icons. They were rotating too fast on the screen. There must be parallel processors to handle all the graphics. She just stared at it. She found herself thinking of all sorts of things. Thoughts that just came unbidden into her mind. The cord under the desk. Hardwired. Lots of graphics.
Sarah talking to her in the trailer. Come on, Cal. You have to do this now. Find a way out. In the trailer, Sarah said, most of what people tell you will be wrong. It's important, Cal, Arby said. He was trembling as he stood beside her. She knew he concentrated on computers as a way to block things out. As a way to... The wall splintered wide, an 8-inch plank cracking inward, and a raptor stuck his head through, snarling, snapping his jaws. She kept thinking of the cord under the desk. The cord under the desk. Her legs had kicked the cord under the desk. The cord under the desk. Arby said, "It's important." And then it hit her. "No," she said to him. "It's not important." And she dropped off the seat, crawling down under the desk to look. "What are you doing?" Arby screamed. But already Kelly had her answer. She saw the cable from the computer going down into the floor through a neat hole. She saw a seam in the wood. Her fingers scrabbled at the floor, pulling at it. And suddenly, the panel came away in her hands. She looked down. Darkness. Yes. There was a crawl space. No. More. A tunnel. She shouted, "Here!" The refrigerator fell forward. The raptors crashed through the front door. From the sides, other animals tore through the walls, knocking over the display cases. The raptors sprang into the room, snarling and ducking. They found the bundle of Arby's wet clothes and snapped at them, ripping them apart in fury. They moved quickly, hunting. But the people were gone. Escape. Kelly was in the lead, holding a flashlight. They moved single file along damp concrete walls. They were in a tunnel 4 feet square with flat metal racks of cables along the left side. Water and gas pipes ran near the ceiling. The tunnel smelled moldy. She heard the squeak of rats. They came to a Y junction. She looked both ways. To the right was a long, straight passageway going into darkness. It probably led to the laboratory, she thought. To the left was a much shorter section of tunnel with stairs at the end. She went left. She crawled up through a narrow concrete shaft and pushed open a wooden trapdoor at the top. She found herself in a small utility building surrounded by cables and rusted pipes. Sunlight streamed in through broken windows. The others climbed up beside her. She looked out the window and saw Sarah Harding driving down the hill toward them. Harding drove the Explorer along the edge of the river. Kelly was sitting beside her in the front seat. They saw a wooden sign for the boathouse up ahead. "So it was the graphics that gave you the clue, Kelly?" Harding said, admiringly. Kelly nodded. "I just suddenly realized it didn't matter what was actually on the screen. What mattered was there was a lot of data being manipulated, millions of pixels spinning there, and that meant there had to be a cable. And if there was a cable, there must be a space for it. And enough space that workmen could repair it. All of that." "So you looked under the desk?" "Yes," she said. "That's very good," Harding said. "I think these people owe you their lives." "Not really," Kelly said, with a little shrug. Sarah shot her a look. "All your life, other people will try to take your accomplishments away from you. Don't you take it away from yourself." The road was muddy alongside the river and heavily overgrown with plants. They heard the distant cries of the dinosaurs somewhere behind them. Harding maneuvered around a fallen tree, and then they saw the boathouse ahead. "Uh-oh," Levine said. "I have a bad feeling." From the outside, the building was in ruins and heavily overgrown with vines. The roof had caved in several places. No one spoke as Harding pulled the Explorer up in front of a pair of broad double doors sealed with a rusted padlock. They climbed out of the car and walked forward in ankle-deep mud. "You really think there's a boat in there?" Arby said doubtfully. Malcolm leaned on Harding while Thorne threw his weight against the door. Rotten timbers creaked, then splintered. The padlock fell to the ground. Harding said, "Here, hold him," and put Malcolm's arm over Thorne's shoulder. Then she kicked a hole in the door wide enough to crawl through. Immediately she went inside into darkness. Kelly hurried in after her. "What do you see?" Levine said, pulling planks away to widen the hole. A furry spider scurried up the boards, jumping away. "There's a boat here, all right," Harding said. "And it looks okay." Levine pushed his head through the hole. "I'll be damned," he said. "We just might get out of here after all." Exit. Louis Dodgson fell. Tumbling through the air, he dropped from the mouth of the Tyrannosaur and landed hard on an earthen slope. The breath was knocked out of him, his head slammed down, and he was dizzy for a moment. He opened his eyes and saw a sloping bank of dried mud. He smelled a sour odor of decay. And then he heard a sound that chilled him. It was a high-pitched squeaking. He got up on one elbow and saw he was in the Tyrannosaur nest. The sloping mound of dried mud was all around him. Now there were 3 infants here, including one with a piece of aluminum wrapped around its leg. The infants were squeaking with excitement as they toddled toward him. Dodgson scrambled to his feet, unsure of what to do. The other adult Tyrannosaur was on the far side of the nest, purring and snorting. The one that had brought him was standing over him. Dodgson watched the babies moving toward him with their downy necks and their sharp little jaws. And then he turned to run. In an instant, the big adult brought his head down, knocking Dodgson over. Then the Tyrannosaur raised its head again and waited, watching. "What the hell is going on?" Dodgson thought. Cautiously, he got to his feet again. And again he was knocked down. The infants squeaked and came closer. He saw that their bodies were covered in bits of flesh and excrement. He could smell them. He got up on all fours and began crawling away. Something grabbed his leg, holding him. He looked back and saw that his leg was in the jaws of the Tyrannosaur. The big animal held it gently for a moment. Then it bit down decisively. The bones snapped and crunched. Dodgson screamed in pain. He could no longer move. He could no longer do anything but scream. The babies toddled forward eagerly. For a few seconds they kept their distance, heads darting forward to take quick bites. But then, when Dodgson did not move away, one hopped up on his leg and began to bite at the bleeding flesh. The second jumped on his crotch and pecked with razor-sharp jaws at his waist. The third came right alongside his face and with a single snap bit into his cheek. Dodgson howled. He saw the baby eating the flesh of his own face. His blood was dripping down its jaws. The baby threw its head back and swallowed the cheek, and then turned, opened its jaws again, and closed over Dodgson's neck. 7th configuration. Partial restabilization may occur after eliminating destructive elements. Survival partly determined by chance events. Ian Malcolm. Departure. The boat left the jungle river behind and moved into darkness.
The walls of the cave echoed the throb of the engines as Thorne steered the boat through the swift tidal current. To their left, a waterfall splashed down, a ray of light on cascading water. And then they burst out, moving beyond the high cliff wall and the crashing surf into the open ocean. Kelly gave a cheer and threw her arms around Arby, who winced and smiled. Levine looked back at the island. I have to admit, I never thought we'd make it. But with our cameras in place and the uplink working, I expect we can continue to gather the data until we finally get our answer about extinction. Sarah Harding stared at him. Maybe we will, and maybe we won't. Why not? It's a perfect lost world. She stared at him in disbelief. It's nothing of the sort, she said. Too many predators, remember? Well, so it may appear, but we don't know. Richard, she said, Ian and I checked the records. They made a mistake on that island many years ago, back when the lab was still in production. What mistake? They were manufacturing infant dinosaurs, and they didn't know what to feed them. For a while they gave them goat's milk, which was fine. It's very hypoallergenic. But as the carnivores grew, they fed them a special animal protein extract. And the extract was made from ground-up sheep. Levine said, So? What's wrong with that? In a zoo, they never use sheep extract, she said, because of the danger of infection. Infection, Levine repeated in a low voice. What kind of infection? Prions, Malcolm said from the other side of the boat. Levine looked blank. Prions, Harding said, are the simplest disease-causing entities known, even simpler than viruses. They're just protein fragments. They're so simple, they can't even invade a body. They have to be passively ingested. But once eaten, they cause disease. Scrapie in sheep, mad cow disease, and kuru, a brain disease in human beings. And the dinosaurs developed a prion disease called DX from a bad batch of sheep protein extract. The lab battled it for years, trying to get rid of it. You're saying they didn't? For a while it seemed as if they did. The dinosaurs were flourishing. But then something happened. The disease began to spread. The prions are excreted in feces, so it is possible. Excreted in feces, Levine said. The compies were eating feces. Yes, the compies are all infected. The compies are scavengers. They spread the protein over carcasses, and other scavengers became infected. Eventually, all the raptors were infected. Raptors attack healthy animals, not always successfully. One bite, and the animal becomes infected. And so, bit by bit, the infections spread through the island again. That's why the animals die early. And the rapid die-off supports a much larger predator population than you would expect. Levine was visibly anxious. You know, he said, one of the compies bit me. I wouldn't worry, Harding said. There may be a mild encephalitis, but it's usually just a headache. We'll get you to a doctor in San Jose. Levine began to sweat. He wiped his forehead with his hand. Actually, I don't feel very good at all. It takes a week, Richard, she said. I'm sure you'll be fine. Levine sank back in his seat unhappily. But the point, she said, is that I doubt this island will be able to tell you very much about extinction. Malcolm stared back at the dark cliffs for a moment and then began to speak. Maybe that's the way it should be, he said. because extinction has always been a great mystery. It's happened 5 major times on this planet, and not always because of an asteroid. Everyone's interested in the Cretaceous die-out that killed the dinosaurs, but there were die-outs at the end of the Jurassic and the Triassic as well. They were severe, but they were nothing compared to the Permian extinction, which killed 90% of all life on the planet, on the seas and on the land. No one knows why that catastrophe happened. But I wonder if we are the cause of the next one.
How is that? Kelly said.
Human beings are so destructive, Malcolm said. I sometimes think we're a kind of plague that will scrub the earth clean. We destroy things so well that I sometimes think maybe that's our function. Maybe every few eons, some animal comes along that kills off the rest of the world, clears the decks, and lets evolution proceed to its next phase.
Kelly shook her head. She turned away from Malcolm and moved up the boat to sit alongside Thorne.
Are you listening to all that? Thorne said. I wouldn't take any of it too seriously. It's just theories. Human beings can't help making them, but the fact is that theories are just fantasies. And they change. When America was a new country, people believed in something called phlogiston. You know what that is? No? Well, it doesn't matter, because it wasn't real anyway. They also believed that 4 humors controlled behavior. And they believed that the Earth was only a few thousand years old. Now we believe the Earth is 4 billion years old, and we believe in photons and electrons, and we think human behavior is controlled by things like ego and self-esteem. We think those beliefs are more scientific and better.
Aren't they?
Thorne shrugged. They're still just fantasies. They're not real. Have you ever seen a self-esteem? Can you bring me one on a plate? How about a photon? Can you bring me one of those?
Kelly shook her head.
No, but... And you never will, because those things don't exist. No matter how seriously people take them, Thorne said. 100 years from now, people will look back at us and laugh. They'll say, you know what people used to believe? They believed in photons and electrons. Can you imagine anything so silly? They'll have a good laugh, because by then there will be newer and better fantasies. Thorne shook his head. And meanwhile, you feel the way the boat moves? That's the sea. That's real. You smell the salt in the air? You feel the sunlight on your skin? That's all real. You see all of us together? That's real. Life is wonderful. It's a gift to be alive, to see the sun and breathe the air. And there isn't really anything else. Now look at that compass and tell me where south is. I want to go to Puerto Cortez. It's time for us all to go home. This is Scott Brick. We hope you've enjoyed this production of The Lost World by Michael Crichton. Published by arrangement with Random House Audio Publishing Group, a division of Random House, Inc. Text copyright 1995 by Michael Crichton. Production copyright 2006, Books on Tape.